Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Godlike Luffy and Robin time traveled together. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Her mother's intuition was split in half. Part of her wanted to run after her and drag her back home to safety, while the other wanted to support her and let her help her new friends. The internal struggle within her made her body freeze in place, making her watch her daughter disappear. Are you kidding me? Ace yelled as he and Luffy were stopped by a mess of boulders and cement, blocking up what used to be their only pathway into Goa Kingdom. Now what do we do? Luffy panicked. How are we supposed to get in now? I'm thinking. The freckled boy growled, rubbing a hand through his hair frustratedly. Suddenly, a series of hands began to bloom out of the wall in front of them, trailing all the way up the vertical surface to the very top of the wall. Need a hand? The young female voice drew the boys to turn their heads back to see the dark-haired girl. Robin, Luffy chirped happily. We thought you went back with your mom. Ace was just as surprised as his little brother. I ran after you before Mama could stop me, Robin sadly said, not looking forward to when she'd see her again. She shook her head out of what was to come and focused on the now. I'm not going to leave you on your own to find Sabo. You're my friends. Surprised by the girl's words, smiles broke out on the boys' faces. Thanks, Robin. Luffy showed his large toothy grin. We could use all the help we can get. Ace gave her a thumbs up, showing his gratitude. Robin beamed at the praise, feeling happier than ever before that she now had true friends to call her own. After the pleasantries were dealt with, each of the three young ones took turns climbing up the ladder of limbs to the top of the wall, where they saw the beautiful sight of the Goa Kingdom at night, lit up with sparkling lights as if they were having a festival. It's so pretty. Robin stood in awe of the sight. Too bad about the people who live in it, Ace pointed out with disgust. Once all three of them were at the top of the wall, Robin made another ladder for them to climb back down to. They landed down a dark alley, hiding them from the sight of any noble of police officer. So, where does Sabo live? Robin asked, looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings, only to be answered by both Ace and Luffy going, You don't even know where his house is. The book lover chastised them. Sabo never wanted to talk about his life back here, so he kept it to himself. Ace shrugged his shoulders. We didn't want to upset him, Luffy defended. Robin gave a sigh, understanding how Sabo felt. Okay, but if you guys don't know where he lives, then where should we start looking? Don't know, don't care, Ace announced as he marched forward from Luffy and Robin. I don't care if I have to search all night and look all over this place. We're finding Sabo and we're bringing him back. Darn right, we are. Luffy shot his fists in the air. Robin was uneasy about the short-sighted plan, but knew it was the only one they had to go on before giving a determined nod. All right, let's go, Ace declared as he led the charge down the alley, with the two young ones following behind him. We're coming, Sabo, the straw-hatted boy shouted at the top of his lungs. It would only be few hours before the sun began to peek up over the horizon of the sea, as the sound of hammer meeting nail echoed out across a lone harbor at the far edge of the kingdom. After a few more strikes, the hammering stopped and a young boy wearing a top hat and petticoat stood up from his spot and wiped his brow after a job well done. It might not be the best-looking ship, but at least it will stay afloat. Sabo looked out to the Goa Kingdom's open bay, leading out to the vast ocean. As soon as the sun rises, I head out to sea. He wiped his eyes as he felt fresh tears begin to form. Sorry, Ace, Luffy, but I'm gonna become a pirate first. Luffy gave a long, drawn-out yawn as he walked with his friends. I'm tired. We've been up all night. Robin groaned as she slumped against a wall. We can't give up now, Ace growled as he heaved himself off from the ground with his pipe. Sabo's gotta be around here somewhere. Suddenly, an uproar from far off caught their ears, drawing their attention to where the noise was coming from. What's going on? Robin asked quizzically. Let's go check it out, Ace declared as he and the others made their way toward the ruckus. The kids ran to the noise, which led them to the edge of town overlooking the bay harbor of the kingdom. Far off from their location, they could see the gathered multitudes of nobles crowding around the harbor, looking out to the open ocean. What's going on? Luffy asked as he looked over the side of the crowd. Some kind of party. I think they're all waiting for something, Robin deduced as she peered over the guard wall from the high pavement to the deep waters below. Maybe Sabo's somewhere in that crowd, Ace deduced, suddenly clenching his fist round his lead pipe. With his family, unbeknownst to the searching three, the nobles at the other end of the harbor were discussing something else altogether. What happened last night? That dirt hole should have been burned to nothing. The Celestials will not be pleased. What do we do? What do we do? All the nobles were in a panic, wondering why Grey Terminal hadn't been purged as their king promised he'd do. Now with a humongous junk pile right outside of their kingdom, how will the Celestials ever find them worthy of their anointment now? Their fears were about to come to fruition when the sight of a Navy battleship came into view to the gathered masses. The nobles didn't know if they should clap and cheer as they planned to, The excitement they felt the day before had been torn away from them, leaving behind a feeling they had a rarity of experiencing failure. This time, the nobles were not going to get what they want. Among the crowd, Sabo's father, Outlook, was just as nervous as the people surrounding him. Father, his adopted son, Shelly, attempted to gain his attention by pulling on his pant leg. What's going to happen? I thought the filth over the wall was supposed to be gone. Shut up, boy. Outlook vented his frustration by pulling his pant fabric away from Shelly's hand. Husband, please, his wife pleaded. Don't make this any worse. It's already as worse as it can be. The top-hatted man growled as he went back to brooding. I can't believe this is happening. Goa will be appalled by the Celestials without a doubt once they look over the wall. And where's that stupid boy of mine? The answer to that question came to him in the form of spotting his son. His true-blood son Sabo, coming into view while sailing a makeshift, barely holding boat with a flag with a bright blue S with 2 crossbones behind it. Outlook was wrong. This situation could get worse. As the small boat made its way through the open bay, Luffy and the others were too distracted by the large ship that had come in. Hey, that's a marine battleship. Luffy jumped with joy at the sight of the large vessel. Do you think it could be Garp? Robin hoped out loud. Did Makino get in touch with him after all? I don't think so. Ace spoke with an edge. See that big fat guy wearing the weird bubble on his head? Yeah. Luffy peered closely at the strange person. Wonder who he is. St. Jalmac. A marine saluted. We are about to make dock with Goa Kingdom. About time. The overweight rich man thundered. It shouldn't have taken this long to get here. Go this slow again, and I'll see to it you're made my slave on the spot. Why, yes, sir. The marine returned weakly, not wanting to anger the man any more than he unintentionally had. Jalmac made his way over to the side of the ship, taking in the sight of the kingdom and the gathered crowd of nobles there to meet him. As he gazed at the crowd, he noticed how unenthusiastic the people there seemed to be. Why aren't they cheering for my arrival? The Celestial questioned hotly. Don't they know how to treat their superiors? St. Jalmac, sir. A marine called his attention. There seems to be a small sailboat on the water on the side of our ship. What? As the children took in the sight of the ship, Luffy was lucky enough to look away back at the crowd, only to spot something else in the water. Hey, look. He pointed to the foreign object. Another ship. Ace and Robin looked to where the straw-hatted boy was pointing, and with a closer inspection, Ace's eyes shot wide open. That's Sabo. Sabo. Luffy and Robin chorused together as they leaned their heads over the side, trying to get a closer look. Seeing the familiar blue petticoat and top hat, Luffy and Robin broke out into widespread grins. It is Sabo. Luffy hollered with glee, before he sprang to his feet on top of the wall and began waving his arms over his head. Hey, Sabo, over here. Unfortunately, Luffy's calls weren't able to reach the noble child. He was too far out in the bay. Well, this is it, Sabo spoke to himself as he turned his ship's helm. My first day out at sea. Ace and Luffy would be so jealous. He chuckled to himself at the thought, before giving a wistful sigh. I wish they were here to see me off. Sabo, Luffy called again. It's no use, Luffy, Robin attempted. Sabo's too far out, he can't hear us. Ace looked back to the marine ship. Looks like the big guy noticed Sabo too, and he's getting all wound up for some reason. He's yelling at his men and everything. Why would Sabo being out there upset him so much? Robin asked. Luffy looked closely at the man in weird clothes, watching as a marine came over to him, carrying something strange. Upon closer inspection, the boy's face fell when he realized what the device the marine handed the plump man was. Is that a bazooka? A what? Ace and Robin hollered as they watched the man inspect the firearm before hoisting it on his shoulder. Why would he want something like that? Ace questioned out loud, a deep pit forming in his stomach. As soon as the man took aim at his chosen target, Robin realized the worst. He's gonna shoot Sabo. Sabo, Ace called out with all his might. Get out of there. He can't hear us. Robin whimpered, unable to look away from what was about to happen. Sabo, Luffy followed, tears beginning to brim at his eyes. Luffy then sniffed up his tears and looked ahead, determination blazing in his eyes. He hopped up on the wall and clenched his fists tight. Luffy, Robin looked up to the boy quizzically. What are you doing? Ace wondered, desperation clear on his face. Without answering either of the two, Luffy placed his left hand on his right shoulder and began to swing his arm round and round like a pinwheel, his focus on Sabo's boat and nothing else. Gum gum, St. Jalmac. A bold marine stepped forward. Is there really a point in firing on a pedestrian boat, with a child on it no less? Jalmac turned back with a dark scowl on his face, making the marine regret his actions immediately. Of course, the man bellowed, as he turned back and took aim. I can annihilate anyone I please ... as is my right. Pistol. Before Jalmac could even pull the trigger, a sudden jerk rocked Sabo out of his thoughts and looked to where the source was coming from. A lone hand had latched on the broadside of his ship. Scanning the hand, he followed the extended forearm all the way back to an abandoned side of the harbor and his eyes widened at who he saw. Luffy, Sabo whispered in disbelief. Guys, a bright smile shone on Robin's face. You did it, Luffy. Way to go. Ace praised the rubber boy. Now what are you waiting for? Pull him in. Pull him in. Before Luffy could do such a thing, the strain of his stretched arm began to drag him across the wall. Before he could fall into the sea below, Ace and Robin noticed his panicked face and immediately grabbed hold of him. "HHH, pull me in, pull me in," the straw-hatted boy wailed in fear. "What the devil is that?" Jalmak roared as he followed the freakishly long limb all the way to its owner, spotting the young trio at the end of the harbor. Children, with devil fruit powers. Looking back down at the ship below him, he noticed that the small vessel was being peeled back toward the children and away from his ship. "You dare," he bellowed, his face red with rage. "You dare to defy me." The crazed Celestial aimed once more at Sabo and pulled the trigger. Right before the blast could strike the boat, Sabo was pulled out of the way and the resulting explosion hit and missed nothing but open water. The shockwave of the blast rocked Sabo's ship, causing him cling on to the closest stable thing he could get a hold of. Luffy, Robin, and Ace kept pulling with all their might, dragging the boat across the crashing waves caused by the rich man's weapon. Every time Jalmak had a bead on the top-hatted boy, he'd miss by mere inches thanks to the young ones at the harbor. "What is going on out there?" a noble cried out as he and the crowd watched the display going on out at sea. "The Celestial is trying to shoot that boat out of the water," a noble woman exclaimed, waving herself with a fan to calm herself of the intense situation. Outlook and his family were stunned at what was taking place. They couldn't take their eyes off of it. Jalmak was furiously firing at the small vessel, seething with every missed shot. Luffy and the others kept pulling Sabo in. And with one last heave and one last shot from Jalmak, Sabo's ship was rocketed into the air from the shockwave of the blast and began sailing through the sky toward his rescuers. "Sabo," Luffy happily cheered, tears falling from his face. Ace was the first to realize what was about to happen and grabbed Luffy by the back of his collar and Robin's arm and began making a run for it. "Move." The makeshift pirate ship collided right where Luffy, Ace, and Robin once were, debris flying everywhere as the ship grinder against the stone ground, chasing down the fleeing children, all the while Sabo clinging on for dear life. The ship then came to a sudden stop, flinging Sabo from his perch and sending him crashing on top of his friends. "Oh," the top-hatted boy groaned. "Ooh," Robin moaned. "Everyone okay?" Ace asked while he pushed himself up. "No." Luffy's voice was muffled as his face was flat on the ground. Once the children got back up and dusted themselves off, they had a moment of silence as they all looked at one another. The staring contest between Sabo and the trio went on for a little while, until Ace and Luffy shouted in joy, tackling Sabo in a hug. "Sabo," Luffy wept, clinging onto the boy's petticoat, not wanting to let go. "Thank goodness you're all right," Robin wailed as she wrapped her arms around the boy, not daring to let go. "You scared the heck out of us," Ace shouted, tears threatening to fall from his eyes. Guys, Sabo called out over Luffy and Robin's crying, managing to push them off. "What are you doing here?" "Saving your life, apparently," Ace replied hotly, crossing his arms as he glared at the gap-toothed boy. "What were you doing out there?" Sabo tried to find an excuse, but found none as he lowered his head. "I was trying to set out to sea." "What?" the trio yelled in union. "I couldn't take it." Sabo relented. "When I found out about the Noble's plans to burn down Grey Terminal, I tried to open the gates to get to you guys. Next thing I know, I'm getting knocked out by the Kingdom's police." Luffy and Ace growled at this while Robin threw her hands up to her mouth in shock. "I had this place too much to stay and I couldn't go back to you guys because my dad might find us again, and actually, he couldn't bring himself to say it. And I didn't think you guys would want me back. Not after everything that's..." Sabo was interrupted by a punch to the face, courtesy of the hot-tempered freckled boy. "Ace," Luffy and Robin exclaimed in outrage. Sabo rubbed his face before looking up at the one that hit him. "What the heck was that for?" "For being stupid," Ace bellowed, shocking everyone present. He took a few deep breaths to try and calm himself, but it didn't work. "You think we wouldn't want you back? Don't you dare think that. Luffy couldn't stop crying about you when you left. And Robin had to knock some sense into me to come get you." He scratched the back of his head, his next words being a little hard for him to say. "How can we be the ASL pirates without the S?" Sabo looked up at Ace, who was looking away to hide his embarrassed face, and couldn't help the moisture that came to his eyes. He wiped the close-to-falling tears away and beamed at his fellow older brother. "Thanks, Ace." The freckled boy looked back and cracked a cocky grin as he reached his hand down to help the top-hatted boy up. "Anytime. Ungrateful greeting party. Ships blocking my path ... and children with devil fruit powers. What kind of kingdom is this?" Jalmak roared as he looked out over the bay, making the crewmen of the ship backpedal to avoid his fury being directed at them. "Yes, sir." One brave government agent spoke up, making the seething saint turn his head back at him. "Turn this ship around," he bellowed, throwing his bazooka to the ground in anger. "We're going back to the Holy Land this instant." "Why, yes, sir." The agent saluted and began ordering the crewmen to turn the ship around immediately. If this kingdom thinks they're getting any sort of blessing from the Celestials after this, Jalmek spat in disgust. They're sorely mistaken. As the Navy ship began to turn itself around, heading back to the entranceway to the Goa Kingdom harbor, the nobles' already fragile hope were completely dashed. They're leaving. The Celestials are leaving. No, everything's ruined. We'll never be blessed now. Not after this. As the crowd fell into despair, one by one, they looked to the wreckage of the small boat that was out at sea before. Their grief turned to anger, spiteful vengeance clouding their judgment. The 4 children were brought out of their reunion by the sound of furious shouting. Looking back, they saw an angry mob of nobles heading straight for them. This is all their fault. Those kids, those devil fruit freaks. They cheesed the Celestials off with that little boat stunt. Get them, make them pay. I think it's time to go. Sabo's words earned a nod from the others. The 4 young ones broke out into a wild run for an exit, any exit. Luffy, Robin, Ace and Sabo ran down an alley, hiding behind the wall to avoid the detection of the raving nobles scouring the town for their blood. Ace gave a huff. Now they decide to do something for themselves. Sabo looked around the alley, looking up and down the large, white brick wall that made the alley a dead end. He recognized it in an instant. Hey, guys, this wall leads right over to the outside of the kingdom. He spotted a large pile of boxes and got an idea. Luffy, Ace, help me with these boxes. We'll pile them up and climb out of here. Good idea, Ace. Luffy chimed as he and his brother went to work on building their makeshift escape. Keep an eye out for us, Robin, Ace advised as he lifted a box with Sabo's help. Robin gave a nod and poked her head around the corner of the alleyway. The minute she did, she gave a horrified yelp and ran down to where the boys were. What's up, Robin? Luffy asked. You, was the answer he got, but not from Robin. The boys shot their heads back at the entrance to the alley. Ace glared at the figure. Luffy stared in disbelief, but Sabo was shaking like a leaf. Dad, he breathed. Outlook stood at the end of the alleyway, panting for breath, with a wild and crazed look in his eye. You little brat, he ground out. Soon enough, Sabo's mother and his adopted brother showed up behind the top-hatted man, spotting Sabo and his friends against the wall. Outlook took a step forward. You've ruined everything. He was suddenly stopped by a multitude of hands forming along the narrow closing of the alley and forming up into a web of limbs, keeping the children and the nobles separated. Sabo looked behind him and spotted Robin holding her hands together and giving the adults a scathing glare. I won't let you hurt him, she declared. Outlook was aghast at the phantom armed fence. Soon enough, Sabo's mother and his adopted brother arrived behind Outlook, spotting the boy and his saviors down the dead end. Sabo, the mother cried out. What were you thinking, sailing out on that boat? For a moment, it seemed like she showed true concern, until, you've cost us the blessing of the Celestials. How could you do this to us? Your son nearly got blown up by that rich fatso. Luffy barked, dropping the box he was carrying without a second glance. And you don't even care. The woman backed up in fear of the straw-hatted boy. So these are the friends you spent your time with outside the kingdom. Shelly sneered as he looked to each one of Sabo's saviors. Not only poor, but freaks too. Ace stepped toward the fence of limbs and glared at the big-nosed boy through the gaps. Don't make me come over this fence, you turd. Shelly panicked at the ferocity behind Ace's words, and hid himself behind his adopted mother, his knees visibly shaking. Outlook wasn't about to let these children intimidate him though. He looked back at his son, who was only frozen at his presence. Do you realize what you've cost us? He ranted. Goa Kingdom's future has been jeopardized by your selfishness. Sabo's eye ticked. Our home will never be blessed by the Celestials now, all because of you and your stupid friends. Sabo's brows creased down. Sabo, please. His mother spoke up next. Haven't you caused us enough pain as it is? Sabo clenched his fists. As for you, Outlook roared as he cast his eyes on the 3 with Sabo. If it wasn't for you 3, that disgusting junkyard would have been burned off the face of the earth, which it deserves, and we'd be rich beyond our wildest dreams. Sabo's jaw locked. There's people living in there, Luffy defended. You would have killed them all, just to make yourselves look good. What's a few lowlives rolling around in filth, compared to those Kith noble blood? Outlook bellowed, earning him a horrified face from Robin, a furious stare from Ace, gritted teeth from Luffy, and Sabo just stayed where he stood, slightly shaking. I have had enough of your rebellious behavior, Sabo. Outlook looked back down at his son. You are going to tell that little freak girl to take down this down. And then you're going to come back home with us, and you'll never disobey me again. Would you just shut up for once in your miserable life, Dad? Everybody stopped. Sabo gave his father a look he had never seen before. Pure, unfiltered rage. The top-hatted boy was breathing heavily, as if the anger boiling inside him was seeking ventilation from its build-up. Ace, Luffy, and Robin watched their friend stare down his father, who, along with the rest of his family, had been taken aback by his sudden outburst. Ace shook the shock off and turned to Luffy. Luffy, give me a hand over here. The straw-hatted boy watched him walk over to the boxes and continue to build their escape, suddenly getting the idea. Oh okay. Robin kept the web of arms up, putting all of her concentration in keeping Sabo's noble family away from them. Sabo's mother had her hand to her mouth, unable to even fathom that her son had spoke to his own father in such a frightful manner. Shelly started to sweat at the sight of the fuming boy, and Outlook just stood silent, looking back at his flesh and blood look him in the eye without batting an eye. Let me ask you something, the top-hatted boy asked as calmly as he could, spreading his arms out to emphasize himself. What do you see when you look at me? At first, his father had trouble understanding the question until Outlook's face creased in anger once more. I see an ill-mannered, irresponsible and ungrateful child who refuses to do what he's told and listen to what I say. You're my son, and you belong to me. Sabo looked down, the brim of his hat covering the pained look in his eyes. That's just it, isn't it? Outlook leaned in closer to the fence of arms, careful not to touch the grotesque abnormality. What was that? That's how you really see me, isn't it? Sao trembled, his anger resurfacing as he looked his father in the eye, making the man step back in fear. I'm not your son, I'm your property. Robin swallowed at the sound of those words. Luffy looked back at his brother with concern, while Ace continued to build the tower of boxes, now reaching halfway to the top of the wall. Even when he was still working, he still listened, letting Sabo say what he needed to say. Let me ask you something else, Sabo yelled, causing the man and the woman behind him to flinch, the big-nosed child clinging behind her in silent fear. When was the last time you gave me a hug? He spat at the top-hatted man, who gave a puzzled look at the odd-sounding question, but no answer. Sabo looked at his mother next, who flinched at his hard gaze. When was the last time you tucked me in at night? Again, he received no answer. Sabo looked down at the ground, hiding the tears forming in his eyes. When was the last time you said you love me? This seemed to get a reaction out of both his parents, somehow striking a chord inside them. Sabo shot his head back up, glaring at them both, unashamed of the tears flowing down his face. Those things wouldn't have cost you a berry, but you still didn't do them, because you never loved me in the first place. Robin still held the fence in place, not allowing her grief for her friend to take her over and let her tears fall just yet. Luffy looked back at his brother, sniffing his tears back with a sad Sabo, while Ace carried on building the box tower in silence, but his heart going out to the top-hatted boy nonetheless. As the dark-haired, freckled boy placed another box on top of the other, he realized that they were now at the top of the wall. Guys, the boxes are finished, let's get out of here. Luffy looked back up to Ace, seeing the tower was indeed finished. Okay, come on, Robin. Right, she nodded, holding her arms together as she made her way over to the pile. Sabo turned and started walking toward the tower, when his father called out to him. Sabo, don't you dare walk away from me. Sabo ignored his order as he continued to make his way toward his grew so furious. He pushed his pride to one side and grabbed the fence of limbs before him and shook at it violently. Robin gave a cry of pain, but still held the fence together. Luffy heard and saw this as he turned back at the man who was hurting Robin. Leave Robin alone, you stupid. Keep going. The dark-haired girl stopped his threat. I'll hold the fence up for as long as I can. The top-hatted boy nodded, then lifted Robin up to be handed to Luffy next, helping her to climb the box steps while she kept her hands locked together, not wanting to let the fence down just yet. The higher the boys and girl went, the more angry Outlook grew as he thrashed against the wall of limbs. Don't you dare walk away from me. He roared like an animal in a cage, so much so that his wife and adopted son stepped back at his rabid behavior. Outlook's grip on the arms grew tighter and tighter as he continued to shake at them. Robin couldn't concentrate any longer and let her arms down, the fence disappearing in a plum of pink petals. Outlook was stunned at first, before looking at the retreating children once again and charged for the pile of boxes. Come on, guys, hurry. Ace reached the top and motioned for the rest to get up there quick, seeing the seething noble climb the boxes like a madman. However, Outlook's lack of climbing experience showed as he lost his grip on a ledge and nearly slipped off the makeshift tower. Luffy reached the top of the wall next, then reached back down to grab Robin's hand. Robin pulled herself up with Luffy's help and turned to help Sabo up. Robin reached down to grab Sabo's hand as he reached out his own, only for Outlook to catch up and snatch his ankle in his grasp. You're not going anywhere, he bellowed as he pulled on his son's leg, making him wince in pain. Luffy, Ace and Robin immediately grabbed onto each of Sabo's arms and pulled with all their might. Luffy and Ace pulled as hard as they could, but the mix between Outlook's grip and his newfound pull of gravity was making their hands slip on Sabo's. Robin saw the pain on the top-hatted boy's face, the strain of the threes tugging on his body getting to him. In a spur-of-the-moment idea, Robin let go of Sabo quick and struck her pose once more. Two small arms spout out of the side of Outlook's head and in a swift motion, grabbed each end of his mustache and pulled hard enough for his face to stretch out and distort. Outlook gave a growl of anguish and let go of Sabo's leg, using his elbows to keep himself latched onto the wall's ledge while using his hands to nurse his sore face. Sabo fell forward onto his bothers and Robin, immediately getting up and running to the end of the edge on the other side. "How do we get down?" he called back. "I've got an idea," Luffy declared as he looked over the edge and then suddenly jumped off. "Luffy!" Robin cried out in terror, running to the edge with Ace to look down at him as he fell. "Come balloon," Luffy announced as he sucked in a heap of air, expanding his stomach to a comically large size and holding it in as he gently floated to the bottom and bounced when he hit the ground. Ace backed up from the ledge with a grin. "Luffy, for once, those powers are coming in good use." He then ran to the end of the ledge before jumping and sailing down toward his little brother's belly, bouncing off him and landing safely. "Come on, Robin," Ace called up. The straw-hatted boy made an attempt to say "you can do it," but since he had to hold his breath, Tai came out as a series of hums. Robin glanced down nervously, looking over to Sabo, who gave her a thumbs up, telling her that she'd be okay. The dark-haired girl relaxed a little at this, then proceeded to jump off, screaming all the way down before plopping on Luffy's stomach and bouncing off onto the ground. "Thanks, Luffy." Luffy tried to sound out a "no problem," which only caused the girl to smile. Now it was Sabo's turn to jump. One more leap, and he'd be free of Goa Kingdom once more. "Sabo," his father called from behind, stopping the boy in his tracks. "You leave this kingdom, you'll never be allowed back in. You hear me? I'll see to it you're never seen as noble again, personally." Sabo stood frozen for a second, the harsh words of his father striking him in his heart with a pain he had grown familiar with. "Sabo," a call from down below brought him out of it, as he looked down and spotted his friends, his brothers, and only girl in his life he'd known, his family. "What are you waiting for?" Ace called up, wondering why he was taking so long. "You can come down. Don't worry, Luffy will catch you," Robin shouted out, wanting to put any of his fears at ease. "Let's go home, Sabo," Luffy tried to say, but still held his breath to give him a safe landing. Sabo was so beside himself, he couldn't help but smile at the sight of them. The three people that made his life worth living. "You know something, Dad?" Outlook looked up from his struggling on the side of the ledge to see his son look back with a sad smile. "That's everything I've always wanted." And with that, he turned around and jumped. "Sabo," Outlook began thrashing wildly at the ledge, accidentally kicking the footing of boxes out from under himself. The nobleman was now hanging onto the ledge for dear life rather than fury. His wife and adopted child gained a look of horror, seeing him in such a dire and humiliating situation. The man's lack of physical strength caught up with him, though, as he could no longer hold onto the ledge. He fell from the towering height, falling with a wail as he landed on the mess of wooden boxes, crushing them beneath him. "Darling," his wife cried as she frantically minced her way over to him, breaking out into hysterical crying as she did so. Outlook was dazed from his fall, answering his wife with a moan of dizziness. Shelley could only look as his new parents acted in such undignified manners. Nobles wouldn't dare admit when they were in the wrong, or had made a mistake, afraid of what would happen to their precious reputation. But on this day, the reputation of Goa Kingdom had been utterly and undoubtedly run through the mud, along with the now broken and disgraced Outlook family. "We did it." Ace thrust his fists in the air in triumph. "We totally did it. We got Sabo back." Luffy cheered with his freckled sibling. The four reunited young ones were walking through the thick brush of the jungle. Ace was beaming at a mission accomplished. Luffy was grinning with glee at having his brother back. Robin was at the far back smiling at the three, but then noticed that out of them all, Sabo was the most quiet. "Did you see the look on that little, big-nosed chicken's face when I got into his?" Ace bragged, remembering the little runt that hid behind the noble woman. "I thought he was gonna wet himself." Luffy laughed out loud at that, clothing his stomach to soothe the ache. Robin leaned over Sabo's shoulder so she could be heard over the boys bellowing. "I'm glad you're back, Sabo." "Yeah," the top-hatted boy returned, a sad sort of smile plastered on his face. "Good to be back. And hey," Ace turned back to get the returned brother's attention. "Way to go on telling your old man off." As the freckled boy chuckled at this, Sabo looked down at the ground, clearly not as enthusiastic as he was. "Boy, what I wouldn't give to give my dad what for if he was still here." Ace continued to laugh as he looked back. I mean only to stop when seeing the downcast look on his returned brother's face. "Sabo, what's up?" "Huh." The top-hatted boy barely reacted to Ace as he looked up partly. "Oh, nothing." After that, the children kept trailing through the woods in quiet, a mood of unease over them all after their victory. Back at the bandit shack, both Olivia and Makino couldn't stop pacing back and forth, darting their eyes to the forest, hoping to catch a glimpse of the missing children. Daden sat on her porch with a bottle of whiskey in hand, too tense to drink but wouldn't dare admit it. The rest of her gang were huddled inside, all with looks of distraught on their faces. At the far end of the opening, tied to a different tree, was a still unconscious Blue Jam and his crew. A rustle from the bushes alerted everyone. bringing the two women whipping their heads in the noise's direction, the bandit leader to her feet and her men barreling out of the cabin. With another rustle, 4 familiar faces made themselves known. "We're back," Ace declared proudly. "We got Sabo." Luffy happily cheered. "Luffy, Ace," Baking ran to the boys and scooped them both into a hug, tears falling down her face. "Don't ever do that to me again." "Robin," Olivia cried as she wrapped her arms around her daughter. Robin returned the hug just as intensely. "I'm sorry I ran away from you, Mama," the girl wailed, afraid of how angry her mother might have been. "But I had to. I just had to." "It's okay, Robin." Olivia put the young one's mind at ease. "It's okay. You're safe. That's all that matters." Over at the bandit cabin, the gang were bawling their eyes out, happy the children were safe. "They're alive, Dadden." One turned to their booze, who'd turned away to look the other way. "They're okay. See? Yeah. Happy days for all," she grumpily chided, only to turn back and let silent tears roll down her face, her quivering lip barely keeping her cigarette in place. Once the mother and bartender were finished holding the 3, they looked over to the returned child. "Sabo, hi," he half-heartedly greeted with a weak wave of his hand. This stopped the 2 women in their tracks. "Sabo, are you all right?" Baking asked with concern. "Of course I'm fine." The top-hatted boy smiled brightly, a little too brightly. Ace, Luffy and Robin pulled by Bud out of the fire, literally. The 2 women looked at each other, uncomfortable with how the boy was acting. The rest of the bandits caught on to the change in atmosphere, their cheers and tears dying down, even Dadden looking back from where she sat. "Since I thought there was no way I was gonna see any of you again, I decided to set off out to sea and become a pirate early," the gap-toothed child explained. "But when I got out in the harbor, this huge ship came out of nowhere, with this guy carrying a huge bazooka, and tried to blow me out of the water." Everyone was unnerved by the upbeat manner that Sabo was speaking in, but didn't dare stop him. "Then out of nowhere, my brothers and Robin saved me from getting blasted. Luffy even managed to pull off aiming when he stretches." The boy went on. "After my boat crashed and these guys saved me, we made our escape by building a pile of boxes up to the top of the kingdom's wall, when suddenly, my dad shows up. He starts ranting and raving about how we've ruined everything, how much he hates me and wishes I was never born, and how he just wants me to do as I'm told for the rest of my life." Tears began to prickle in Sabo's eyes, but he just kept going. "Then, after for who knows how long, I finally managed to tell him to shut up, and how much I'd rather be dead than be a noble." Robin held him off with her powers, and Ace and Luffy finished the box mountain. "We climbed to the top, but my dad tried to stop me again. He pulled at my leg and said that if I left this time, he'd do everything he could to make sure I never see the inside of Goa Kingdom again." Tears were filling up the eyes of Makino, her hands covering her sobs as all she could do was watch this small young boy have a breakdown. Olivia managed to work her way over to the child and take him by the shoulders. "Sabo." The top-hatted boy looked up with tears in his eyes and a pained smile on his face. "I'll never have to see that horrible city or my awful parents ever again. Isn't that great?" Silence was the answer he was met with. Ace, Luffy and Robin only stared at their brother and friend after his recollection. Baking clutched at her skirt, tears freely falling from her eyes. Dadden went back to staring the other way, keeping her remorse for the boy quiet. Olivia was still holding onto Sabo's shoulders, looking into the painfully forced happy expression on the boy's face. "Sabo," the white-haired woman breathed out, bringing the top-hatted boy's attention to her. She tightened her grip on him as she leaned forward slightly, looking deeper into his eyes as moisture began to form in her own. "Sabo, I'm sorry your father didn't love you." The fake happiness left Sabo's face for a stunned one. Then soon enough, he couldn't hold back his turmoil any longer, and broke down crying. Olivia immediately brought the boy into a tight embrace, letting him wail into her shoulder. Makino could sit beside no longer and tackled the 2, wrapping her arms around them both. Ace walked up to where his brother cried and simply placed a caring hand on his shoulder, letting him know he was there. Buffy barreled into the back of Sabo, hugging him from behind and crying just as hard as he was. Robin followed suit and managed to squeeze past Luffy and hug the top-hatted boy also. All of them let Sabo know that they were there for him. They cared for him. They loved him. "Do you think the boy was lying?" a large cloaked figure said to another. The 2 were sailing on a ship outside of the Goa Kingdom harbor, looking over the now shamed noble city. "No," the smaller figure spoke back. The pan in his eyes was too real to be faked. He was telling the truth. "If that really was the case, then how come nothing has been burned?" the larger figure pointed out. "I think I might have an inkling of an idea." The smaller figure mused. "But it seems we are not needed here. Set course for home. At once, Dragon Sir." After the emotional recollection between Sabo and his surrogate family, the gathering was now in a state of quiet confusion. After surviving the last hours of life-threatening danger, it took some time for everyone to come down from the heightened emotions. "So what do we do now?" Luffy asked out loud, breaking the silence. Ace looked over to the still unconscious thugs tied to a tree and scowled. I want to get some answers, he said as he got up and made his way to the shack's outdoor steel drum bath. Grabbing a bucket, he filled it with water before making his way over to the out-cold crooks. In one swift motion, Ace doused the gang in water, snapping them awake from their mysterious stupor. Blue Jam and his crew shook themselves awake, swatting water from their faces and spitting out what got in their mouths. What's going on? The toothless man groaned out, shaking off the darkness and cold water to take in his new surroundings. What the? Blue Jam took in the sight of a large gang of mountain bandits. Their orange-haired leader, 2 women and 4 familiar children, all glaring daggers at the down-and-out pirate. At the sight of the young ones, Blue Jam's memory caught up with him. "You!" the toothless thug roared as he began pulling at his ropes, wanting nothing more than to throttle the child in front of him. Olivia instinctively pulled Robin back and away from the rabid man as he thrashed against his restraints. "Do you realize what you've done? You ruined everything." Blue Jam barked as he continued to try and get free. Gray Terminal should have been burned to a crisp if it wasn't for you and that little freak girl. Don't call Robin a freak. Luffy immediately snapped as Makino wrapped her arms around his. Was it to stop him from charging at the toothless thug? Growling at the child, his attention turned to the last person he thought he'd see outside the kingdom again, the top-hatted noble's son. "What are you doing here?" Blue Gem asked, genially confused. "I'm back where I belong," Sabo proudly stated, looking the toothless bum square in the eye. "I'm never going back to Goa Kingdom again." You can't be serious." Blue Gem struggled in his ropes before speaking again. "You had the world wrapped around your finger. Anything you wanted, you could have. But you threw it away. For what?" Sabo kept his stare on the balding man as he stepped back to the people behind him. "For them," Blue Gem retorted, the boy staying silent his only answer. "What's wrong with you?" "They're nothing. They're everything to me," Sabo made clear. "You think I had the world handed to me on a silver platter back in that kingdom? Wrong. That place was nothing but a prison for me. I hated that place, and I hated my life." Olivia and Makino looked at the boy with sadness. Robin turned her head down at the ground. Luffy and Ace stared at their brother with devotion. As the mountain bandit stood at the back pitying the former noble child, Daden took to drinking from a bottle of liquor. Even if she was feigning to pay attention to what was going on, she had a strong wish to put the toothless ex-pirate into another coma, just to make herself feel better. Before Blue Gem could say anything else, Olivia spoke up from where she stood with Robin. "So it's true then. You really tried to burn down Gray Terminal and force these children to do your dirty work for you." The down-and-out pirate stopped his struggling to glare at the white-haired scholar. "Yeah, so, what's it to you?" The white-haired scholar scowled at the repulsive man, disgust thick in her eyes. "All this did was get a look of obscene pride from the ex-pirate. So I tired to burn down a trash dump full of people. Big deal." Blue Gem sneered proudly. "But you didn't come up with that plan all by yourself, did you?" Ace spoke up. "Say what?" Blue Gem asked, a bead of sweat going down his brow. "When you were losing it over the boxes failing to blow up, you said that the king would never let you in now." Ace pointed an amusing finger at the toothless man. "What did you mean by that?" "It was the noble's plan," Sabo answered for him, making everyone turn their heads toward him. "The kind of Goa must have hired Blue Gem to burn down Gray Terminal." He looked at the man with great grimace. "Why would the king of Goa want anything to do with the likes of Blue Gem here?" Daden spoke up, stepping forward from the crowd. "Because nobles wouldn't be caught dead getting their own hands dirty." The top-hatted boy was clutching his fists in boiling anger again. Their plan was to burn down Gray Terminal and everyone in it, all so they could look good for when the Celestials arrive. Gasps of horror came from the bartender and archaeologist, with Robin throwing her hands up to her mouth to stifle her own. "Say what?" Luffy shouted in shock, with Ace by his side grinding his teeth in rage. The bandits were blown away by the frightening revelation, with their red-headed leader throwing her bottle to the ground with a smash at the utter audacity of the nobles. All those people. Makino was close to tears for the lives in the junkyard. They would have done such a thing. "Just two," Olivia said in a stupor. Daden interrupted her with a loud, spite-filled spit on the ground. "I knew those filthy high society creeps were full of it, but this is just too sick." Ace directed his rage at the ex-pirate and his trussed-up gang. "You were gonna be let into the kingdom once Gray Terminal was on fire, weren't you? That was the plan." Blue Jim growled as he began thrashing at his ropes once more, causing everyone to back up in defense. "Until you little freaks messed everything up. Now the king will never make us nobles now, like he would have in the first place." Sabo ground out, catching the balding thug's attention once more. "What was that?" Blue Jim growled. "The king would never have made you nobles," the top-hatted boy explained. "The nobles are too proud to let the likes of you into their kingdom. If you really did manage to burn down the terminal, the nobles would have just left you outside to burn, along with everyone else. You don't know that." Sabo had apparently hit a nerve in the ex-pirate, making him lose all composure and wrestle at his bidnings like a rabid animal, drool even flying from his mouth. Makino grabbed Sabo by his shoulders and pulled him back for safety, Olivia doing the same with Robin. Everyone took a large step backwards as Blue Gem lost what self-restraint he had left. Boss, one of his underlings tied to the tree also spoke up. You're crushing us. Blue Gem either didn't hear him or ignored him completely as he continued to pull at the ropes and crush his men behind him. Then suddenly, he stopped. He became as still as a statue. The gathering looked on at the man's sudden change in behavior, wondering what happened to make him stop. A dark chuckle came from the balding thug. Then another, and another. Soon enough, Blue Gem had erupted into a fit of unhinged laughter, throwing his head back as he cackled into the sky. His own men were beginning to grow afraid of their leader, more so than usual. The gathering before him could only think back all the more, fearful of his new manic demeanor. Blue Gem began to calm down from his hysterics, lowering his head and breathing deeply to catch his breath. If what you say is true, kid ... then I'm not the only one that got nothing out of this. What are you? Sabo made an attempt to step forward, but Makino held on tight to the boy, unrelenting to let him go. As we speak, the nobles are probably sweeping this whole cleaning up the terminal plan of theirs under the rug, pretending like it never happened. The toothless pirate grinned smugly. They're gonna get off scot-free for everything they tried to do. And all your struggling was for nothing. It was all for naught. Everything you did will be as if it never happened in the first place. Blue Gem laughed once again, enjoying the crestfallen and angered faces of the children that had foiled his plans. The two women overlooking them were just as downtrodden and frustrated as they were. Datin and her men were looking ready to beat him into unconsciousness again. But he didn't care. He knew that they knew that he was right. Now, he calmed himself from his maniacal cackling to speak like a normal person. If you'd be so kind as to let me and my men go. No way are we doing that. Luffy barked. You don't have a choice. Blue Gem grinned for the 10th time that day. Since everything that happened didn't really happen, you're just holding us against our will, making you the criminals. You are the criminals. Robin countered feebly. For what? Blue Gem smugly defended. Where's there's no smoke, there's no fire, right? You've still hurt too many people in the terminal to count. Ace pointed out quickly. We let you go. You'll just go back to make their lives miserable. Then what are you gonna do, kid? Kill me. Blue Gem stared the freckled boy down, daring him to try something. Ace stood frozen at the ex-pirate's words, unable to help himself but contemplate the notion. He swallowed. Maybe we should. Ace, Makino shrieked. Don't say such a thing. But it's the best option, isn't it? Ace turned back to the crowd. Without Blue Gem around, everyone can be safe. We won't have to worry about him anymore. But Ace, Luffy mumbled shakily. I don't want to kill anyone. I don't mean you, Luffy. Ace corrected, before turning back toward the toothless bum. But we can't just let him go. Blue Gem grinned. The freckled kid may play tough, but he doesn't have it in him to take a life. Not like him. The toothless man was enjoying the sour looks on the crowd's faces, but even their misery wasn't enough. No, they needed to pay for their meddling in his business. They had no choice but to let him and his men go. All he had to do was let them talk it out some more, just wait it out. And the minute they did untie them, he and his gang would carve them into ribbons. Nobody humiliates him in lives to tell the tale. Spoken like a true Marine, my boy. The new voice broke Blue Gem out of his thoughts to look back at the newcomer, along with everyone gathered there. Garp, Makino gasped in surprise. The hero of the Navy was indeed standing before them, arms folded over one another with a toothy grin adorning his face. The trussed-up toothless bum stared at the Marine captain quizzically, wondering where he had heard that name before. When he finally did remember, his face went white. Garp, Blue Gem echoed dumbly. Grandpa, Luffy and Ace announced ecstatically. Grandpa, Blue Gem's face turned his namesake. I see everyone's been busy while I've been gone, the bearded man deduced as he walked toward the gathering. Once he reached them, the Marine Vice Admiral turned to the mother and daughter of the group. Robin, Olivia, you'll be happy to know that the upset to do with the Tree of Knowledge on Ohara has been all cleared up. Garp beamed. No one will be going after the tree, or the archaeologists, anymore. Clover and the rest send their regards. The white-haired scholar's face showed great relief, while Robin smiled brightly, knowing her friends back home were safe and sound. How did you get back here so quickly? Makino asked in her disbelief. The winds were just on our side, is all. The Marine man laughed out loud, before turning serious on a dime. Now ... what exactly has been going on since I've been away? The children were more than happy to relay everything that had happened to them in the past hours of turmoil and panic. And then Sabo landed down with us, and we headed back here. Luffy finished, breathing hard as the excitement of their adventure caught up with him once more. Garp rubbed his head, absorbing the words spoken to him by the young ones. You're not gonna believe a bunch of kids, are you? Blue Gem spoke up suddenly. Shut up. Garp didn't even look back to know that the balding bum was sweating bullets. The Vice Admiral stood from his spot, an air of authority radiating off him. It seems I'll have to pay the King of Goa a visit. And what about the bubblehead that tried to blow up Sabo? Ace pointed out. Garp gave a sigh of reluctance, not looking forward to the reaction he would get. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about that. Say what? The 4 children were aghast by this. The Celestials are of a much higher authority than the nobles, and certainly more than the Navy. Garp clarified. They are the ones that created the world government, the source of law and order across the seas. So they say. Olivia murmured to herself. They have diplomatic immunity, meaning that they cannot be punished for any committed crimes on their behalf. Garp concluded. That's stupid. Too stupid. Ace roared in defiance. They tired to kill Sabo. And there's nothing we can do about it? Luffy questioned wide-eyed. To put it simply ... yes. Garp nodded solemnly. Luffy looked down to the ground in dissatisfaction, while Ace ran off to punch a tree until the bark came off. Makino ran after him, not wanting the boy to hurt himself. Robin's eyes were to the ground as well, with her mother placing her hand on top of her head in sadness. Sabo, on the other hand, was as still as a statue. Wind blew in his face and it didn't even faze him. The top-hatted boy was too trapped in his own thoughts to feel anything at that moment. The least I can do is deal with what I can, Garp announced as he made his way over to the trussed-up gang, making them cower in fear once more. Garp stood in front of the cowering Blue Jam, staring him down with steel in his eyes. I'm gonna enjoy bringing you in ... but first. He cracked his knuckles, making the doomed ex-pirate begin to sweat and shiver at what was in store for him. Nobody forces my grandkids to do hard labor except me. Blue Jam and his crew screamed in terror as the hero of the Navy proceeded to beat them all back into unconsciousness. After Garp had finished interrogating Blue Jam and his crew, many more things were handled by the hero of the Navy, specifically to do with the kingdom of Goa. During the interrogation of Blue Jam, the man spilled the beans on how the king of the noble city hired him to lay waste to the giant junkyard. He figured that if he was going down, he was going to at least take someone with him. And since Goa wasn't recently blessed by the Celestials and not welcomed into the world government, there was no immunity for the king to hide behind. In a matter of days, the royal family of Goa was stripped of their title, the king arrested, and the kingdom of Goa became a navy-governed state. The nobles of the ex-kingdom were heavily taxed, their proceeds going to the homeless that lived outside of their walls against their selfish wishes. Anyone that disagreed with having their wealth confiscated didn't dare speak up about it, not wanting to be in the crosshairs of their new overseers. The nobles wanted to be a part of the world government. Now they were, just not in the way they wanted. Later that night, a celebration was in full swing in the bandit shack to welcome home Sabo and forget the unfortunate news of the Celestial. Olivia and Makino had cleaned up the young boy and brought him a fresh set of clothes. They tended to his injuries and prepared a large meal for him, which turned into the full-scale celebration it was now. At the center of it all was Sabo, munching on the best pieces of meat and huddled between Makino and Olivia, treating him like mothers spoiling their own child. Ace and Robin laughed as they clinked bugs of juice, while Luffy scarfed down one hunk of meat after another. The party went on until late at night, laughs and songs echoing out into the clearing of the rundown house. Time seemed to return to normal for the young four, as if what had happened with Goa, Sabo's father, and Blue Gem hadn't happened at all. But after the treacherous and life-threatening experience, their bond had grown all the more stronger and the young four became all the more inseparable, especially after one fateful day. Nico, Robin, the trio of boys announced loudly, taking Robin by surprise. The four were currently standing in the middle of the brothers' makeshift battleground, close to their treehouse where they were safe from any wandering wildlife. For helping to save Sabo's life, Luffy bellowed. For showing that you're tougher than you look, Ace shouted. For staying with us through thick and thin, Sabo declared. The two older brothers turned behind them to pull something out from behind a log, and pulled it open to reveal a large black flag with two bones crossed over one another, with a red in the top left corner, a blue S on the right, a yellow L in the bottom left corner, and a purple R on the left. You are now a founding member of the ASLR Pirates, Ace and Sabo declared. Yay, Robin. Luffy leaped high behind the flag. He was so excited. The girl could only stand there in a stupor. She just stared at the makeshift Jolly Roger and the boys that made it. See, your name is Robin, Sabo explained as he pointed to the R on the flag. So we put the beginning letter of your name here. That way, you can be next to your boyfriend. Ace pointed out mockingly, causing Luffy to rush out from behind fuming. I'm not her. Luffy would have finished that sentence, had it not been for the surprise sniffling coming from the dark-haired girl in front of them. They all turned to see Robin's fist shaking, her body trembling, and her eyes leaking with tears like twin waterfalls. Robin, the three resounded together in worry, sprinting up to her in a hurry. What's wrong? Sabo inquired desperately. Do you not like it? Luffy asked in a panic. We can do it over if you want. Ace tried to put her at ease. Robin lifted her face, showing the tears that freely ran down her cheeks, but she made no attempt to cover them up. Along with her tears was a bright, happy smile gracing her face. I love it, she sniffed. Thank you. Taken back by her words, the two older brothers smiled at the newest member of their crew, while Luffy abandoned the two to rush over to her and wrap his arms around her, laughing and spinning, making the girl stop crying and begin to laugh along with him. Congratulations, Robin, the straw-hatted boy praised. Thanks, Luffy, she beamed. You really want me to be on your crew? Of course we do, he answered as he stopped spinning along with her. We'd be stupid not to. Robin couldn't help but sniffle again at his words before tackling him with a hug of her own. Thank you. As the two youngest members of the child pirate crew hugged and laughed, Ace and Sabo stepped closer together, enjoying the sight. We still up for tonight? The top-hatted boy whispered. Heck yeah, we are, the freckled boy answered silently back, before rushing up to the two in front of him, Sabo catching up behind. Hey, Luffy, if you're done hugging your girlfriend, let's all go for a hunt. Ace snidely chimed in. She's not my girlfriend, was the Straw Hat Boy's angry remark. It was the dead of night in Fuchsia Village on that same day. The townsfolk were long into their sleep. At the Nico household, Olivia peacefully slept in her bedroom, whilst Robin was deep asleep in hers. Suddenly, a pebble was thrown at her window, tapping against the glass, then another and another. Robin was drawn out of her slumber, rubbing her eyes tiredly as she went and opened her curtain. Looking out, she saw that Ace and Sabo were standing there, Ace bouncing a small rock in his hand and Sabo waving to her. Robin opened her window and poked her head out. What are you guys doing here? We need to show you something, Ace whispered, wanting to keep the conversation between the three of them and not wake anyone else up. Can't it wait until tomorrow? Robin yawned, wanting nothing more than to go back to bed. Sorry, Robin, but we need to show you this right now, Sabo desperately pleaded with her. Seeing the dire need in his eyes, Robin became a little more awake. Is it about Luffy? She worried. No, this isn't about your boyfriend, Ace drowned out, ignoring the scathing look the woman shot him. Look, would you just come with us, please? Sabo harshly whispered under his breath. After that, you can go straight back to bed, we promise. Robin gave a huff of annoyance. Fine. She made a move to back inside and get some clothes on before she stopped. But if you two are just wasting my time. Trust us, Robin. Ace smiled. This'll be worth it. The three children were trudging through a patch of forest that connected with the dense jungle of Mount Kaluba. Ace and Sabo were way ahead of Robin, who was still trying to wake up for whatever the two needed her for. The dark-haired girl stumbled over a stray rock, irking her along with her lack of sleep. Where are we going? Hold on, Robin. Sabo turned back to reassure her. Not long now. You've been saying that for ages now. Robin groaned. I want to go back to bed. Don't worry, Robin. Ace spoke up as he placed a hand on a branch in front of him. We're here. Robin caught up with the boys in time for the freckled child to pull the branch back like a curtain. Unveiled in front of her was the stump of a tree, with 3 small, red saucers and a pale gray bottle sitting on top of it. What's all this? She stepped toward the display, looking at it from different angles. This is a ritual that me, Ace and Luffy did before we met you. Sabo answered for her as he walked around to the other side of the stump. A ritual. Robin rubbed the sleep out of her eyes. When 2 or more people share a cup of sake together, they become brothers, Ace explained as he poured a cup of the drink into each of the saucers. That's how me, Sabo and Luffy became brothers. You drank sake. Robin's eyes shot open, drowsiness now completely forgotten. Luffy drank this. Sure did. Sabo spoke as he took the saucer in front of him. And if you want, you can too. Huh. Robin responded confused. Robin, Ace took his own cup and smiled at the girl. Drink this, and we won't just be friends anymore. We'll be your brothers, and you'll be our sister. Robin was frozen. Her, having brothers. She stared back down at the filled sake cup in front of her, then back at the 2 older siblings. She looked around for the familiar face of her first friend, a small frown appearing. Where's Luffy? She asked in a downtrodden tone. Did he not want to be here? Did he not want to be my brother? Sabo and Ace looked at each other with a knowing smirk before turning back to her. Robin, Sabo gently spoke. We know how you feel about Luffy. Robin's head shot up when she heard that. Her face lit up like a tomato. What are you talking about? Come on, Robin. Ace laughed. It's written all over your face. The little dark-haired girl looked down again to hide her blushing cheeks as Ace continued to chuckle. You can't like Luffy the way you do if he was your brother, Sabo pointed out. That'd be weird. Yeah, Robin agreed as her face scrunched up in grossness. We'll drink these sake cups. Ace got back to the point. That way, you can keep liking Luffy the way you do. And we'll be your brothers ... that is ... if you want. Robin saw the worry on the freckled boy's face. He was looking away, once again pretending not to care and hide his emotions. That only made him easier to read. Robin then looked over to the top-hatted boy, who was looking at her with a small smile, but she could see the fear of rejection in him easily. Looking back down at the red saucer, she gave a smile and picked it up in both hands, lifting it to her mouth. Seeing the smile on her lips, Both brothers gave a beam of their own before hurriedly picking their own up, and in one motion from all three, they drank the bitter taste down together. Ugh, Robin grimaced after she swallowed her share. That tastes awful. Heh, Sabo chuckled as he was hunched over. Just like last time. Why would anyone drink this stuff? Ace tried to spit the taste out of his mouth. But the dark-haired girl spoke up. We're siblings now, right? Ace and Sabo looked back at her and slowly began to smile. They walked over to her and put an arm around her each. Yeah, Robin, Sabo answered. We're your brothers now, and you're our little sister. Ace grinned. Robin looked at the two, moisture coming to her eyes once more. Nothing and no one could wipe the smile that appeared on the girl's face that night. It was a bright shining morning over Dawn Island. The windmills turned with the gentle breeze as the town awoke to another day. And in one certain cottage in the town, a familiar young girl was getting herself ready. Nico Robin, now a blossoming 15-year-old girl, was finishing the final touches on her appearance before setting out for the day. She had done her hair up in a ponytail style, with 2 black bangs framing her face. She was wearing a dress much like the one Makino gave her when she was 8, but now a little more refined for her growth in age. Smiling to her reflection in the mirror, she left her room with a satchel of books slung over her shoulder. Before pulling the front door open, she looked over her shoulder to see her mother sitting at the dinner table with a cup of coffee in her hands. I'm off now, Mother, she called with little effort, her eyes darting from the white-haired scholar to anything else in her eyesight. The ex-archaeologist looked up from her coffee, hesitant on looking her daughter in the eye, brushing the cup gently with a nervous thumb as she answered her daughter back. All right, Robin. Robin gave a strained effort of a smile, then turned back and head out the door, taking the awkward silence with her. Olivia sighed as she was left alone in the house, closing her eyes in the process. As she opened them, she then stared into the steaming mug of liquid before her, her senses glazing over as the heat wafted from the dark blend and onto her face. Robin solemnly walked away from her home, but as the sun began to shine upon her, the dark-haired girl's mood began to lift. She held up her head and showed a bright smile, picking up her pace as she broke out into a sprint, reminding herself that she was off to see her best friend. As she ran through the awaking town, she passed Makino, who was sweeping up the front porch of her restaurant. Morning, Robin. Good morning, Makino, Robin politely returned. As she had grown, she had picked up some of her mother's attributes, such as acting in a more refined and elegant stature. On your way to see Luffy, I presume? Makino asked with a knowing smile on her face. Robin blushed and made an attempt to hide it. Why, yes, I am. Well, I hope you have fun together. The green-haired girl wished well. And bring him by sometime. I'd be more than happy to fix you two up with a meal. Thank you, Makino. The dark-haired girl bowed slightly before taking off again. Makino chuckled at the girl's behavior, and with a sigh, went back to sweeping up. It really should have happened by now. As Robin kept on her way, she passed Mayor Whoopslap, who was once again sitting on his rocking chair on his forte porch. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning to you too, Robin, my dear. The man called back. Have you gotten that pirate nonsense out of your boyfriend's head yet? He's not my boyfriend, Robin retorted, a slight pang in her chest as she did. And I'm not going to make him give up on his dream. You kids, Whoopslap grumbled, sinking in his chair with folded arms in a huff. Robin merely gigged to herself and continued on her journey to Mount Corvo. The mayor kept his eye on the girl leaving as he mused to himself. When are those two going to stop beating around the bush already? Robin had finally arrived at the old bandit shack of Dadden and her gang. Spotting her favorite stump to sit on whilst waiting for her brothers to arrive, she made her way over and plopped herself down, pulling out one of her many tomes and diving in for a session of reading. Not even going to say hello. A gruff voice pulled her out of her book as Robin looked up to see Dadden herself standing at the front door to her rundown cabin, the large woman having her arms folded in a disgruntled form. You never really seem to be in the mood for a getting, Dadden. Robin smiled, knowing that the older woman's spitefulness wasn't as harsh as the bandit leader made out to be. Dadden scoffed. And here I thought you picked up on your mother's well-behaved attitude after all this time. Robin physically tensed at the mention of her mother. Dadden noticed this and decided to drop the subject. She got quite the surprise when she found her men gathered behind her at the door and poking their heads out the windows, grinning like idiots as they greeted the young girl. Good morning, Robin. Robin forced a smile and waved to the gang of outlaws. Dadden gave a grunt of annoyance to put up her usual tough woman act, and turned back to re-enter her home, yelling at her men to knock it off as Robin went back to resume her reading. She didn't have much time to get far, as a rustle in the distance made her head shoot up and look to the thick brush in the distance, a gleeful smile on her face instantly replacing her expression of discomfort. A few more moments, and a 14-year-old Monkey D. Luffy came out of the cover of branches. The boy had replaced his anchor shirt long ago with a light red button-up shirt, with the top few buttons left undone, along with a pair of rolled-up jean shorts and a pair of sandals. The one thing that remained with the boy was his ever-present straw hat. Hey, Robin, Luffy called out ecstatically. waving to her as if she were a million miles away. Robin closed up her book and set off toward him, smiling all the way as she did. "Good morning, Luffy." The straw-hatted boy chuckled happily, glad to see his fiend once again. "Ready to go?" "Absolutely." The dark-haired girl followed her best friend into the jungle he just appeared from, waving to the cabin of bandits as she disappeared along with Luffy. As the bandits watched the two go, they all gave a sigh. Those two have been friends for so long now. Yeah, Robin's done a good job, sticking with Luffy after Ace and Sabo left. He was so sad to see them go, but Robin did everything she could to make him smile. A slam of a beer bottle hitting the floor made all the gathered men flinch in fear, as their orange-haired boss lady simmered in a corner, a lit cigarette in her teeth. "Don't you boys start getting soft on me." The bandits then darted out of the woman's vicinity, bumping into each other and busying themselves with anything they could come up with. As they did so, Danton gave a puff of smoke as she stared at the wall before her. "Everyone else can see it, so why can't they?" "Nitwits," she mumbled grumpily. "Gum gum." "Bell," Luffy declared as he sent his outstretched head charging into a tree trunk, implanting his face into its bark. Robin grimaced at the sight, watching as the boy pulled his face out of the tree, leaving behind an imprint of his face in the hull. "What do you think, Robin?" Luffy beamed with pride at showing off his latest idea for a new move. "Well, when you said you were going to use your head, I honestly didn't expect that," Robin confessed. "Yeah," Luffy chuckled. "The other guy will never see it coming." Robin didn't have the heart to say that that wasn't what she meant. The two would usually do this in their time together. Ever since Ace and Sabo had left to follow their dreams of freedom, Luffy was happy for them, but also felt quite alone for seeing his brothers. Robin had been there to cheer him up and take his mind off of them. She would ask him if there were any games he wanted to play, any new moves he had come up with, or even read to him the current book she was flipping through at the moment. Since Olivia's class had dwindled in students, the tasks of teaching Luffy went from the white-haired scholar to the dark-haired daughter, and Robin was more than fine with that. "Have you come up with any new attacks, Robin?" Luffy asked, giddy with seeing another one of Robin's new moves. Robin made the decision to try fighting once again, while a little against her mother's will. There had been many a time Robin had come back home, black and blue with tears in her eyes, but the more she stuck to it, the more she began to hone her devil fruit abilities and soon enough became a combatant within a league of her own. "I haven't really, no." Robin looked to one side, an exasperated expression on her face. Luffy took notice of the girl's change in mood, and decided to ask about it. "Something wrong, Robin?" No. Robin tried to wave off, but knew that she wasn't doing so good a job. As gullible as Luffy could be, he had a strong knowing of when Robin was having trouble with something. Finally giving in, Robin heaved a sigh before explaining. Mother and I have been fighting again." The straw-hatted boy frowned at this. "About those Pona-what's-its again?" "Yes, the Poneglyphs." Robin leaned against a tree trunk, her eyes drooping as she remembered her and her mother's latest argument. "I asked her again if she could teach me what she knows about them, but she keeps blocking me out, telling me that that you could get hurt or worse going after them." Luffy finished for her. It hasn't been the first time this subject had come up for him when talking to his old-time friend. "As usual," Robin droned, showing how tired she was of having to repeat herself on the same subject she had been going on about since she entered her teen years. "Sorry you have to hear about this I don't even know how many times now." "No sweat, Robin." Luffy waved off nonchalantly. "It's just that," Robin vented. "I've been wanting to go after the Poneglyphs ever since I was old enough to hold a book by myself. My mother was my hero, even if I never really knew her. But now that I have her again, and finally have the chance to learn what she knows, she says no." Robin slumped to the bottom of the root of the tree and pulled herself up into a ball. "I know she's trying to protect me, but this is what I've based my life on." Luffy looked at his glum friend, scratching his head as he tried to come up with a way to cheer her up. The poor boy was never as good with his words as Robin was. He then made his way over to her, sitting down in a crossed-leg position next to the dark-haired girl. "Why don't you just go ahead and do it?" Luffy inquired innocently. "Study the Pono thingies anyway. It's what you want, right?" Robin seemed to tense at his inquisition, looking up to him with a guilty expression. "Actually, I have been. So, your mom is helping you?" Luffy showed his confusion on his face. "No." Robin shook her head. I took one of her old journals and have been reading through for the past couple of days." Luffy's eyes widened at this. "You stole it. What difference does it make?" She was shaking with grief as she bared her guilt, the repressed feelings she had been trying to ignore coming to the surface all at once. "There's no way I'll ever find the true history of the world, anyway." The straw-hatted boy was blown away by this. "What makes you say that?" "Because the whole world seems to be out to stop me from doing what I want to do." Luffy saw her distress and immediately got up from where he sat, made his way over to her and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Robin looked back at him, then threw her arms around him in a desperate hug. Luffy was more than willing to return it. Maybe she's right. Robin mused out loud. Maybe I should just forget about the poneglyphs. Luffy was shocked to hear this as he brought Robin out of their embrace to look at each other. What? Why would you want to do that? It's not that I want to, Luffy. Robin shook her head gently. It's just ... She is right about what she says. The government tried to destroy all of Ohara to keep the true history of the world a secret. And who knows how many other people would want to keep it a secret, or even use that knowledge to put people in danger. Luffy kept silent and let the girl talk, letting her words sink in as he listened. A moment of silence passed by the two young friends, a breeze passing by as time seemed to stop for the both of them. After a while, Robin came out of her thoughts to ask Luffy a question. Luffy, why do you want to become the Pirate King? She asked. Because I want to. The boy answered in an instant, showing no shred of hesitation. This didn't seem to be good enough of an answer for her. But it just can't be this simple, Luffy. It'll be dangerous. Pirates have been trying to go after One Piece for years, and none have succeeded, not to mention the Marines, the Sea Kings, and all the other crazy phenomenon that happens in the Grand Line. I don't care. Luffy stood his ground. I'm going to be the Pirate King, and that's final. Robin was quite surprised to see this reaction, but couldn't help but smile. I see. I wish it were that simple for me, Luffy. I wish I had as much courage as you do, too. What are you talking about? The straw-hatted boy called out. Of course you're brave. Robin looked up at him in confusion. You let people call you names and pick on you and not let it get to you. Saved your home island from being blown up. Came with me, Ace and Sabo on our hunting trips. Helped save Sabo from getting shot. And every time your mom has said no to helping you find out more about those Pono Whatsits, you're still reading about them. The boy counted off each of the deeds with expressed astonishment. Robin, you're totally brave. And totally awesome. The girl was in a stupor from being praised so much, and a blush and a smile found its way onto her cheeks. Thank you, Luffy. No problem. Luffy found himself stricken with the beaming delight radiating off the dark-haired girl at that moment. The boy wondered, for the longest time, ever since he first met Robin, a weird, warm feeling had been building up inside him as the two spent more time together. His face would warm up, his heart rate would rise, and he found himself at a loss of thought more than he usually would. Gulping down his nerves, he got up from the ground and decided to speak up about what had been bothering him for many years, to the person who made him feel this way. Robin, can I ask you something? Of course, Luffy. The dark-haired girl looked up at the boy, wondering what could be bothering him. Luffy found himself feeling quite fidgety, but maintained himself to keep going. You see, every time I see you ... you make me feel this feeling. Robin's eyes widened at this. I get all warm inside, and ... it's always when I'm around you. The girl took in a breath. I don't know what it is, or how to put it, but it's not a bad feeling. I don't know what it is ... but ... it's a nice feeling ... but it feels like ... it's ... not enough. Robin felt as if her heart stopped for a split moment. So, I was wondering if you knew what it was. Luffy looked away, suddenly scared of what Robin would say or do. Robin found herself at a loss of words. This couldn't have been happening. This had to be a dream or something, right? There's no way that he could. Could he? Robin decided to take a chance. Actually, Luffy, I think I do, she confessed. Really? That's great, Luffy exclaimed joyously, until he saw Robin coming closer. Robin stepped toward the straw-hatted boy, ignoring her timidness as she held her hands in one another in front of her. I've had same feeling you have around me for as long as I can remember. Every time I look at you. She stopped in front of him. You were the first person, apart from Clover and the others, to accept me for who I was, to even like me for who I was. She looked him in the eye. You're really special to me, Luffy ... more than anyone else in my life. Possibly more than my mother. I think. I love you, Luffy. Luffy's eyes widened at this. All time seemed to stop all around the two. A gentle breeze blew past them, ruffling the leaves on trees and the grass beneath them. You ... love me? The straw-hatted boy repeated. Robin nodded, her nerves catching up to her and taking her courage to talk. At that moment, something inside Luffy seemed to click, as if suddenly everything made sense. His eyes lit up, and a smile broke out on his face. Robin. He took each of her hands in his, causing her to blush and look him in the eye once more, seeing him give her his trademark toothy grin. I think I love you, too. By the way he said it, and the way he looked her in the eye as he did, Robin knew he was telling the truth. Her own eyes widened at his words. Then she felt them becoming wet, as she thought that this moment was never going to happen, that Luffy would have no clue as to what she was talking about. She made a mental note to never doubt Luffy again. Robin dived for the boy, locking her arms around him, weeping tears of happiness as she clung to Luffy for what seemed like dear life. I was so afraid. Afraid you wouldn't know what I was talking about. Come on, Robin. Luffy chuckled. I may not be as smart as you, but I'm not that stupid. You're not stupid at all, Luffy. Robin shook her head with a teary giggle, looking him in the eye. You're amazing. Luffy cuckolded at the compliment, but then the mood shifted to another. The two locked eyes, neither one looking away. They began to lean in closer and closer. Monkey D. Luffy and Nico Robin, after 7 years of being best friends since they first met, shared their first kiss with the one they cherished. They stayed linked by their lips for a long while, until a thought came to Luffy's head and he pulled away reluctantly, disappointing Robin greatly. Wait a minute. We can't do this. What? Robin felt like her heart was about to break, having what she always wanted taken away from her in such a cruel fashion. Why not? You were part of the ASLR pirates, Robin, the boy frantically explained. It would be like kissing my sister. The boy then felt like he was about to throw up. Once Robin absorbed his reasoning, she chuckled warmly at this before speaking. It's okay, Luffy. We're not brother and sister. Luffy was in the middle of wringing out his rubber tongue like a wet towel when the dark-haired girl caught his attention. Ace and Sabo shared sake with me when I was 8. That made me their sister, and them my brothers. She smiled at the fond memory before going back to her explanation. They knew how I felt about you, and left you out of it because of that. The boy blinked owlishly for a moment. Oh, he then breathed a sigh of relief. Boy, that's a relief. That would have been gross. Robin giggled at this. I quite agree. She then made her way back to the Yo and wrapped her arms around his neck. Luffy immediately knew what she was doing, and smiled as they shared another warm kiss. There was nothing to hold them back from what they wanted, and what they wanted was each other. They were Luffy and Robin, together at last. They spent some time looking up at the sky, watching the enormous, fluffy clouds go by in the wide-open blue sky, smiling in bliss at having one and the other holding them close. Luffy leaned his head down and gave Robin a kiss atop her head, making the girl smile in delight. Robin, he spoke up, lifting himself so he could look at Robin. The girl followed suit, still having a bright smile on her face. When I go out to sea, I want you to come with me. Robin was shocked at the proposal, feeling her mind had just hit a wall. If you come with me, I can help you find the Pono Whatsits and that true history just like you wanted. He explained as if it was the simplest idea in the world. Also, I don't want you to be alone once I leave. Robin's blindsided by the obvious fact that she had neglected to see. Once Luffy left to become the Pirate King, she'd be alone again. She refused to ever go back to those miserable days of having no one, and agreed to join Luffy on his journey in a heartbeat. Yes, Luffy, I'd love to go with you. I never want to be separated from you. Ever. The straw-hatted boy smiled with glee, as he and his new love celebrated their union with another passionate kiss. Dadna and her gang were just lounging about the outside of the cabin, enjoying the fresh air and drinking the odd bottle here and there to pass the time. A rustle of bushes caught their attention, and Luffy and Robin came out of the forest, and to their utter surprise, holding hands. Jaws dropped and eyes popped at seeing this open display. They're completely ignored as the two young ones laughed at whatever was so funny to them. I'll see you later, Luffy asked with a hint of hope in his voice. Count on it. She nodded in kind, the two sharing one last sweet kiss before Robin made her way back home, waving to the boy as she kept on her way. Luffy waved back with a warm smile, but once turned to make his own way back into the jungle, he saw the overly astonished faces of the bandit woman and her cronies. What's up with you guys? WWW what was? WWW why'd you? WWW what are? The orange-haired woman and her followers had trouble finding the right questions, but Luffy knew what they were trying to ask, chuckling at their reactions. Me and Robin are in love. That's all, he stated simply. The straw-hatted boy then made his way back into the brush of the forest, smiling happily all the way. Once he disappeared, the gang went into a wild frenzy. It's the end of the world. Batten down the hatches, lock the windows, save the booze. As the men panicked and ran about the cabin, Dadden was the only one who remained standing still, her cigarette hanging from her lips loosely. Soon she got a hold of herself, blew a puff of smoke, and gave a hidden smile. It's about time, you snot-nosed kids. It was coming to the end of the day, the sun beginning to set as Robin made her way back home. All the way to when she arrived at her fortune door, the dark-haired girl had a bright smile on her face. She could always count on Luffy to lift her spirits, especially now that they were together at last. Not even the thought of being around her mother could happen her mood. Robin made her way inside, taking a moment to lean against the door and think wistfully of the time she had spent with her best friend and secret crush. Robin, a voice broke her out of her thoughts. Looking up, she saw her mother, standing there with a look of disappointment and growing anger. The dark-haired girl's thoughts about the rubber boy were put on hold, as Olivia pulled out a tattered old book from her folded arms. Why was my diary doing under your pillow this morning? The white-haired mother questioned sternly. Robin felt her body run cold. It was closing time at Party's bar, and Makino was doing her final rounds of cleaning up before heading to bed. As she swept the floor, she heard the doors creak open. Sorry, but we're closed. You'll have to come back, Tomo Olivia. There stood the white-haired scholar, with disheveled hair and tear stains down her cheeks. Makino put her broom to one side. What's the matter? Robin and I had a fight. was the mother's miserable answer. Luffy was now back in the A.S.L. Pirate's treehouse, his home for the past 7 years since Ace and Sabo left. He was laying back on a flat mattress, smiling up at the stars as he remembered the day he had, the memories of he and Robin kissing making his grin bigger and bigger the more he thought of them. Luffy hadn't felt this good in a long time. Not since he, Ace, and Sabo shared she-cups and become brothers. The feeling of him and Robin being together felt like that, but a million times better. He couldn't get rid of his smile even if he wanted to. Luffy, a familiar sweet voice called out to him through the silence, making him look up in surprise. He looked down the hole where the treehouse's basket dumbwaiter dangled, spotting his new girl at the bottom. He couldn't see her properly through the dark of the night, but he smiled down at where she stood, happy to see her again. "Hey, Robin," he waved down to her blissfully. "Could you bring me up?" There was a trembler in her voice, but unfortunately he didn't quite catch it. "Sure." He shot his hand down to her, feeling her take it and pulling it back up with her rising off the ground. He pulled her through the hole and retracted his hand back. "Guess yo wanted to kiss again, huh?" The sound of sobbing caught him off guard, and once he got a closer look, he saw that Robin was incredibly distraught, crying her eyes out as she bit her bottom lip. "Robin, oh, Luffy." She continued to cry as she lunged toward him and wrapped her arms around his neck, the stunned boy wrapping his own arms slowly around him in the process. "I just had the worst fight with my mother." Makino placed 2 hot cups of coffee down on the counter and slid one over to Olivia, who was now sitting at the bar, still with a defeated look on her face. Makino folded her arms on the bar and leaned over, concerned for her friend and employee. "What happened?" Olivia took a sip from her mug before going into her explanation. "I found one of my old journals under Robin's pillow. She'd been studying the poneglyphs behind my back, against my wishes. I asked her what she was doing with it. I said I wasn't doing anything with it, but she didn't believe me." The girl was now sitting on the floor of the treehouse, leaning her back against the sill of one of the rickety windows of the structure. Luffy was sitting next to her, rubbing her back gently to comfort her. "She told me not to lie, so I told her the truth. After all these years, she still wants to go after those blasted poneglyphs." The white-haired mother slightly seethed. "After everything I went through, those cursed things still managed to find a way to haunt me, and through my own daughter no less." Making simply listened to the distraught woman, frowning sadly at the turn of events the mother and daughter had come to. "I've told her time and time again that those poneglyphs bring nothing but trouble." The white-haired scholar continued. "I know that they're dangerous, but but it's my dream," she declared loudly, anger rolling off her words. Luffy didn't even flinch when she raised her voice, as if expecting her to. "Ever since I was little, the poneglyphs have been my obsession since I could first hold a book." The daughter carried on. "But it's an obsession that leads to destruction," Olivia clarified, straining herself as she relived the argument a few moments ago. "And if there's anyone who knows that for a fact, it's me. I lost so many of my friends on our expedition, when the Marines attacked us from out of nowhere. I still have nightmares of watching them die." Olivia clutched at her mug as if for her life. Makino reached over to take her hands in hers, wanting to offer as much comfort as she could. "I know how dangerous it is, Luffy, but it's my life," Robin states with passion. "I told her I was going to uncover the lost century no matter what. But then, I banned her from studying the poneglyphs, along with any other foreign nation's history ever again." The mother spoke with as much authority as she did to her daughter. "As far as I'm concerned, the part of my life where I was an archaeologist is over." "Well, it's not for me," Robin shouted. "I don't care what she says, I'm going to find the poneglyphs, with or without her help." I told her that even if I was to let her go, there's no one else out there that would dare risk their life for a bunch of rocks with words on them. The ex-archaeologist started to speak a little louder, which gave Makino that the fight was coming to a not-so-good end. "I told her that you would." Robin looked to the boy next to her, her eyes still shedding tears as she kept up her story. "I told her that you were going to take me out to sea with you once you reached 17. And that's when she said." Robin began to tear up once again. "She said that she was never going out to sea, and that she was never to see Luffy again." The bar was silent for a long while. Olivia looked down into her still steaming mug, while Making could only look at the distressed mother in pity. "Oh, Olivia." Makino reached out to place a hand on the white-haired woman's hand. "I know you want to keep her safe, but it's not worth breaking her heart to do so." "But what else can I do?" the white-haired woman asked desperately. "I can't keep her here for the rest of her life, but I don't want her to get herself hurt out there either." Makino smiled sadly as she stepped around the bar counter and sat in the stool next to her. She placed a comforting hand on the ex-archaeologist's back. "Do you not think I'm afraid for Luffy?" Olivia looked at the bartender in surprise. "He wants to become the Pirate King. That's too dangerous to even imagine. But as much as I don't want to let him go, I have to. It was the same with Ace and Sabo. I didn't want them to leave, but I couldn't keep them from what they wanted." The distraught mother gazed at the green-haired woman, wondering what point she was getting at. "Because sooner or later, they have to make their own way. Their lives will eventually become their lives. Olivia's eyes shot open at this, then for the second time that night, broke down crying as Makino held her close in the empty bar. The mother knew what she had to do, but she didn't have to like it. Robin had been pulled into an embrace courtesy of her first friend and crush, and was letting her tears fall freely. Luffy let the girl cry into his shoulder, while looking off into the distance, as if musing with an invisible force that only he could see, and talking to it with his own mind. After some time passed, Luffy brought the girl to look her in the eye, her face contorted in emotional pain. "Robin," he spoke softly, but earnestly, "what do you want to do?" Robin sniffed her nose while recomposing herself. "What? Your mom wants you to stay, and I want you to come with me," the boy explained, acting in a mature that Robin never seen from him before. As she looked into his intense eyes, she had to be honest. Robin felt quite weak at the knees. Luffy carried on with asking Robin a final question. "But I want to hear it from you, Robin. What do you want to do?" Robin gave the question some actual thought, not wanting to dive right into a choice with reckless abandon. Luffy may be good at that, but she wanted to be a little more responsible. After mulling over her intentions, she showed a determined face. "I want to do it, Luffy. I want to find the true history of the world." Luffy showed a proud smile. The mother and the bartender made their way quickly up the mountainside, spotting Daden sitting on the porch of her cabin. "Daden," Making cried out, "have you seen Luffy or Robin anywhere? I haven't seen those two come out of the forest since I saw them kiss this morning." The orange-haired woman spat. This made both women freeze in place. Luffy and Robin." Makino was stuttering repeatedly, but Olivia interjected before she could continue. "There are more important things to focus on at the moment. Do you know where they could be?" the mother asked earnestly. "For all I know, they're in that wreck of a treehouse the brat calls home." Daden hiked a thumb in the direction of the dark jungle. "Thank you." Olivia nodded to the bandit leader quick before heading straight for the forest, Makino following close behind. "Don't you think you should have gone with them, boss?" One of her men spoke up from behind her. "If they've got a mess, then they've got to clean it up. It's got nothing to do with me." Daden bellowed back as she went back to stargazing, smoke rising from her cigarette into the night sky. "So they better fix whatever's wrong." Luffy heaved a large dinghy off a bank into the water, which led out into the wide open ocean. "There, that should do it." The two newly formed lovers had made the decision to forego waiting for Luffy to become 17 and head out for the sea as soon as they could. The straw-hatted boy kept into the boat, wobbling a little as he found his balance on the uneven motion of the waves of the sea. "Ready, Robin?" The boy turned back to his girl. He was pretty eager to set off, but Robin was still a little unnerved by the sudden turn of events. Choosing to ignore her anxiety, she shook her head of negative thoughts and put on a brave smile. "Yes, let's." A rustle of bush behind them made her stop. Turning around, the two saw both Olivia and Makino step out of the brush and into view. "I'll never get used to walking through this place," the green-haired woman groaned. "Robin," Olivia cried out as she spotted her daughter, looking as if she were about to step into a boat with the straw-hatted boy. "What are you doing?" Robin was blindsided by seeing her mother again, but her anger began to boil up as she stood before the white-haired woman. "What I want to do, mother. I'm heading out to sea with Luffy, and there's nothing you can do to stop me." "This is insane, Robin," the mother cried as she stepped toward her daughter, who stepped back as she approached. "You don't have any supplies, no map or compass, you're just hopping into a boat and hoping for the best. Do you have any idea how reckless that is?" "Luffy and I will get by," she stubbornly stated. She knew that her mother was right, but she was in no mood for admitting it. "Luffy," Makino stepped up next to chastise the straw-hatted boy. "I thought you were going to wait until you were 17, just like your brothers did. Was that a lie, or did you feel like breaking that promise all of a sudden?" A guilty expression made its way on the rubber boy's face. He hopped out of the boat and back onto dry land, making his way over to the three females. "It's not like that. Robin wanted to go after those Pono thingies and said that her mom wasn't going to let her, so I said that I would and ... The boy's lower lip began to quiver as he suddenly fell to his knees and clutched his head in anguish. "I'm sorry, Ace. I'm sorry, Sabo. I just wanted to help Robin." Makino sighed at the boy's blubbering, while Olivia and Robin continued to have their discussion. "Robin, you are not going out on that boat." "Then what am I allowed to do, mother?" Robin raged. "I can't read, I can't study, I can't go out to sea. I can't see Luffy ever again. What do you want me to do?" "I want you," Olivia sighed as she let go of her building frustration. "I want you ... to be happy." Robin's scowl softened at this, while Luffy and Makino looked on from afar. "Robin, I'm sorry," the mother confessed. "I'm sorry that I said those horrible things back at home ... But you have to understand, I was scared. Scared of you leaving, and..." She couldn't bear to say it, but everyone knew what he was talking about. She gave another small sigh before continuing. "I know now that there is nothing I can do to stop you ... and no way to stop you from following in my footsteps." She then gave a frown. I don't want to lose you. Robin ... not like this ... not in any way ... but if this is how you want to live your life, I won't stand in your way anymore. Mother, Robin spoke wistfully. Olivia raised her arms, moisture coming to her eyes. I love you, Robin. Please don't hate me. Robin felt her eyes begin to well up. She made a desperate dash to her mother and wrapped her arms around her. Mother, Mama, I could never hate you. The mother and daughter shared their embrace for a good long while. Makino wiped a stray tear from her face, while Luffy was bawling massive globs of moisture from his eyes. The Nico family had faced a decisive disagreement, and thankfully came out the other end still in one piece. Well ... now that that's all taken care of, Makino spoke up, gaining the others' attention. Once all eyes were on her, she let out a massive squeal of delight, making Luffy and the Nikos throw their hands up to their ears to block out the pain. She squealed so loud, in fact, she managed to scare off a number of wild animals that had been gathering around the fort. You and Luffy are together. She pulled Robin and Luffy by both of their hands and grabbed them up in a huge group hug. I knew you two were going to be a cute couple. I just knew it. Luffy and Robin bashfully laughed along with the bartender, as Olivia chuckled herself at the fact. What was that noise? A random bandit asked in a panicked state. Sounded like a giant bat. Another chewed on his fingernails in fear. I hope Makino and Olivia are okay. Another worried out loud. Daden simply kept looking up at the stars, blowing a puff of smoke from her massive lips. It's about time, you knuckleheads. For the rest of the time Luffy and Robin spent of Dawn Island, they threw themselves into preparing for their future. Luffy devoted most of his time to training in the Mount Corvo forest, fighting with any and every wild animal that was bigger than him. He would train his devil fruit powers in the A.S.L.R. Pirate's old fighting ring, coming up with more and more crazy attacks that were so bizarre yet devastating. The animals of the jungle grew a sense of staying as far away from the rubber boy as much as they could. He was more of an animal than they were. Robin finally got to study the poneglyphs, along with the help of her dear mother. The two would spend many days and nights looking through Olivia's old journals and notes on what she had found about the ancient slabs of stone. The dark-haired girl also made sure to put in time on practicing her devil fruit powers, finding the right combination of arms she could sprout for certain situations, and finding the right balance to turn the tide of a fight in her favor. Finally, the last few months had passed. Luffy was now 17. The young couple's journey was about to begin. Nico Robin was waiting for Luffy on her usual stump, as she realized, for the very last time. She had a small satchel flung over her shoulder, showing that she was ready to leave as he was. Daden's gang of bandits watched from the inside of their shack, all crying silent tears of having to watch the dark-haired girl and the straw-hatted boy go. The bandit leader herself seemed to not care either way, looking off at a random corner of the cabin. Soon enough, Luffy came out of the brush, a heavily packed backpack hanging from his shoulders. He spotted Robin in a heartbeat, and a huge smile broke out across his face. Robin, he waved to her. The girl's face lit up with her own smile as she waved back to him. Hello, Luffy. The two met in front of the cabin, beaming with eagerness to start their journey. The two shared a quick kiss, which made the gang behind them weep all the more, before looking back at each other. Ready to go? Luffy asked. Ready. Robin nodded. The two smiled at each other before looking back toward the bandit shack. Bye, guys, Luffy called out, waving his arms over his head. We'll miss you. Robin followed with much gentler wave. All the bandits' waterworks were now on full blast. WAHHH. We'll miss you too. The only one who didn't say anything was Daden, who looked back for a second before grunting and looking back at her corner. Hey, Daden, Luffy cried out as he ran over to the cabin's front doorway, managing to get the grumpy woman's attention. Huh, she cowered back. I still hate mountain bandits, was his declaration. Who the heck cares? She roared back. But ... you're pretty cool. Luffy finished with a snicker. Daden pulled out a handkerchief and began to bawl her eyes out, avoiding eye contact as she did so. Just get out of here already, you rotten little turd. Miss Daden. Robin was the one to speak up next, who came up from behind Luffy in a much more polite fashion. Daden came out of her crying fit as she put back on her tough woman act. What do you want, girlie? The dark-haired girl gave a deep bow. Thank you for everything you've done for me, and for looking after Luffy and his brothers as you have. Daden blew her off. Yeah, whatever. And, if it's all right with you, the girl shyly interjected. May I call you my Aunt Daden? The tears were back as soon as Robin finished her question. You can call me whatever you like. It makes no difference to me. No, get out of here, both of you. Robin buckled warmly at the bandit woman's behavior before turning around and leaving, following Luffy's pace as they made their way to Fuchsia Village's harbor. The whole town had gathered together to see the two soon-to-be pirate lovebirds seal off. The young couple had been given a small dinghy, courtesy of one of the townsfolk. The straw-hatted boy and dark-haired girl were sat in the center of the boat, saying their final farewells to everyone. Be safe out there, Luffy, Makino called from up above the two. You too, Robin. If you two really do this, you'll never be allowed back on this island. The mayor grumpily spoke up. Oh, hush you. The green-haired woman slapped Whoop Slap on the arm, earning a grumble of disapproval from the man. Take care of yourself, Robin. Olivia had knelt down to speak personally to her daughter. I will, Mama, don't worry. The dark-haired girl answered back. I'm your mother, dear. Olivia placed a hand on Robin's shoulder. It's my job to worry about you. Robin smiled, and the mother and daughter shared one last embrace. Olivia then looked up from her daughter and aimed her sight to the straw-hatted boy. Make sure my Robin is safe out there, Luffy, and take care. No problem, Ms. Olivia. Luffy beamed a toothy smile, earning a small chuckle from the mother. Once the Nikos broke off, Olivia stood back up, holding back as much of her tears as she could, with Robin wiping away a few of her own. The girl turned to her man, a smile taking place on her face. All set, Luffy. One last thing, he stated as he stood up straight and put his fists in the air. Ace, Sabo, we're heading out now. We'll see you guys again soon. Wish me and Robin luck. Some of the townsfolk were confused to the boy's sudden words. The heck was that, Luffy? Some sort of good luck chant? Nah, the boy shook his head. Just a promise me and Robin made. The dark-haired girl chuckled warmly at his answer. You ever heard of an Ace or Sabo before? One citizen asked another. Nope, can't say I have. The other shook his head. All right, Robin, Luffy announced ecstatically. Let's shove off. Once the rope was untied from the harbor, the small vessel was off, and Luffy and Robin were heading out to the Foster Bay's opening. The townsfolk waved them off and sang out farewells. Olivia was teary-eyed, but managed to wave her daughter off, holding her with one arm and doing the same. When the two small boat was nearing the clearing out to sea, a massive explosion of water erupted before them, taking Robin by surprise, but Luffy was as calm as could be. Once the vapor of the blast evaporated, what was left before them was a humongous eel monster with razor-sharp teeth and blood-red eyes. Well, look who it is, Luffy said to himself. It's the Serpent of the Bay. A random citizen cried out. Robin, Olivia panicked, nearly jumping into the water to save her daughter. She was held back by the town's bartender, and when Olivia looked back to force her way out of her grasp, she saw a worried expression on Makino's face, but also that the green-haired wanted to see what would happen next. Perplexed by the woman holding her's behavior, Olivia looked back out to where Robin and Luffy were still facing the massive creature. Robin was shaken by the sudden appearance by the giant serpent, but she was more worried about how Luffy was doing. If she remembered Luffy's story from when he first met Shanks clearly, then this had to be the beast that took off the pirate captain's arm when he saved Luffy's life. Stay back, Robin. The straw-hatted boy guided his hand back to the girl behind him, electing her to stay in place. I got this. The serpent looked down on the small vessel, growling in anticipation for a morning snack. I was hoping to run into you again. Luffy looked the monster in the eye, and took hold of his right wrist with his left. This one's for Shanks. Luffy shot his fist back behind him, the rubber limb stretching all the way back to the Fuchsia harbor, where it came close to touching the still-gathered crowd. Gum gum. The master dived for the little boat, roaring in glee, until Luffy pulled his fist back and blasted the beast right in its jaw, shattering its teeth and sending its slithery form up out of the water and floating high in the air, knocked out on impact. Pistol. The crowd at the harbor went ballistic, cheering for the boy as they watched the beast fall back into the ocean, making laughed in pride and thankfulness of Luffy's safety and strength, while Olivia was holding her hand up to her face in relief and amazement at her daughter's safety and the boy's power. If she needed any proof that Robin was in good hands, this was it. Robin watched as the Sephen fell down around her and Luffy, the crashing of the beast back into the water acting like a makeshift fireworks display for his first conquest and the start of their journey. Luffy was laughing his head off, glad to have finally paid the sea monster back for what he did years ago. The two looked to each other and broke out into laughter. After a while, as their boat finally made its way out of the bay, Robin spoke up. I'm going to do it, Luffy. The straw-hatted boy looked back at the dark-haired woman in curiosity. I'm going to find the true history. Luffy nicked in pride at his girl's declaration, and stood up from his spot as he cried out to the sky. And I'm going to be the Pirate King. Well, this is a spot of bother. I know, right? That is one huge whirlpool. That was the dilemma the pirate couple were facing at that moment. Only a few hours after setting sail for their dreams, the two come across a whirlpool big enough to swallow their tiny vessel with ease. Well, now what are we gonna do? In a situation like this, Luffy would probably hop into a barrel and hope for the best, but since Robin was here, he needed to come up with a plan that would help both him and her from getting sucked underwater. Robin looked around for anything that could help them in their dire situation. Suddenly, she spotted something. Luffy, over there. The straw-hatted boy looked to where she was pointing, and spotted a large sailing ship opposite from where their little dinghy was across the whirlpool. Good eye, Robin. Think you can get us over there? She wondered as she kept her eye on the vessel. One way to find out. Luffy declared as he took hold of Robin with an arm around her was it, and slung his other limb as far as he could. He was able to snag onto the side of the ship with ease. He grinned in triumph as he turned to Robin, giving her a look that said, "Hold on. Gum gum rocket." With a swift motion, he and his girl shot out of the boat before it began going down the whirlpool stream, and soared through the air until they made it to the vessel, Luffy making sure to catch Robin in both of his arms on their way down. "Why, thank you, Luffy," she smiled sweetly. Luffy giggled as he placed the girl gently on her feet. The two then walked away to explore the ship, while two sailors who were on break came back and made their way to where the young couple was just a few moments ago. That hit the spot," a portly sailor said to the lanky sailor beside him. "Tell me about it. Our chef makes the best brew WOAH. Look at that whirlpool." The tall sailor exclaimed in surprise. "Hey, is that a sailboat?" The stout one spotted Luffy and Robin's previous vessel, still being dragged under by the strong current. "Hope nobody was in there." The tall one panicked. He then shot his eyes up to the lookout point of the ship. "Hey, what are you doing up there? Didn't you see that boat go under?" Stirred from his slumber, the sailor on lookout yawned before cracking an eye open. "See what? A ship just got sucked into that whirlpool, and you were napping the whole time." The tall sailor barked. "What are you talking about?" The lookout began scouring the horizon. "I don't see anything." It was at that point that the lookout did see something. A bright pink ship with a skull and crossbones for a flag. Luffy pushed two large doors open, letting him and his girl in to see a wide-open ballroom, with white pillars acting as decorative support and golden chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. Men and women who were clearly of high living qualities were scattered about the hall, talking amongst themselves, or dancing to the string quartet who were set in one of the corners. "Hey, it's a party," Luffy exclaimed in delight. "This must be a cruise ship for nobles." Robin mused out loud, seeing the fancy garbs the guests were draped in. She was taken out of her thoughts by Luffy grabbing her hand. "I'm famished. Come on, let's go grab a bite." The dark-haired girl chuckled in agreement as she let her man lead her to the hors d'oeuvre table. Unbeknownst to them, across the ballroom stood a slender young girl, with pixie-short ginger hair wearing a flowing tan-colored dress, looking out the large window of the ship's stern, a distant look in her eyes. A tap on her shoulder brought her away from the view to see a young nobleman wearing a bright green button shirt, holding his hand out to her. "May I have this dance?" he asked politely. The girl gave a small shrug, then smiled at the man as she gave him her hand, believing that a spot of dancing will help take her mind off things. Back with the pirate couple, Luffy was sniffing at a strange blue goo on a spoon, going so far as to give it a taste lick. Some patrons of the party next to him grimaced at his behavior and moved away from the grotesque sight. Luffy blanched at the foreign taste. "What is this blue stuff? Tastes like it's off." "That would be caviar, Luffy," Robin deduced for him. "Salted fish eggs." "Fish eggs." Luffy dropped the spoon as if it had become red hot. "Gross. Why would anyone want to eat this stuff? And why's everything so small? I need more than this to fill me up. And why don't they have any meat?" Robin couldn't help but chuckle at the rubber boy's ranting. Luffy looked at her as she chuckled, then out over at the dancing couples on the ballroom floor, swaying around and enjoying themselves. Luffy looked back at Robin and grew a little shy. "You The dark-haired girl looked to him, seeing him shuffle his feet and look away in nervousness. "Would you like to dance, Robin?" The girl blushed at the request. She turned to see the rest of the guests dancing before back to him. She smiled kindly as she gave him her hand. "I would be delighted." Luffy smiled wide at this, took his girl's hand and guided her to the dance floor. The two interlocked with Luffy's hand on Robin's hip and her hand on his shoulder. Robin knew how bad Luffy was at dancing and made sure to go slow for the both of them. "You can just follow my lead, Luffy." She put his mind at ease, to which he sighed with gratitude. "Thanks, Robin." He smiled. The pirate couple gently made their way around the dance floor, occasionally looking into each other's eyes. The both silently agreed that this was quite the romantic start to their journey. As they continued to dance, Luffy accidentally bumped into someone behind him, nearly making them stumble. "Oh, sorry." The ones that they had bumped into were the ginger-haired girl and the nobleman she was dancing with. "Oh, no, it's a light." The redhead chuckled passively, but her dance partner wasn't so forgiving. "Would you mind watching where you're going?" he growled out. He said he was sorry. Robin spoke up for her man, a dark gleam in her eyes. "What more do you want?" The man felt a shiver run down his spine at the glare the dark-haired girl gave him, while Nami was perplexed by the odd duo she had bumped into. I don't remember seeing you two boarding this ship." Apparently, the nobleman had found his courage once more. "You wouldn't happen to be stowaways, would you?" "Well, we kind of are." The straw-hatted boy's mouth was covered immediately by his girl's hand, the girl clearing her throat to help him grasp the situation. The nobleman ground his teeth at the insolence these two strangers were showing, while the redhead kept wondering who these two even were. Away from the small scuffle, the captain of the ship, with a thick black mustache and wearing a crisp white uniform, was chatting with a few of the guests. I noticed a rather large whirlpool close to the ship outside. A noblewoman voiced her worry. Won't the ship be pulled in? Nonsense. The captain put the woman's mind at ease. This ship is the finest of its kind. A little whirlpool like that won't do a thing to us. I guarantee this ship can handle anything. Hey, what's the matter? The portly sailor called up to the lookout. You fall asleep again or something? PPP. The lookout couldn't find the words quick enough to warn the others, as the bright pink ship opened fire in their direction with a blast of its cannons. Pirates off the starboard bow. Right after that, the cannon fire landed close to the cruise ship, blasting water around the vessel, clearly as a warning shot. The force of the blasts were so powerful, they managed to rock the ship violently among the waves. Inside the ballroom, the guests fell with the sudden motion of the ship, falling to the floor and screaming in surprise and panic. Luffy managed to stay on his feet and grabbed hold of Robin, steadying her before she fell. The nobleman who was scolding them before was now quaking in fear, while the girl behind him was straining in pain. You're standing on my foot, she growled under her breath. As the bright pink pirate ship continued to bombard the cruise ship with warning shots, a gravely yet feminine voice spoke up. Kobe, why yes, Ms. Alvida. A small quivering boy, with pink hair and thick dark blue specks, cried out instantly at the mention of his name. Who's the most beautiful woman on all the seas? The deep voice asked. That would be you, Ms. Alvida, pirate, ma'am, was the boy's instant reply. The voice began to chuckle, then cackle in glee. The voice belonged to an enormous, middle-aged woman who was as big as a house and as stout as a tree stump. In her wrinkled hands, she slammed a massive spike club that was close to being the same size as her down onto the deck floor before her. Right you are, she agreed, showing a smile with her lips covered in a thick, unappealing lather of lipstick. And only the most beautiful woman on the seas gets to have whatever valuable trinkets that floating jewelry box has to offer. Oh, of course, Ms. Alvida. Kobe agreed in an instant once more, like a beaten puppy doing whatever it took to not get punished again. So, we gonna raid that ship now, or what, Captain? A largely built pirate grinned at the notion of some action. Of course. The overweight woman lifted her club in one hand with ease as she pointed at the vessel before them. Let's bring about and have some fun, boys. The crew behind her cheered, ready to cause some chaos. Kobe forced a smile, but felt like he wanted to be anywhere else but here. Back on the cruise ship, the vessel gave another violent tip to the other side, making Luffy and Robin land against a vacant table. What's going on? The straw-hatted boy asked aloud. If I had to guess, this ship is about to be raided by pirates, the dark-haired girl deduced. The straw-hatted boy then placed his hands on her shoulders, bringing her close to look her in the eye, with a serious expression across his face. Robin, Luffy spoke determinedly. We gotta get out of here. The young archaeologist looked to her man, wondering if he had some sort of plan. If those pirates find the pantry of this place, I'm gonna starve to death, was the rubber boy's reasoning. Robin could have thought less of him, but this was why she fell in love with him. All right, Luffy, let's go. As the two snuck out of a side door, the red-headed girl had also pulled a disappearing act of her own. The bright pink pirate vessel had made it to the cruise ship and run across its side, positioned for the opposing crew to latch onto it with a multitude of grappling hooks and draw it in closer. As soon as it was in boarding distance, the Alvida pirate crew stormed the ship, ready to make a profit of the innocents. All except Kobe. Kobe, Alvida yelled out, startling the poor boy, who was shaking on the spot with a rope in his hand. What are you waiting for? Get over there. But I don't think I can make it. The small child spoke up. Am I hearing things, or did you just talk back to me? The large woman inquired as she closed in on him. And no, Lady Alvida, I swear I. Cody shut his flapping mouth when the pirate woman was towering above him. Get going, already. Alvida decided to give the boy a boost across the ship, with a swift kick up Kobe's backside, sending him flying toward the ship, yelling in pain. When Kobe made a rather painful landing, he suddenly had to move when Alvida came flying at him right after. He barely had enough time to dodge before the rotund woman landed and crashed into the ship much like the cannonballs she had been firing beforehand. Kobe ran away screaming in fear, heading down into the cruise ship's interior. He ran through the endless corridors of the ship's insides, until he found a vacant room and ran inside it, panting for breath as he stopped for a moment. That ... was a close one. He gasped those strained breaths. Well, look who it is. A voice brought the boy out of his heavy breathing. Turning around, he saw that 3 of Alvida's crew were walking into the same room as him, all with cruel smirks on their faces. Our favorite little cabin boy. The shortest of the 3 insulted the boy, sneaking off to hide from the captain again. Kobe, another one of the 3, the tallest of them, jeered, enjoying the sight of watching Kobe squirm. And no, not at all. The small boy defended himself weakly, just looking to see if anything was worth taking around here. Pirate's life and all, you know. Yeah, we know. The last of the 3, a large husky one, stepped forward, cracking his knuckles in a show of force. We know that this isn't the first time you've ran and hid on a raid before. Wonder what Captain Alvida would do to you if she found out. Please don't tell her," the boy begged, nearly falling to his knees as tears came to his eyes. "I'll do whatever you want, just please don't tell her." The three pirates laughed, enjoying the privilege of making their cabin boy cry. Suddenly, a doorway between Kobe and the large pirate swung open, slamming into the pirate's face out of nowhere. This took the boy and the other two pirates by surprise, with all three dropping their jaws in unison. Stepping out of the doorway came a straw-hatted boy, patting his now enlarged belly with a satisfied smile on his face. As he patted his inflated stomach, he soon gave a rather large burp. That hit the spot," he exclaimed happily, until two sword blades were pointed in his face. Looking to the owners of the weapons, he saw two pirates looking mad as all heck. "What?" the boy asked simply. "Do you know what you just did?" The tall man barked. "You're gonna regret that." The short man ceased, only to be interrupted by an incredibly attractive girl coming out from the door next. Both the men and the small boy found themselves stunned by the beauty before them. "What is it, Luffy?" she asked quizzically. "These guys are mad at me, and I don't know why." He pointed to the fuming pirate duo. "Perhaps it has something to do with that gentleman down there." She pointed down at the unconscious pirate on the floor, who had a dazed smile on his face. Luffy looked down to the knocked-out man and realized what was wrong. "Oh, sorry about that. Didn't see him." "Oh, you're gonna be sorry, all right." The short pirate pulled back his blade, his tall partner doing the same, each making ready to run the two through. Back in the ballroom, all the guests had been rounded up and were surrounded by Alvida and her crew. "All right, folks, you know how this works," the large lady ordered smugly. "Give us everything that glitters, and that's all we'll take. Try anything funny, and we start taking lives." As Alvida's crew snickers at the scared faces of the nobles, up on the stands, the redhead girl was hiding behind one of the supporting columns. With a grin and a gleam in her eye, she pulled her dress off in one swift motion and was now donning a motley pirate outfit. Sneaking off from the crowd-sized shakedown, the girl made her way to one of the grappling hooks still clinging onto the ship and made her way across. Once she was on board Alvida's galleon, she began searching the whole ship for what she was looking for. Kobe covered his eyes, not wishing to see the bloodshed about to happen. As he did, what sounded like a flinging rubber band went off. He dared to open his eyes and saw that the boy and girl were fine. The two pirates were now weaponless and afraid, and their blades had been embedded into the ceiling above them. "Watch what you're doing with those," Luffy scolded the bewildered duo. "You could have cut Robin." "WWW." The two now quivering crooks stuttered. Who are you?" "I'm Monkey D. Luffy." He pulled the girl to his side close. "And this is my girl, Robin. A pleasure to meet you." The dark-haired girl giggled. Meeting the incredibly odd couple became too much for the pirates, so they scooped up the unconscious crewmate and bailed from the room, close to crying as they fled. "Lady Alvida, Lady Alvida." Luffy and Robin chuckled as they watched them go, until the straw-hatted boy's stomach began to rumble. I'm hungry again." "There's still plenty of stock left in the pantry, Luffy," Robin advised. "Sweet, let's eat." The boy led Robin toward the pantry once more, the girl smiling as she let him lead the way. All the while, Kobe was watching the two who had completely ignored him this whole time, until he decided to speak up. Wait a minute." The odd couple stopped before heading in, finally taking notice of the small boy. "Who are you?" Luffy asked quizzically. "How long have you been there?" Robin was bewildered with how the bespectacled boy had gone unnoticed to even her this whole time. My name's Kobe." The pink-haired boy introduced himself shyly. "And if I were you, I'd get out of here while I still could." "How come?" Luffy titled his head in confusion. "Do you have any idea what you've just done?" The boy seemed like he was close to wetting himself. "Do you have any idea who's gonna come after you?" "Where is Kobe, that little rat?" The rotund pirate woman stomped up and down the deck of the now-captured cruise ship. "I didn't see him helping out with the loot. If he's run off to hide again somewhere, I'm gonna." Lady Alvida. The large lady didn't get to finish as three of her men, one of them out cold, came barging out of a deck hatch, the two carrying him close to tears. "What's up with you two?" she bellowed. There's some kinda monster down here." One of the panicking pirates cried out, pointing his finger down below. "With a cute girl with him, too," the other chimed in, only to throw his hands up to his mouth as he realized what he just said. "Cute," Alvida whispered, making the rest of her crew take a step back. "So she's cute, is she?" The crew all gulped. "Cuter than me, then, is she?" She clasped her club tightly in anger and began to raise it up. The two who arrived began scrambling back into the hole, leaving their friend to wake up. "More beautiful than me, then, is she?" What's going on?" the pot-bellied pirate asked innocently. "Don't you dare say another girl's more beautiful than me." Before the bloated pirate man could figure out his surroundings, the much more bloated pirate woman threw her club right at him and sent him flying off the ship like a ball struck by a bat, far off into the distance where he became barely a speck before disappearing. Alvida was seething with rage, breathing heavily to calm herself. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Anyone that says another woman is prettier than me ever again, I'll give them that, but worse. Got it. Why yes, Lady Alvida. Her loyalty-frightened crew agreed in unison. Now, Alvida stomped over to her club before picking it back up and placing it on her shoulder. Let's get a look of this pretty girl that took my men's eyes off me. So, if I may reiterate, Luffy, Robin, and Kobe were now back in the cruise ship's pantry, with the straw-hatted boy snacking on a bushel of apples, Robin sitting beside him with one in her hands, and Kobe sitting on the floor, currently in awe at how much Luffy was putting away. You boarded what you thought was your fishing boat, but it turned out to be a pirate longboat belonging to Lady Alvida and her pirate crew, and have been forced to be their cabin boy ever since. The dark-haired girl listed off the story that Kobe had told them. The spectacled boy was still watching Luffy eat more than his weight in food, but managed to snap out of it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Luffy swallowed a mouthful before he said anything. Why don't you just stand up to her, or run away if you hate it so much? Are you kidding? Kobe cried out in outrage. If Lady Alvida caught wind of me even thinking about making a run for it, I'll be on the business end of her club. So you're dead if you do, and dead if you don't. Luffy began to laugh, only to get nudged in the sides by Robin, who gave him an unimpressed glare. Luffy immediately stopped, while Robin looked back the small pink-haired boy with pity. Kobe, she spoke softly, making the boy look at her in slight awe. It had been a while since anyone had talked to him in such a gentle manner. I know what it's like to be surrounded by people who mistreat you. But what helped me to survive those awful days was focusing on what I wanted to do with my life, my dream. Kobe's eyes widened slightly at her words. Do you have a dream, Kobe? Robin inquired. The boy shuffled in his spot, as if wrestling with himself on whether or not he should speak. Well, he finally found the courage to pen his mouth. I've always wanted ... to be a Marine. A Marine? Luffy asked through another mouthful of apple. Yes, Kobe shot up from the floor, clutching his fist in a passion that had been long suppressed. I've always wanted to be a Marine, beating up pirates and saving lives. It's been my dream ever since I was a kid. But you're still a kid, Luffy pointed out, earning another elbow to the side from Robin. Kobe was beaming at this point. He hadn't felt like this in what felt like forever. However, his newfound energy was short-lived, as he sank to the floor in depression once more. But that's never gonna happen. If I don't even have the guts to stand up to Alvida, how could I ever become a Marine? Robin and Luffy looked at each other, appearing to have a mental conversation over the boy. They then both gave a smile, as Luffy moved himself over to Kobe and placed a hand on his shoulder. Hey, Kobe. The spectacled boy looked up at him. Do you know what I want to be? The pink-haired child shook his head. I want to be the Pirate King, the straw-hatted boy announced proudly. Kobe blanched. PPP Pirate King? Yep. Luffy nodded. You? Kobe pointed a finger. Luffy nodded again. As so ... you guys. Kobe switched his pointed finger between him and the dark-haired girl. Are pirates, too? Luffy smiled as he took Robin in his one arm, the girl draping herself on her man happily. Kobe looked like he was about to faint. Luffy and Robin looked at each other once again, wondering if it was something they said that made the boy freeze up as he had. The straw-hatted boy reached his hand out, about to shake the pink-haired child out of his stupor. Kobe. The boy suddenly shot up from the floor once again, taking the odd couple by surprise. You actually want to be the Pirate King? Yes. Luffy was getting tired of saying the same thing. But that means going to the Grand Line, the pirates' graveyard. Kobe are more and more frantic the more he talked. You'd have to go through the Navy, the Sea Kings, and any other pirate that wants to go after that treasure. Not to mention any of the other crazy things that happen out there. You can't go to the Grand Line. You'll get yourself killed. It's impossible. You'll never make it. Kobe's ranting was interrupted by Luffy clocking over the head with his fist. Luffy, Robin gasped. She was only ignored as Luffy came out of her arms and stood over the now groaning boy. Why'd you hit me? Kobe was close to tears. He'd never been hit that hard, not even by Alvida. Seemed like the only way to make you stop, was the straw-hatted boy's honest answer. Kobe could only sigh at this, his defeatist nature getting the better of him. Listen, Kobe. Kobe turned his head up to the boy above him, Luffy taking his hat off and looking at it with a faraway look in his eye. Becoming the Pirate King is my dream, he stated matter-of-factly. And I know how dangerous it is, but I still want to give it a shot, the best shot I can manage. And if I don't make it, then I can say I at least tried. Kobe was now stunned in light awe at Luffy's words. Robin smiled as she too stood up and walked toward her man. It's the same for me. Have you ever heard of the Poneglyphs, Kobe? Kobe shook his head in silent attention. Well, they say that the Poneglyphs are ancient stone slabs that have the missing history of the world on them, Robin continued. My dream is to read them and find that history and hopefully share it with the world. Much like Luffy's goal. Mine has many dangers that will try to stop me, but I want to do it anyway. But why? Kobe asked, hanging off of the dark-haired girl's words. Well, Robin gave it some thought before smiling. Simply, because I want to. Luffy grinned at his girl's words, wrapping his arm around her and pulling her in to give her a kiss on the cheek. Kobe blushed slightly at this public show of affection, the act bringing him out of his awe. Well, that's all we can say, really, Robin concluded for the both of them. Yeah, and I'm good and full now. Luffy patted his belly. The odd couple then began making their way to the panty door. See you around, Kobe. Good luck getting out of your miserable life. Luffy, Robin chided in a lecturing tone. You know what? The small voice stopped the both of them, making them look back to the spectacled boy who was still down on the floor. I'm gonna do it. Do what? Luffy asked with a raised eyebrow. I'm gonna become a Marine, Kobe announced, his timid nature seeming to disappear completely as he shot up from the floor. I'm gonna get out of here, find a boat, sail to the first Navy base I find, and beg them to let me be a Marine. Luffy and Robin gave the boy a small smile, proud of him for taking the first step toward being a little braver. And when I do become a Marine, Kobe clutched his fists, the first pirate I am gonna hunt down is that no good, big, fat, ugly old whale of a pirate. Before Kobe could finish that sentence, the ceiling above them caved in, making the boy scramble for safety, while Luffy shielded Robin from any spare debris. Out of the dust and destruction, a massive figure began to take shape, revealing itself to be Lady Alvida, looking mad as could be. There you are, you little pest. So you were hiding out on another raid again. Kobe's bravery from before disappeared in an instant, turning back into the stuttering, scared little boy he was before. And no, Lady Alvida, I was looking for some food to bring back. I swear. The rotund woman ignored the boy for now as she took in the sight of the two strangers with the pink-haired boy before her. She sneered at the girl. So, you must be the pretty little thing that took my men's eyes off me. She took a moment to look her up and down. Please, I see prettier every time I look in the mirror. Robin didn't even attempt to dignify that accusation with a retort, not liking the spitefulness in the woman's eyes. Alvida then looked over to the boy beside her. And you must be that monster my boys were blubbering about. She looked back up from the hole she made. The string bean is what you were so afraid of? You made it sound like that pirate hunter Zoro showed up. Zoro? Luffy questioned to himself. Alvida looked back to the young couple with a growl. Whatever, none of it's gonna matter once I pound you two into paste. She grinned in malice. But before that, Kobe, the pink-haired boy, flinched at the loud mention of his name. Why yes, Lady Alvida. Hearing the fear back in the boy's voice made Robin dislike the large pirate lady before her all the more. Tell these scrawny little nobodies who the most beautiful woman on the seas is. Alvida ordered as she bounced her dry, knotted black locks of hair with one hand, as if modeling for a picture. Well, Kobe was still stuttering, the sudden entrance of his worst fear shaking him to his core. Oh, that's easy, Luffy piped up, pulling the girl beside him into a tight embrace. Robin, everybody gathered around the odd couple could only stop and stare at the boy and his sudden declaration. Oh, Luffy. Robin threw her hands up to her face to cover her blushing cheeks. What? I'm just telling the truth. The straw-hatted boy went on, proceeding to throw both his arms around her as he squeezed her affectionately. You're the cutest, prettiest, most beautiful girl in the whole wide world. Luffy, stop it. Robin attempted weakly, but was at this point gushing in happiness at Luffy's praising. You're embarrassing me. As the two shared their tender moment, Kobe found himself blushing a little, darting his eyes at anything that wasn't the odd couple's public display of closeness. The pirates looking down into the hole raised an eyebrow each, looking at each other with quizzical expressions. Alvida was grinding her teeth in frustration, jealousy thick in her eyes as she took in the affection taking place before her. As the straw-hatted boy continued to hold Robin close, he then had a thought and stuck his finger out at Alvida. Wait, Kobe, is this that big, fat, ugly pirate you were talking about? Every jaw of every person around the young lovers dropped. Kobe was sweating bullets, aghast at what the straw-hatted boy just said. One of the pirates above was shaking in his boots. He didn't. Another swallowed a lump of fear in his throat. He did. Alvida began to growl under her breath. She clutched her club tight in anger. She ground her teeth in brimming rage. Veins began to strain in her forehead as her fury kept on building. Then soon enough, like a kettle on a stove, Alvida hit her boiling point and blew her top. With a mighty roar, she swung her club high into the air, before bringing it crashing down on where Luffy and Robin were. However, Luffy was too fast for her, as he held Robin tight to himself and dodged out of the way of the massive mace. Luffy landed next to Kobe, who could only gape at the boy's inhuman reflexes. Robin only giggled at the spectacled boy's perplexing sin. Time to go, Luffy announced, grabbing Kobe by the back of his shirt and leaping high into the air and out of the hole. Alvida watched them go, baring her teeth like a rabid wild animal. Once Luffy, Robin, and Kobe were out of the hole, they landed before the now baffled crew of Lady Alvida. Luffy gave the startled thugs a grin before letting go of Robin and Kobe. One brave soul of Alvida's crew charged forward, swinging his blade down at Luffy. Luffy dodged the blade, bending back to give the man a vicious headbutt. How the straw-hatted boy didn't give himself a concussion from that blow, Kobe didn't know. Luffy then sensed a man coming up behind him, and sucker punched him before he could do anything. 4 enemy pirates decided to strike all at once, diving for the boy in unison. Luffy's reflexes allowed him to jump out of the way at the last second, as if in a mocking manner for them being too slow to keep up with him. Out of nowhere, a lone enemy left from the balcony above the straw-hatted boy. His blade crept to split Luffy in two. Almost predictably, Luffy dodged the oncoming attack by merely leaning to one side, as the pirate landed to the ground with no success of his attack. Before he could do anything else, Luffy grabbed him by his head and flung him into his other crewmates, bowling them over into a heap of themselves. Kobe was awestruck with Luffy's abilities, while Robin had a proud smile on her face. But just as Luffy was beginning to enjoy himself, a large mob of Alvida's men appeared behind him, looking ready to tear him apart. "You can't gang up on one guy," Luffy argued as he made a run for it, the fleet of men charging after him. Kobe was frantic of how Luffy was going to get out of this one, while Robin merely smiled knowingly to herself. Luffy passed one of the ship's masts and quickly grabbed hold of it and kept on running. When the enemy crew behind him followed, they stopped and stared at the oddity taking place before them. Luffy's arm had stretched as far as he had run, like rubber. Looking between the straw-hatted boy and his elongated arm, the pirates soon caught on to what was going on. Alvida, for herself, managed to pull herself out of the hole she made in the ship's deck, just in time to see Luffy pull off his next trick. "Gotcha," he grinned. Alvida's crew ran the opposite direction. Their anger turned to utter fright, but that just set them up for the straw-hatted boy. "Gum gum," Luffy declared, setting himself up for something that none of the pirates wanted any part of. "Rocket." Luffy shot himself back at the fleeing crew like a human slingshot and crashed into the lot of them. Robin began to chuckle at the display her man had put on. Watching the terrified faces of their enemies when Luffy stretched like that always put a smile on her face. Kobe's eyes were wide in shock, unable to process what he had just witnessed. Even Alvida was struck dumb by the boy's unnatural stunt. As the large pirate woman's crew groaned in agony, speed across the deck after Luffy's last attack, Robin rushed over to the boy and wrapped her arms around him. "Luffy, that is amazing." The straw-hatted boy chuckled as the dark-haired girl gave him a peck on the cheek. "Thanks, Robin." Kobe dared to step toward the odd couple, scarcely afraid of whatever else could possibly happen. "Luffy ... what are you?" The two pirate lovers looked to the stunned spectacled boy, Luffy quizzical of what he was talking about. Though, he then realized what he meant, and proceeded to pull his cheek out, his flesh stretching like his arm before. "I'm a rubber man, see," he stated, his words slurred with his cheek elongated as it was. Robin giggled at Luffy's antics. Kobe was astounded by the straw-hatted boy's statement. A rubber man. But that means you ate a. A large shadow loomed over the pink-haired child. Kobe turned around to see that it was last Alvida who was standing over him, glaring hatefully at him and the odd couple. Kobe ran over to the pirate lovers, hiding behind Luffy as he stared at the rotund woman. "You ate a devil fruit, didn't you, Straw Hat?" Alvida asked, seeming to be over her previous shock. Luffy let his cheek snap back into place. "Yup, I ate the gum fruit." "I see," Alvida mused out loud. "I heard stories about fruits giving people unimaginable power, but I thought they were just rumors." She then looked between the boy and the dark-haired girl with her arms still around him. "So, what's your story? Out for a little sightseeing?" "Actually, we're pirates," Luffy declared proudly. "Pirates? You?" She pointed between them before scoffing. "And how far do you expect to get when it's just the two of you?" "It's just us for now, but we plan on getting more members to make a full crew," Robin stated matter-of-factly. "Yeah, we're thinking of getting." Luffy counted each of his fingers on both his hands before smiling in satisfaction. 10 ... yeah, 10 guys. Alvida cackled maliciously. "You've got to be joking." She then turned to look over to the dark-haired girl. "And you actually chose to be with this idiot?" Robin did not like that remark as she scowled at the large woman. Alvida ignored her as she went back to talking to Luffy. "Well, boy, if you're really serious about being a pirate, and if you and I aren't under the same flag ... then that would make us enemies, now wouldn't it?" Luffy caught on quick to what she was saying as he smiled with glee. He let go of Robin, who courteously stepped back. Luffy wound up his fist, ready for a fight, until he felt a tug on his shirt from behind him. Looking back, he found that it was Kobe, and he was looking more scared than ever since he found him. "Luffy," the pink-haired boy whimpered. "We gotta get out of here." "Why?" Luffy asked. "I can take her." "No, you can't," Kobe denied desperately. "Don't you see, Luffy? Out of all the pirates on the whole sea, Alvida is the ... Kobe stopped when he looked into the eyes of the straw-hatted boy. The spectacled boy couldn't figure it out, but it was like he was staring right through him, as if looking for something. Kobe then looked over to Robin, who looked at him the same way as Luffy, like she was waiting for something. Kobe's mind was brought back to what the two of them said to him back in the pantry, about how they focused on what they wanted to do with their lives, and how they didn't care what happened. They just went for it. Kobe was so caught up in his head, he almost didn't hear Alvida talking to him. Well, go on, Kobe. The large woman sneered smugly. Tell them what you were about to say. Kobe looked at the rotund pear woman, a black stare in his eyes. Alvida's arrogant grin faded when she saw this strange new behavior from the usually passive child, and she certainly wasn't ready for what he did next. His black stare turned to an expression of pure rage, and he roared out loud so that everyone around him could hear him. Alvidas, the biggest, fattest, ugliest thing on the whole sea. Silence filled the air. Pirates still on Alvida's ship had wide eyes and gaping mouths. Alvida was as still as a statue, stunned by the boy she used to pick on for fun calling her such a thing for the first time since she captured him. Kobe had clenched his eyes tight closed, fighting his inner fear for the first time, and refusing to take his words back. Robin and Luffy were stunned as well for a moment, only to break out into laughter a second later, Robin holding a hand to her face in politeness and Luffy bellowing out without a shred of shame. Alvida came out of her shock and began to snarl in fury. What did you just say? You heard me, you lard bucket. Kobe erupted again, his held-back frustration seeming to break down the wall of fear that surrounded him. Or are you so fat that you've got blubber blocking your ears? Robin clutched at her stomach on that one, while Luffy was close to falling to the floor. Have you lost your mind? Alvida roared in outrage. Maybe, or maybe I'm doing what I've always wanted to do. Kobe refused to back down now. I don't want to be your whipping boy anymore. I want to be a Marine, just like I always wanted to be, and when I do become one, you're gonna be the fist pirate I hunt down. But it might not take so long, since you're so big, that anyone could spot you from 1,000,000 miles away. And that was the final straw for Alvida's pride and patience. That's enough. Kobe was stunned. He couldn't believe it. He stood up for himself. He stood up for his dream. He never felt so alive. He screamed as Alvida raised her massive weapon. I quote, I'm gonna die. Kobe. Luffy stepped in front of the terrified child, bringing Kobe out of his fear, and grinned. Well said. Before the rotund woman could bring her club down, a multitude of hands sprouted out all over her body, clinging to the arm that held her club and holding her in place. What is this? A mirth chuckle made its way to her ears, making her turn to the slim dark-haired girl, had her arms crossed in an odd fashion. If you're so desperate to know, Robin inquired teasingly. I ate the Hana hen's fruit. Alvida tried to wrestle her way out of the phantom limbs. But no matter how angry she is, or how hard she struggled, Robin held her tight. And for the record, Robin chimed in once more. I don't like it when someone insults my Luffy. Alvida growled, wishing for nothing more than to bash that smug grin off of the young pirate girl. That wouldn't have hurt me anyway. The straw-hatted boy piped up, making Alvida look back at him in surprise. I'm a rubber man, remember? Luffy then clasped onto his right shoulder and shot his fist back behind him, the rubber limbs stretching far off the ship before stopping at a long distance. Gum. Alvida suddenly had a feeling she wasn't going to like what came next. Pistol. Luffy pulled his arm back, the rubber limb building up speed. Robin let her phantom arms disappear, letting Alvida go. Before the large pirate woman could register that she was free again, it was too late. Luffy smashed his fist right into Alvida's large gut, with a force strong enough to lift her off her feet and send her flying off the ship, out over the water, and finally far into the distance, with the pot-bellied pirate screaming all the way. The straw-hatted boy's arm came back to him, snapping back into place. Luffy had a victorious grin on his face. Robin was smiling proudly at her man. Kobe was aghast by the disappearance of his longtime tormentor, and what was left of Alvida's crew could only gape at the loss of their large leader. You! The shout from the straw-hatted boy made all the pirates still standing on the now captain-less ship stand at attention. Kobe's leaving your crew and joining the Marines. Got a problem with that? All the men on board shook their heads in humbled silence. Kobe was close to shedding tears. His 2 years of use and abuse were finally over. Luffy, thank you. Robin stepped up to her man and gave him a congratulatory kiss on the cheek, making Luffy blush but grin with pride. The trio were then rocked off their feet, clinging onto the sidereal of the ship, looking out to where the sudden jolt had come from. They found that it was a small fleet of marine battleships coming their way. Hey, Kobe, Luffy announced in excitement. Now's your chance. The pink-haired boy looked at him in confusion. You can join the Marines here and now. What? The spectacled boy shrieked. And I do believe it's time for us to go, Robin declared, getting Luffy to nod in agreement and head for the closest lifeboat. Wait, Kobe called to them, scrambling into the same boat as the odd couple. You gotta take me with you. Why? Luffy asked with a raised eyebrow. This is your chance to be a Marine, Kobe. If the Navy finds me here, they might think I'm a pirate. The pink-haired boy reasoned. Robin silently agreed with the boy, while Luffy just looked at him in a confused fashion. Why doesn't he just tell them he's not a pirate? It's that simple. But it was too late to turn back now. Robin undid the ropes holding up the small dinghy, and they all fell into the water below. As the trio got their bearings from the fall, Luffy caught the sight of someone across from them, heaving a large sack of treasure on her tiny boat. It was the red-headed girl they bumped into in the ballroom. The two locked eyes for a split second, time seeming to stop for just a moment. Then the moment was over as a falling cannonball blasted between the trio and the girl, separating them with a massive explosion of water and waves. Looks like we managed to get away, Kobe called out as he looked back at the ongoing carnage between the Navy and the remaining Alvida pirates. That last cannonball must have blasted us a good distance away. The trio of the straw-hatted boy, the dark-haired girl, and the pink-haired child were sailing gently away from the battle, letting the current lead their way. Luffy was seated at the bow of the small boat. Robin perched herself in the middle with a book she managed to save from their last small vessel being sucked down the whirlpool. And Kobe was gazing out at the stern, watching the battle taking place behind them shrink further and further away. Man, that was fun, Luffy declared with a hearty laugh. Indeed, it was quite thrilling. Robin agreed with a chuckle as she flipped a page. How could you think that nearly getting killed is fun? Kobe was dumbfounded at the odd couple's lacking sense of danger. Robin turned about to face her boyfriend. So, where to next, Captain? Luffy brought a hand up to his chin, making himself look deep in thought. Well, that fat pirate lady said something about some pirate hunter. What his name again? Zolo. Kobe came out of his daydreaming, breaking into a cold sweat when he heard Luffy mention the pirate hunter. Roronoa Zoro. Yeah, him. Luffy shot a finger at Kobe in excitement. I want to go see this guy everybody's so afraid of. You want to meet Roronoa Zoro? Kobe frantically wailed. Are you out of your mind? What? Luffy sounded offended. I just want to know why he's such a big deal. He's a big deal because he's a bloodthirsty killer, Luffy, Kobe cried out. Once again, Luffy and Robin shared a look, making Kobe seem to be the weird one on board. Kobe heaved a sigh before going into deeper detail about Zoro. Listen, guys, Roronoa Zoro is someone you want to stay as far away from as possible, especially if you're a pirate. He's been known as a demon in human skin, a vicious monster who butchers his victims without remorse. And that's not the worst of it. I've heard rumors from Alvida and her crew that he doesn't just stop at cutting down his enemies. He slices them to bits and throws them to the sharks. You go looking for Zoro, Luffy, you'll find nothing but a slow, painful death. Whoa, Luffy was astounded by Kobe's description of the pirate hunter, frozen in awe at Kobe's words. Even Robin was stilled by his explanation. Well, when you put it like that, Luffy mused out loud. Kobe felt a hopeful smile begin to grow on his face. Was Luffy finally seeing sense and taking his advice? Then maybe I should have him join my crew, Luffy declared with a beaming smile. Kobe's jaw dropped. What you think, Robin? Luffy turned to his girlfriend for confirmation. A vicious cutthroat who makes a living carving up his enemies to pieces. Robin mused aloud. How could I not want to meet him? She deduced with a smile. You two are crazy, Kobe cried out in distress. Zoro's not gonna join your crew. He'll kill you before he does. We'll never know unless we ask, Luffy reasoned. Kobe was running out of heads to try and make his saviors change their minds. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. Well, it's gonna be pretty tricky to get to him. Last I heard, he was holed up in Shell's Town, a village found on a Navy-based island. You'd be up to your eyes in Marines before running into the likes of Zoro. Oh, well, guess you'll just have to find someone else to join your crew. He made an attempt to feign disappointment, but couldn't help the smile that formed on his face. Why's that? Robin interjected, replacing Kobe's smile with a look of dread. This could be your chance to join the Marines, Kobe. To live your dream, like you've always wanted. Kobe was stunned by Robin's explanation. Before he could say anything else, Luffy turned towards the front of the ship and thrust his finger out to the open sea. Then it settled, to Shell's Town. Robin looked proudly at her love, until Kobe lost all of his calm and went into a panic. You two are out of your minds. The pirate hunter's gonna kill us all. And the Marines. They'll lock us up the second we set foot on land. It's impossible, I tell you. Impossible. A fist landed hard on the top of his head. Why'd you hit me? Kobe groaned as he dumped the now forming lump on his noggin. 'Cause you wouldn't shut up, Luffy stated simply. Kobe looked to Robin, hoping to gain some sympathy from the dark-haired beauty. What he got was a shrug from the girl as she went back to reading her book. Kobe slumped down at his end of the boat, disheartened by the lack of compassion. Another part of him, however, was getting really tired of getting pushed around. After a night out at sea, it was a bright and sunny morning as the trio found themselves arriving at their destination, the island of Shell's Town, a large, walled-off mound of land with a towering Navy base at the very top of the island. They pulled into the harbor and began to dismount the boat. Luffy leapt off the small vessel, taking in the sights as Robin walked up next to him and took his hand. Shall we? Luffy smiled as he took his hand out from hers and brought it around her waist and pulled her in. Yeah, let's go. So, I'll just tie off the boat, shall I? Kobe called to the lovebirds, watching them walk into town. The pink-haired boy gave the rope a good tug before running after the odd couple. He was really getting tired of being treated like the third wheel. The spectacled boy caught up to the odd couple as Luffy flicked a coin over to a shopkeeper, handing an apple to Robin. Robin took a bite, savoring the flavor. Luffy then turned back to the shopkeeper. Hey, can you tell us where Zoro is? The shopkeeper, along with everyone in the surrounding area, leapt back a good distance, shaking in fear of the very mention of the pirate hunter's name. What's up with them? Luffy pondered out loud. It would seem Roronoa Zoro's reputation precedes him. Robin clarified, taking another bite of her fruit. And I don't blame them, Kobe spoke up. He must have done something crazy to get this kind of a reaction. So, where's the marine base? Luffy looked around. It's that building with the huge tower over there. Kobe pointed to the structure, excitement full in his voice as he did. If I remember correctly, the head of this base is supposed to be Captain Axe-Hand Morgan. Once again, all surrounding citizens of the town leapt back in fear, seeming to cower even more at the mention of the Navy captain's name. Luffy couldn't help but laugh. This town is nuts. Robin finished eating the apple, leaving only the core as she handed it back to her love. Luffy was more than happy to take the leftovers and swallow them whole. The boy had a rare talent of eating just about anything, and Robin knew he wouldn't mind eating what he could get. Why would a town hailed by a Navy Marine base be so afraid of their own captain? Robin wondered, having a pretty good idea of what kind. I don't know, Kobe was trolls confused. The Navy's supposed to be the good guys, right? Luffy and Robin didn't say anything. As the trio continued up the hill toward the Navy base, the trio found themselves standing before a large, thick gate to the Navy Marine base. Luffy and Robin took in the sight with little regard, while Kobe couldn't help but feel weepy-eyed at the sight. This is it. He whimpered through his building tears. I'm finally going to be a Marine. He wiped his damp eyes with the back of his arm. Luffy, Robin, I can't thank you enough for what you've done for me. Even if we're to become enemies in the near future, I just want you to know that no matter what, you two are my first and very best. Hey, look, there he is. The straw-hatted boy was currently in the process of climbing over the base's wall. Robin made her trek a little easier with her devil fruit powers. Kobe blanched at the sight of them. What are you two doing? Get down from there. Luffy ignored him as he stretched his arm out and pulled him up by his shirt collar. Perching the boy between him and Robin, Luffy pointed out into the clearing. Hey, Kobe, is that him? What are you talking about? Kobe lost his voice as he took in the sight before him. There in the middle of a scorching hot field of soil, tied to a post, was a man dressed in a disheveled white shirt, dark green pants and boots, with a matching colored bandana tied around his head, covering what could be barely seen as a head of a lighter shade of green hair. Kobe began to quake in fear of the sight of the man. That's him, he whispered. That's really him. Roronoa Zoro. The trio stayed there for a long while, taking the form of the so-called man-demon. It looks like he hasn't eaten in days, weeks even, Robin deduced from the look of the figure, noticing the lack of body mass he had. So all we gotta do is untie him, and Luffy decided to speak up. We not doing squat, Kobe cried out. How many times do I have to tell you that meeting him is a bad idea? I don't know, the straw-hatted boy returned. How many times have you already? Kobe was beside himself, while Robin simply chuckled. Hey, you three, a voice called out to them, turning their attention to the restrained man on the post. Do me a favor, will you? He then looked up, showing that even though he seemed to be on his last legs, he had the aura of a vicious predator. Get lost. Kobe was the only to flinch at the man's warning, but Luffy and Robin stood their ground, unshaken by the threat. From out of nowhere, a ladder propped itself up against the wall next to the trio. A little girl with brown hair and a green and purple striped dress climbed up the apparatus and put her finger to her lips, signaling the three to be quiet. She then made the bold move to jump down into the field and run over to the restrained man. What is she doing? Kobe panicked. We gotta do something. She's gonna get herself killed. Luffy, Robin looked over to her love, noticing that he had a blank stare in his eye as he watched the girl go. Hi, Mr. Zoro. The little girl chirped kindly. I brought you something to eat. Kid, if I were you, I'd turn around and get out of here while I still could, the pirate hunter warned. This is no place for a little girl. But I wanted to give something to you. She opened up a bag she brought with her and showed what was in it. Tada, onigiri. I made it all by myself. I said scram, brat. Zoro barked. Man, he really is a monster. Kobe mused. Robin and Luffy kept silent as they watched the exchange. Suddenly, a smug-sounding laughter came to everyone's ears. Looking over to a side gate, they saw that a spindly man with a blonde bowl-cut hairstyle and wearing a bright purple suit came strutting out onto the plain, with a pair of Marines marching behind him. Oh, good, the Marines are here. Kobe sighed with relief, but Robin and Luffy would disagree with the pink-haired boy's opinion. Zoro, Zoro, Zoro. The man seemed to lecture. Whatever are we going to do with you? Is that any way to speak to a little girl like that? If you don't apologize, I'll tell my father on you. Stick it in your ear, the pirate hunter growled, which only got a boisterous laughter out of the lanky man. The man in the purple suit then looked to the little girl and what she had in her hands. Ooh, onigiri, don't mind if I do. He then snatched a ball of rice out of the little girl's hand and took it all in one bite. Hey, that's not for you, the girl cried out. She was met with the man spitting out the snack in disgust. Did you make these with sugar? He raged, making the little girl shrink back in fear. I thought it would taste good. She tried to defend herself. She then got to her knees and went to pick the mess up, only for the man to cruelly stomp on it in his temper tantrum. Kobe was aghast at the sight, with Luffy and Robin scowling at the purple-suited man. The little girl was now close to tears. Why would you do that? Because I can, was the blonde man's retort. My father is the captain of this island, and as his son, I can do as I please. For example, you there. He pointed to one of the Marines that followed him in. Take this girl and throw her over the wall. What? The Marine blanched. Yes, sir, Is that insubordination I hear? The purple-suited man got up into the officer's face, pulling him close by the scruff of his neck. Do you remember what happened to the last man who disobeyed an order from their superior? Unfortunately, the officer did. And with a swallow of his pride and shame in his heart, he made his way over to the little girl and grabbed hold of her. No, please, she cried out in terror. I'm sorry, the Marine whispered as quietly as he could. Tuck yourself into a ball before you hit the ground. But that last bit of advice, the Marine threw the little girl over the side, the child screaming all the way. No, Kobe cried out, as Luffy stranged into action and jumped for the girl, grabbing hold of her with his rubber limbs. Robin helped to make his landing a little less painful by making a bed of phantom limbs to cushion his fall. Are you okay? Luffy asked the girl in his arms. Yeah, the child sniffed. I think so. Robin and Kobe ran over to the two. As Robin looked over the two, the pink-haired boy was having a personal crisis. I don't understand. Why would the Marines do something like that? Luffy stood from the ground and looked back to the wall, as if staring through it for a small while. You slime ball, Zoro seethed. He was only met with more mocking laughter from the bull-haired man. Oh, Zoro, you and that vulgar tongue of yours. The purple-suited man gloated. He came out of his laughter to talk a little straighter with the pirate hunter. I have to say though, Zoro, I'm rather impressed. It's been 3 weeks now since our little agreement, and you still haven't given in. Yeah, Zoro spoke up. Well, I'd love to see how impressed you'll be when I survive this whole thing. More mocking laughter came his way as his captor walked away from him, his 2 Marines bodyguards behind him. We'll see about that, Zoro. Ta-ta. Zoro spat on the ground after the smug son left. 1 more week. Just you watch. Hey, Zoro looked to whoever spoke to him next, finding that it was the straw-hatted boy before. You again? He asked uninterested. I thought I told you to get lost. I can untie you if you want. Luffy offered. And after I do, I want you to join my pirate crew. The green-haired man scoffed. No thanks. I've made enough bad deals so far, and I don't plan on making any more. Luffy looked over the restrained man, observing Zoro's situation from where he stood. You know, if I was stuck there for 3 weeks, I probably would have died of hunger by now. Zoro smirked at the boy's words. Guess that goes to show how much more willpower I have than you. A growl from his stomach interrupted him. Luffy stifled a chuckle by clamping his hand over his mouth. Screw you, the pirate hunter snarled. All right, I can see you're in a bad mood, so I'll come back later. Luffy was about to walk off when Zoro called back to him. Wait, before you go. He looked down at the mess of dirt and rice on the ground before him. He swallowed at the sight of it. Could you pick that up for me? Why? Luffy asked quizzically. Wait, don't tell me you're gonna eat it. You got a problem with that? The green-haired man barked. Just shut up and give it to me. Okay. Luffy complied as he reached down and took the mound off the ground and fed it to the starving prisoner. He watched as Zoro grimaced at chewing on the substance before struggling to gulp it down. Pretty nasty, huh? No, it was good, was the green-haired man's reply. Hey, if you see that little girl again ... tell her I said thanks. Will you? Luffy looked at the man as if he was an oddity. Wasn't he supposed to be some bloodthirsty monster or something? He really liked it. The little girl chimed giddily. Yup, Luffy told her. He ate it all in one bite. Thank goodness. The child sighed happily. It was sweet of you to do that for him, Luffy. Robin wrapped her arms around Luffy's neck, making the boy beam and blush. The trio and the little girl were sitting outside her mother's eatery, catching up on what they had just witnessed. I just don't get it, Kobe mused out loud. The Marines are supposed to protect people, and Roronoa Zoro's supposed to be a vicious killer, isn't he? He's not a killer. The small girl piped up, making the boy flinch back. The little girl then clenched her fist in what seemed to be anger. And the Navy doesn't protect us. Kobe looked as if his whole world had been turned upside down, while Luffy and Robin listened in on what the girl had to say. That man in the suit, Helmpo, came into town with his pet wolf, letting it run around town and destroying anything it wanted. It came into our home, and I tried to chase it off, but right before it attacked me, the Zoro man hit it with a chair. He then pointed one of his swords at Helmpo. She smiled to herself, remembering the terrified look on his face at the time. But then Helmpo said that he'd have the entire town executed, so he made Zero promise to stay on that pole for a whole month. The girl then buried her face into her hands. It's been 3 weeks already. The trio were dead silent when the girl finished her story, but were soon snapped out of their thoughts when a loud crash sounded off inside the building. Heading indoors, they saw that it was Helmpo himself making a scene, with his 2 Marine guards once again by his side. Fix me up whatever passes for food around here, along with whatever swill you call wine, the purple-suited brat ordered. As the owner of the eatery, the little girl's mother went to work making a dish for the captain's son as quick as she could. One would almost notice a familiar red-headed girl sitting at a table not too far from the trio that just entered. Helmpo gave a sigh as the woman came back with his order and was forced to pour his drink for him. It's gotten so boring around here, wouldn't you all agree? Here I thought Zoro would have kicked the bucket by now, but he's still standing after 3 weeks of no food or water. Perhaps I should do the merciful thing and put him out of his misery. Yes, that should lift my spirits. Tomorrow morning, I'll hold a public execution of Roronoa Zoro. Be sure not to miss it, everyone. The spoiled man laughed to himself for his so-called brilliant idea, completely unaware of the building rage coursing through the straw-hatted boy's body not too far from him. Helmpo soon came out of his laughter and looked around at the frightened faces around him. He soon spotted who he thought to be the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. With her straight silky black hair, deep blue eyes and curvaceous figure, completely ignoring the straw-hatted boy beside her. Well, hello, he greeted in his usual arrogant fashion, propping his hand under his head in what he thought was a smooth gesture. What a pretty little thing you are. Would you like to join me for a bite to eat? It's on the house. He was then blasted out of his seat as the straw-hatted boy planted his fist into his face and rocketed him into the far-off wall. Luffy stood there, looking about ready to smash his face in again, until Kobe ran up behind him and grabbed both his arms. Luffy, stop. The 2 Marine officers who were supposed to guard Helmpo helped the captain's son off from the floor. When the purple-suited man got his bearings back, he glared daggers at the straw-hatted boy. You just hit me. Sure did, Luffy stated, looking ready to tear Helmpo apart. Don't you know who I am? I'm the son of Captain Morgan, the purple-suited man argued. Does it look like I care? Luffy barked, making Helmpo shrink back slightly, but soon grew more angry than he had ever been. No one had ever treated him this way. You'll care soon enough, the spoiled man shrieked. When I tell my father your history. He made his way to the door, but then stopped to look back at the girl he had hit on before he was struck. Walk over to the boy. Are you all right, Luffy? Robin asked sweetly. Huh? Luffy answered confusedly. Yeah, I'm okay. Robin then took her boyfriend's hand and brought it close to her lips. I hope you didn't hurt your hand. No, my hand wouldn't hurt from something like that. Robin, you know that. Luffy smiled cluelessly at the girl's intentions. You poor thing. She cooed as she gave his knuckles a gentle kiss. She then looked back at Helmpo in disgust, which all helped in hurting the spoiled son's ego all the more. Helmpo gave a shrill grunt and stormed out of the establishment, with his 2 Marine bodyguards behind him. Luffy, do you have any idea what you've just done? Kobe argued, still holding the larger boy back. You just hit the son of a Navy captain. You just dug your own grave. I don't care, Luffy declared. I've made up my mind. Zoro's joining my crew. What? Kobe blanched, letting go of Luffy in the process. The straw-hatted boy looked to his girl with a serious expression. Robin, we're breaking Zoro out. Today. The dark-haired girl gave her love a firm nod. Understood. The 2 made their way out of the eatery, their sights set on the Marine base. Kobe was so awestruck with their decision, he nearly let them get away before he bolted out and ran up behind them. Wait a minute. The pink-haired boy cried Yuan, making the odd couple turn back to face him. You can't just break into a Navy base like it's nothing. You're gonna get yourself killed. Luffy and Robin merely stood there, their faces stone still as they stared back at the boy. Kobe felt the pressure in the air tighten around him, feeling that had done something utterly wrong. Kobe, Luffy spoke in a strong tone. Do you ever get tired of saying that we can't do this and that? The spectacled boy was frozen at his words. We're pirates, Kobe, Robin stated, making the boy look to her next. We can do whatever we choose. Perhaps you should stop telling people what they can't do, and ask yourself if there's anything you can do. With that, the 2 pirates continued on their way, leaving a baffled Kobe behind. Kobe's fist was shaking, feeling an abundant amount of shame wash over him. How long was he going to choose to be so weak? In a dimly lit office, a large, burly man with short-cut blonde hair, a light blue trench coat, a metal jaw fixture taking up most of his face, and a massive axe blade for his left arm sat in his desk chair, looking over the entire town from a window. Lieutenant, he thundered, making the officer at his door jolt before standing at as much attention as he could. Am I not the most amazing captain the Navy has ever known? Why, yes, sir. The private saluted in agreement. However, his true opinion would say otherwise. Then how come the town hasn't shown their respect by paying their taxes to their fullest? The Navy captain questioned. The officer gulped, afraid of what his superior's reaction would be once he told him. Well, sir, the citizens claim that they haven't been able to keep up with the tax prices since you recently raised them. Liars, the axe-armed man deduced. Greedy, ungrateful liars. Have a squad assembled to ransack the town for any valuables the town may be hiding. As the officer silently gasped to himself from the outrageous order, Helenpoo came barging into his father's office, holding his swollen cheek from when he was stuck. Father, the hulking Navy captain turned only slightly to regard his son. A boy in a straw hat and his girlfriend humiliated me in front of the whole town. The spoiled son shrieked. I demand that you hang them immediately. Back with the restrained pirate hunter. He had, for the up-10th time, passed out from fatigue. In his ironic state, he dreamt of when he was just a kid, picking every fight he could, and wound up challenging a kendo dojo for the heck of it. There he met the first person who ever beat him, and the one person he'll never defeat, the daughter of the dojo's master, Kuina. No matter how many times he tried, or how much he trained himself, she always beat him, humiliating him every time. But one night, Zoro challenged Kuina to one last match. But this time, not with their usual kendo sticks, but real blades. But once again, as if it were a law of nature itself, Zoro was destined to lose. He was about to give up, to accept the fact that no matter what, he was destined to lose to Kuina. But the girl disagreed. She said that as a girl, she was destined to grow up to be frail and weak, and that Zoro would eventually surpass her since he was a male. Zoro refused her statement. He said that if it wasn't for her, he would never have become as strong as he was now, and that it was because she was stronger than him, female or not. That night, Zoro and Kuina promised each other that one day, one of them would become the greatest swordsman in the world. But that dream wouldn't come true for Kuina, for only a few days after their final battle, the girl fell down the stairs, ending her life. Zoro was heartbroken with how a fighter as strong as her was taken in such a way, and how she never got the chance to even try to become the best. So Zoro made a new vow. With Kuina's sword entrusted to him by her father, he promised that he would become the greatest swordsman in the world, for her sake as much as his. The swordsman was so caught up in his stupor of memories, he even began to say her name in his dismay. Kuina, Kuina, who's Kuina? A feminine voice broke him out of his state. Coming back to reality, Zoro realized that it was the straw-hatted boy again, along with the dark-haired girl that was with him on the wall. The green-haired man looked away. None of your business. The odd couple gave each other a look, before turning back to the swordsman. Hey, we got something to tell you. Luffy spoke up, grabbing the green-haired man's attention. The Navy captain's son just declared that he was going to have executed tomorrow. Robin explained. What? Zoro barked. But he promised that. Didn't seem like the promise-keeping type to me when I saw him. Luffy mused with folded arms. It took him some time to admit, but Zoro had to agree. The green-haired man hung his head. The slimy piece of. The odd couple gave the ashamed prisoner time to come to the newly revealed terms before speaking again. You know, Luffy supposed. We can help you out of here if you want. The swordsman looked up at the straw-hatted boy. But once we do, you have to join my crew. I thought I told you already, the swordsman growled. I'm not joining up with any pirate. It's either this, or wait to executed by that buffoon in the purple suit. Robin offered. The green-haired man took a minute to catch his breath. Getting angry out in the heat wasn't doing him any favors. Even if I did want to join you, that spoiled brat had my blades confiscated. Oh, is that all? Luffy inquired. In that case, I'll go in, get your swords, and then you can join my crew. Get it through your head. I'm not joining you. If this kept up, Zoro was going to suffer another heatstroke. Luffy turned to his girl, completely ignoring the raving man. Robin, stay here and untie Zoro while I go and get his swords. All right. Robin nodded, giving Luffy a quick kiss on the cheek. Be safe. I will. He grinned before running off the wrong way. Hey, numbskull, Zoro called to the straw-hatted boy. Navigate much. You're going the wrong way. Luffy skidded to a stop, looking between him and the base. He then stretched his arms out toward the building, his rubber limbs passing between the swordsman and his girl, before he launched himself in the right direction. Thank you. Zoro watched him go in complete bewilderment. I think the sun's starting to get to me. Robin chuckled at his accusation. Zoro then shook himself out of his surprise to focus on the girl before him. So you and him, huh? How does that work? Robin came out of her giggling and crossed her arms. In a matter of seconds, a multitude of arms had sprung up around Zoro and the post he was tied to. What the? Robin smiled to herself at seeing the swordsman's reaction. She then got to work untying his bonds, and as soon as he was free, grabbed hold of him to stop him from falling. Realizing just how weak he was from the lack of food and water, Zoro took it slow as he got back on his feet, watching the phantom limbs disappear in a whip of pink petals. He then turned to the girl, the stunned expression he had before back on his face. Yeah, that would explain it. Zoro began to rub his sore muscles, a moment of silence coming over the two rogues before Robin decided to say something. You're not going to join us when you get your swords, are you? Oh, no. I'm totally going to join your crew, the green-haired man sarcastically quoted, making Robin frown in return. Hey, I didn't make any stupid promise to partner up. You two did all this out of your own choice. I owe you nothing. So, what you're saying is that you would have been fine remaining to be tied to this post, spending the rest of your relatively short life starving and dehydrated, while the Navy arrives to fill you full of holes come morning. The dapper-haired woman deduced matter-of-factly. Zoro had nothing to say back to that onslaught of fact. You are right, though. You owe us nothing, Robin offered. But we don't want you to join us because of a debt. We want you to come with us because we want you to. Well, we can't all get what we want now, can we? Even though Zoro had spent over half a month tied to the post behind him, he leaned himself back on it in a standing fashion, looking back at the dark-haired girl who freed her. Perhaps, Robin shrugged. But if I might ask something of you ... when you get your swords, stick around for a while, get to know Luffy, and I promise you won't be disappointed. Zoro raised an eyebrow. You think he's gonna get my swords back? Robin chuckled knowingly. He will, I guarantee it. Zoro looked away from the woman, mulling over her confident words, when he noticed something behind her. Hey, is that the little kid that was with you? Robin turned around to see that Kobe was indeed there, struggling to climb over the wall to the grounds. He finally succeeded, only to fall with a painful thud. Robin and Zoro each gave a cringe at watching the boy's rough landing. Put your backs into it, men. Morgan barked his orders, ignoring the strained groans of his soldiers. They were in the difficult process of lifting a colossal statue of the axe-armed captain high up on the Navy base, which the statue itself seemed to be much larger than. The statue symbolizes my greatness, and once it is raised, all of the East Blue shall witness it. Father, why are we wasting time with this? The high shrieking from his son brought the iron-jawed man out of his gloating, making him turn to the purple-haired man behind him. What about that boy who struck me, and the woman who embarrassed me? I demand you do something about them this instant. Helmeppo, the captain spoke with a growl. Do you know why I've never hit you? The question caught the spoiled man off guard. Because you ... love me? No, the axe-armed captain sent a hard haymaker into his own son's face, sending him flying across the roof of the base. Once Helmeppo hit the edge of the roof, Morgan stomped over to him and lifted him up by his collar. It's because you were never worth the effort, until now. No one orders Captain Morgan around like some lowly little private. I'm the one who calls the shots around here. And if there's anyone that doesn't like it, can take it up with this. He held his prized bladed limb up close to his son's neck, who was close to breaking down in tears. Do I make myself clear? Sonny boy. Why yes, father. Helmeppo squeaked out, before the captain threw him to the ground once again. Good. Now ... what's this I hear of an insubordinate little girl breaking into my base? He questioned sternly. Now, if I were a stupid purple-suited jerk who liked to pick on people for no good reason, where would I put a sword? Luffy asked himself as he wandered the base. Coming to a stop, he took in the sight of the high-reaching, dark blue tower of the base, and had an idea. Maybe if I started at the top and worked my way to the bottom, I'll find Zoro's sword in no time. The straw-hatted boy deduced. He grabbed his right hand and cocked it back for a long reach. Helmeppo was confused for a second before the memory came to him. Oh, yes. There was a little girl who snuck onto the base, but I had her taken care of. So, you executed her. The captain huffed. Good. What? Helmeppo blanched. And no, father, I didn't have her killed. She's just a little girl. Morgan began to breathe heavily at the mention of this, before swirling around on his boy. How someone as weak-willed as you could ever be my son is beyond me. The scathing words struck his son hard. The mad captain then pointed to his lieutenant, who he had ordered to be one of his son's bodyguards. You there? You remember what this girl looked like? Why yes, sir. The lone marine had a bad feeling of what he was about to be asked for. Then go into town, find this girl and bring her in for execution. I will not have rebels on my island. The axe-armed man thundered. If this were any other time, the marine would have bowed his head and done as he was ordered. But this time, he said the one thing that everyone in Shell's town never said to Captain Morgan. No, what did you just say? Morgan snarled, marching up to the now shaking lieutenant. I won't do it, sir. The lone marine defended himself. She's just a child, and doing so would be nothing but inhumane. If there's one thing I can't stand more than weakness, it's insubordination. The metal-mouthed man marched up to the defiant soldier, his size easily towering over him. And I refuse to have insubordination in my ranks. Now I'll ask of you again. Find this girl and bring her in for execution, immediately. Luffy shot his arm up to the top of the tower. Gum. No, sir. The lieutenant defied once again, bracing himself for what would come next. I'll die before doing so. Fine by me, traitor. Morgan lifted his axe arm high above his head, making ready to bring it down atop the Marine's head. Rocket! The straw-hatted boy shot himself up into the air and up over the roof of the tower. A little too high. Morgan was only inches away from his axe plunging into the lieutenant's head when Luffy appeared with a cry in the sky. All eyes switched over to the flying youth. Luffy nearly panicked until he managed to latch onto a rope that was in his way. A rope that was supporting the massive statue of Morgan. Grabbing hold of it, he managed to stop his momentum, but also managed to give the statue a harsh tug, making it go unstable, and the Marines who were still holding it up lose their grip. As Luffy landed on the ground safely on his feet, the statue fell to the ground below with a defining smash. All eyes were wide and all jaws were dropped, as Rogan, his son and the surrounding Marines were frozen still from the sudden events that had just taken place. Luffy raised his hand in an uneasy motion. Sorry, you destroy the symbol of my greatness, and dare say you're sorry. Morgan roared. I'll mount your head on my wall for this insult. Father, that's him, Helmeppo cried out, pointing a finger at the straw-hatted boy. That's the boy who... The spoiled son screamed in fear, as the boy who had struck him suddenly appeared right in front of him. Oh, hey, it's you again. Luffy spoke to the man as if they were old friends, like the incident at the eatery never happened. He then proceeded to grab Helmeppo and run off into the base with him. Can you come with me for a sec? I need your help with something. He just made off with the captain's son. One of the Marines called out, making the rest break out of their stupor. Morgan was about to go after the straw-hatted boy, but was stopped by another one of his men. Captain Morgan, sir, Roronoa Zoro is free. What? The axe-handed man roared, charging over to the ledge to see for himself. He appears to have 2 accomplices with him, sir. The Marine reported, pointing out the dark-haired girl and what appeared to be a pink-haired boy running up to them. At the sight of all these strangers coming out nowhere and defying his authority, Morgan felt his blood begin to boil. Luffy ran down the many corridors of the Navy base, dragging Helmeppo behind him like a sack of potatoes. The straw-hatted boy suddenly skidded to a stop. Okay, I think we got away. He pulled the spoiled man up from the floor and held him close to his face. All right, where'd you put Zoro's sword? The purple-suited man weakly raised his finger. Be back to you that way. In my room, 2 corridors down. He was too winded from the fast travel to speak properly. What? Luffy said exasperatedly. Oh, great. Now we gotta go all the way back. Helmeppo groaned at the notion. Don't move. Luffy turned to face a small squad of rifle-bearing Marines blocking off his path. Release the captain's son, or we'll open fire. Go ahead, I don't care. Luffy carelessly offered, as he then propped up Helmeppo in front of him. But this guy might. The spoiled man screamed like a child as the straw-hatted boy suddenly charged the Marines, managing to push them out of his way. Hold your fire. Kobe had snuck in over the wall of the naval base and ran his way over to the dark-haired girl and the freed swordsman. Robin, Kobe. Robin inquired once Kobe caught up with them, leaning over to catch his breath. What are you doing here? Once the boy had caught his breath, he began to explain himself. I thought about ... what you said. The 2 pirates looked at each other in confusion. I want ... to be strong. As strong as you. And as Luffy. The woman gave a proud smile, whilst Zoro couldn't help but respect the boy. Every time I say you can't do something, you go ahead and do it anyway, because you can. He stood up, a fire burning bright in his eyes. I've been trying to hold you back without even knowing it. I want to say I'm sorry, and I want to say I'm done. I'm not gonna get in your way anymore, and I'm not gonna let anything get in my either. I'm gonna be a Marine, no matter what. And I'll be a better one than any of these crooked, heartless monsters on this island. I'll show the world what a real Marine I can really be. The boy was cut off by a bullet shredding into his shoulder and blasting him off his feet. Kobe, Robin cried out. Zoro stood in shock for a moment, only to turn to the shooters with a look of disgust. There stood Captain Rogan, with his axe arm resting over his shoulder, towering over his men as they aimed their rifles square at the 2 still standing figures. Roronoa Zoro, the motel-jawed behemoth bellowed. You are sentenced to be executed by firing squad, along with the child and the wretch that attempted to aid in your escape. Zoro and Robin gazed at the multitude of firearms pointed their way intently. Luffy opened a door with the purple-suited man's name emblazoned on the fortune of it. When he did, he almost wished he didn't. What's wrong with your room? He blanched at the horrid sight of the place. Flowers and throw pillows were all over the place, and there was an uncomfortable amount of pink adorning the area. This looks more like a girl's room, but more girly. Looking around the feminine surroundings, Luffy spotted 3 swords in one of the room's corners. Hey, how come you have 3 swords? Which one's Zoro's? He looked down to ask the spoiled man, only to find that the captain's son had fainted on their perilous trek to his room. Luffy rolled his eyes before unceremoniously letting go of him, the blonde man falling to the floor with a thump. He then helped himself to all 3 of the blades. I'll just take all of them, then Zoro can pick which one's his later. Hearing some commotion outside, Luffy looked out one of the room windows. and found that Morgan and his men were making ready to open fire on Zoro, his girlfriend, and a now shot and bleeding Kobe. If the situation were any different, he would have launched himself down into the field and take the shots for them. His rubber body would allow him to bounce the bullets back and take the enemy by surprise. But instead, he propped his arms under his chin and got ready to enjoy the show. Robin, who was knelt down beside the cringing Kobe, folded her arms in her Hana pose at the ready. Zoro took it upon himself to stand in front of the boy and girl behind him, hoping to shield them from as many shots as he possibly could. Ready, Morgan raised his axe hand high. Aim. The Marines primed their weapons. Sorry, Kuina. The green-haired man clutched his fists tight, bracing himself for the onslaught. Kobe clenched his eyes shut in his despair. Morgan flung his namesake down. Fire. Faint fleur. Robin cried out all of a sudden. Right as the line of men placed their fingers on the triggers of their firearms, multiple arms sprouted out all over the Marines' bodies, grabbed hold of their weapons, and pointed them straight up in the air. The men fired their guns into the air, completely missing their designated targets. Zoro looked back at the girl, who now had her arms crossed in an odd fashion. Kobe was in awe of the dark-haired woman's power. Whoa, the swordsman managed to find his voice. That was pretty handy. Robin couldn't help but chuckle at the impromptu pun. Hugh, the loud, gruff voice of the Navy captain brought the trio's attention back to him. Wretch, you ate a devil fruit, didn't you? Robin stood from her spot and made her way toward the small fleet, standing between them and the two behind her. How observant of you. I thought you more of a knuckle-dragging lug with a lack of brains, but you proved me wrong. Congratulations. Morgan might as well have been spewing steam from his ears. He was so mad. I won't have some devil fruit freak insult me. You will pay for your insubordination. No, she retorted with a confident grin. You are. Suddenly, a red and blue blur shot out from one of the base's windows and landed right next to the dark-eyed girl. As he stood up, it was revealed to be the straw-hatted boy from before. You okay, Robin? Fine, Luffy. The girl smiled at his arrival. Nothing I couldn't handle. Morgan growled like a rabid dog. You. The two stood before the opposing masses, taking separate fighting poses, Robin crossing her arms and Luffy rising his fists, readying themselves for a fight. Who the heck are these two? Zoro found himself asking out loud. Kobe winced as he sat himself up from the ground, gaining Zoro's attention. He then gave the swordsman a confident grin. They're Luffy and Robin, the pirate couple. There was a tense standstill in the Navy base's open field. Morgan was glaring daggers at the straw-hatted boy and dark-haired girl who had insulted him. The two young lovers stood before the opposing forces of Morgan and his bewildered men, ready and waiting for any opposition to come their way. Zoro was still beside the post he was once tied to, wishing he was able to do something instead of standing there and feeling useless. Kobe was still clutching the bullet lodged in his arm, but managed to pick himself up, giving a couple of yelps in pain as he did. I'm gonna go give Zoro his sword back, whichever one it is. Luffy turned to his hopefully new creamy. Think you can hold them off? Without a doubt, Robin smiled. Go. Luffy returned her smile and made his way back to the swordsman. All right, Zoro, I got your sword, but I didn't know which one was yours. He reached the swords out to him, expecting him to take whichever one was his. They're all mine, Zoro pointed out. I use Sentoru, a three-sword fighting style, the green-haired man explained. How does that work? Luffy was seriously confused at this. Hand them over and I'll show you. Zoro reached his hand out to take his blades back, but Luffy retracted them. Not until you join my crew, Luffy demanded. Zoro was about to act on his previous plan. Take his blades and leave the kid behind, but he saw the dark-haired girl a distance away looking at him. She seemed like she was waiting for something, watching him to see what he'd do, to see if he really was a man of honor or not. Zoro gave a frustrated heave. Look, I didn't make any deal with you, all right? You just went ahead on your own and did what you wanted. Luffy frowned a little at the swordsman's harsh words, but was then surprised when said man reached out and took his sword. But I guess I owe you guys. If it wasn't for you, I'd be full of lead by now. The green-haired man tied his blades to his side and patted them gently, glad to have them back. So, I guess the least I can do is give you a hand in putting these guys in their place. Luffy smirked in confidence. Deal, I'd like to see you try. Morgan boomed across the field, before turning to his men. What are you fools doing, just standing there? They're not invincible. If guns won't work, then cut them down. Charge. Hesitant, the Marines pondered on what fate would be worse, fighting a bunch of super-powered pirates, or disappointing their leader. Making their decision, the Marines grabbed their cutlasses and charged toward the dark-haired girl, the one closest to them. Robin, Kobe called out in fear. Zoro reacted in a heartbeat. Unsheathing his swords, he held two in each hand, while clasping the third between his teeth. He bolted toward the onslaught of men, and in a single act, blocked all of them all at once before they could even scratch their target. The pirate hunter glared at the Marines from beneath his bandana. Go ahead, make a false move. Even though these men were supposed to harden soldiers, trained to fight vicious criminals and survive the harsh open seas, they looked close to breaking down in tears and wetting themselves. Kobe was shocked to see this. Who took the backbone out of these men? My turn. A call came from behind the woman and pirate hunter. Luffy was sprinting up toward the mass of Marines, then leapt up into the air. Robin knew where this was going. I'd duck if I were you, she quickly advised to Zoro. The swordsman looked to her, then the straw-hatted boy who leapt into the air. Having a bad feeling, she took the woman's advice and got down to the ground, and just in time too. Gum gum whip. Luffy lunged his left leg out in a seeping kick, the limbs stretching out and covering more distance. It plowed right into the squad of soldiers and swept them all aside, going Morgan in the dirt. Okay, I gotta ask, who the heck are you doing that? Zoro demanded an explanation to the straw-hatted boy's strange talent. I'm just a guy who ate the gum gum fruit. Luffy chuckled as he flexed his leg back and forth, motioning it back into shape. And I ate the bloom bloom fruit, in case you were wondering. Robin noted as she tucked her hair behind her ear. You two really are made for each other. The green-haired man noted, making both of the young lovers smile at the fact. Morgan was stunned for a moment, before snapping out of his shock and picked himself up off the ground. What are you weaklings doing? They're just a bunch of freaks. Get back up and fight. As sir, we can't. One brave soul dared to speak up against their captain. These guys aren't human. 2 devil fruit eaters, and the pirate hunter. There's no way we can win. Kobe was beside himself. This was the navy he had dreamed of joining for so long. The so-called heroes of justice. Deep inside himself, the little pink-haired boy felt a small piece of himself break. Man, I almost feel sorry for these guys. Zoro clutched the swords in his hands tighter, memories of spending half a month tied to that post for nothing coming to mind. Almost. Morgan stood above his men, his shadow casting over them all. Well, if that's how you all feel, then I order you to take your weapons and execute yourselves here and now. I will not have weakness in my ranks. Kobe's head shot up at hearing this. He fell to his knees, a blank look in his eyes. Everything he believed in had come crashing down. By the very people he looked up to. He could have cried right then and there, if it wasn't for another emotion that overcame his grief. Rage. And he wasn't the only one. In the blink of an eye, Luffy had broken out into a mad dash, passing his girl, the swordsman, and the small fleet of Marines in a flash, and threw what would have been a devastating haymaker at the mad captain. Luckily for the axe-handed man, he had thrown up his bladed limb just in time to block the punch. But the force behind it was enough to push him back across the dirt a few feet. Morgan was surprised of the amount of strength the skinny boy had. But his pride immediately buried that thought as he growled at the straw-hatted boy. Luffy, Kobe called out to him. The boy turned back quickly to see the pink-haired child clutching his fists in anger, while tears were threatening to fall from his eyes. Take that disgrace of a Navy captain down, he wailed desperately. Luffy showed no reaction to Kobe's request, but his eyes had that familiar serious expression that Robin knew all too well. The Navy captain better know how to use that axe arm of his if he wanted to come out of this intact. Worthless, insubordinate scum, Morgan roared as he threw off his coat. No one undermines my authority and lives to tell the tale. I am Marine Captain Axe-Hand Morgan, and my word is law. The straw-hatted boy simply turned back toward the hulking man, unimpressed. Nice to meet you, Mr. Axe. I'm Luffy. Morgan lashed out with a heavy swipe of his namesake, which Luffy managed to dodge with ease by leaping over the captain's head. Morgan turned about and delivered a vertical slash of his axe arm, intending to split the straw-hatted boy down the middle. Luffy once more dodged out of the way, retaliating with a vicious dropkick to Morgan's face, blasting him off his feet and sending him to the ground. Morgan picked himself up off the ground, seething with rage. You dare strike me? Luffy charged for his opponent, who intercepted him with another vertical slash. Die already. Luffy evaded the attack by stepping on the side of the giant blade and spinning himself in midair. No thanks. With the combination of the built-up speed and the boy's brute strength, he gave Morgan a devastating kick right into his metal jaw, once again sending the mad captain skidding across the ground. The Marines watching the fight were in awe. No one had ever laid a hand on Morgan for as long as they've been under his command, let alone knock him to the ground. Luffy then walked up to the downed Navy man and grabbed him by his collar, bringing him face to face. Then, the rubber man began to strike the mad captain in his face with his fist, over and over again. You're turning Kobe's dream into a joke. He spoke with each hit as he pummeled the now barely conscious captain. Hey, Straw Hat, a measly voice called out. Over here. Luffy stopped mid-punch to lay his eyes on Helmepoo. Holding a gun to Kobe's head, Robin made ready to intercept Helmepoo's cowardly act. Don't even think about it, little Miss Handy. Helmepoo pressed his pistol against Kobe's temple, tempting Robin to make a move. The dark-haired girl uncrossed her arms, scowling at the cowardly man. You see this? The spoiled man cried. Lay one more hand on my father, and I'll blow his brains out. even with the cruel threat he had just made. No one could take him all that seriously, what with his shaking legs and quivering arms. Luffy simply looked Kobe in the eye. Kobe, in his panicked state, wondered why Luffy didn't do something already. Or was it ... that he was expecting him to do something? Kobe looked to his left, eyeing the man who held him at gunpoint. Something deep inside Kobe told him that he wasn't going to pull the trigger. Did he really seem like someone who would? The pink-haired boy turned and faced the barrel of the gun head-on, staring Helmepoo in the eye. What? The bull-haired man squeaked. Why you think I won't do it? See, cause I will. Kobe clenched his fist. His eyes glowered in anger. He grit his teeth in rage. And then, Kobe did something that everyone, apart from Luffy and Robin, did not expect him to do. He pulled his fist back and socked Helmepoo right in the middle of his face, breaking his nose. Helmepoo fell to the ground, clutching his bleeding appendage, screaming in pain. You broke my nose. You broke my nose. Are you insane? I don't care. You ruined everything. Kobe gave a guttural roar and leapt onto the mad captain's son. Everything, you hear me? He began beating him with wild, thrashing smacks with his balled fists, pummeling the man beneath him. I thought the Marines were heroes. They're supposed to help people. The pink-haired boy's raving turned to blubbering. But you just take advantage of them, rob them, and hurt them. You're no better than pirates. He slowly stopped beating on the cowardly man, losing all of his composure. I don't even know who I am anymore, Kobe whimpered, seeming to be lost of all will. The pirate captain, the scholar, and the swordsman watched the pink-haired boy silently. It was a painful experience, finding out how the world really worked. Helmepoo surprised everyone by shoving Kobe off of him, grabbing his pistol and jamming it into the boy's face. Who the heck cares? As this was happening, Morgan was back on his feet and had his axe blade rise as high above his head, ready to cleave Luffy down the middle. No one humiliates Captain Morgan and gets away with it. Luffy completely ignored the towering man behind him, pulling his fist back. Zoro acted on instinct, breaking into a sprint toward the mad captain. In a single motion, Luffy launched his fist at Helmepoo, whilst Zoro drew his swords for an attack. The domestically broken father and son caught their incoming demise at the last second, their faces contorting in fear. Luffy's rubber fist plunged into Helmepoo's face, blowing the spoiled brat of a man off his feet, rendering him unconscious before he hit the ground. Zoro slashed his trio of blades through the mad marine in the blink of an eye, leaving the metal-mouthed tyrant to fall like a hacked-down tree. Luffy retracted his fist and looked back to the swordsman. Nice one, Zoro. Just doing my job, Captain, was the green-haired man's reply. Luffy's smile grew bigger. That was all the affirmation he needed. Roronoa Zoro was now a part of his crew. All the Marines that had been forced to watch the tussle were gobsmacked by the outcome. Zoro looked toward them and aimed one of his blades toward them. If you guys want to keep this going, we're more than happy to oblige. What happened next came as quite the surprise. The Marines threw their weapons into the air, cheering in joy. We're free. We're free. Yahoo! They beat him. I can't believe they actually beat him. Quick, we gotta lock him up before he comes to. Robin chuckled at the sight of the celebrating soldiers. Looks like the townsfolk weren't the only ones who couldn't stand Morgan and his son. She was brought out of her thoughts when she heard the sound of sniffling from afar. Turning back, she saw that Kobe was huddled up into a ball, weeping to himself. She frowned as she made her way over to the boy, touching his shoulder to bring him out of himself. Kobe's head shot up, taking notice of her. Once he laid eyes on her, he felt a fresh set of sobs overcome him and he clung to her leg in desperation. The scholar's heart went out to him as she placed a comforting hand on his head, letting him weep for his lost dream. A familiar red-headed woman stood herself up from where she knelt, wiping her head of sweat. Sorry, boys. The two Marines she had just finished tying up growled into their gags and thrashed in their ropes, while the girl walked casually into Morgan's office, winking at them mockingly as she closed the door behind her. The girl made her way around the mad captain's desk, finding a safe fixed into the side of a wall. Grinning with glee, she got to work on cracking the safe open, placing her ear to the door as she turned the knob back and forth. Hearing a loud click, she beamed as she opened the door. Bingo! The girl pulled out a rolled-up piece of paper. If the rumors are true, this should be a map that leads to the Grand Line. This'll be worth a fortune. The redhead opened up the paper. The smile on her face fell when all she found was a mocking skull and crossbones with a big, red nose on it. To one side was written, "Sorry, sucker. Love Buggy 20. Buggy. The girl was well aware of the crazy pirate clown of the Grand Line, and how vicious and protective he was of his treasure. And now the map she had her sights set on was now in his grasp. She crushed the paper in her hand, a snarl appearing on her face. Phew. Zoro sat back in his chair, patting his stomach. I almost forgot what food tasted like after those 3 weeks. No way I could go that long without food. Luffy spoke through a full mouth, before swallowing it in one massive gulp. I probably wouldn't last a day. Robin chuckled at Luffy's answer, lifting up a fork full of food. She had been sharing her portions between her and the rubber boy, a small reward for taking down the mad captain. The newly formed pirate trio was celebrating their victory over Morgan and his son, back at the eatery owned by the little girl's mother who snuck in food for the former pirate hunter. The same little girl walked up to the three of them, holding another large tray of food for Shell's Town's heroes. Here you go. Thanks, kid. Zoro showed his gratitude by rubbing his hand on the little girl's head, making her blush and run back around the counter. There, her mother was busy cooking up plenty more for the ones who defeated Morgan. You didn't have to do all of this, you know. Nonsense, the mother exclaimed. You've done more for this town than anyone has in a long time. Thanks to you, the Marines under Morgan's rule were able to lock up that monster and his son. You're all heroes. To one side, Kobe could be found sipping on a glass of juice, a solemn expression on his face. His shoulder had been bandaged up after taking a shot from one of Morgan's men. Luffy seemed to take offense to the mother's claim, swallowing the fork full of food from Robin in a millisecond. We're not heroes. We're pirates. The little girl grew curious at the straw-hatted boy's words, walking up to him with bright, wondering eyes. You're a pirate. I sure am, Luffy declared proudly. And I'm on my way to becoming the Pirate King. Wow, the little girl was in awe. She then looked over to the woman by his side. So, does that mean you're gonna be the Pirate Queen? Robin nearly choked on the food she had just put in her mouth. Luffy went as stiff as a board. Even Kobe ended up spurting his drink out of his nose when the question came out. Zoro heaved back in laughter, beyond glad to see the woman who had messed with him show a crack in her demeanor. Robin wiped her mouth with a napkin before turning toward Luffy. Luffy looked back at her, and when their eyes met, the both looked away, thick blushes across both their faces. Robin was finding it difficult to find anything to say. Luffy kept his eyes covered with his hat, doing everything he could to avoid looking at anyone at that moment. Now, dear. The mother came to the flustered couple's rescue. Let's not bother them too much. The little girl frowned at not getting an answer, until her eyes lit up once more. But wait, if he's gonna be the Pirate King, does that mean you're all going to the Grand Line? Thankful for the change of subject, Robin looked back at the little girl. Why, yes, that's true. You know about the Grand Line. My mommy tells me stories about it at bedtime. The little girl explained. She says the Grand Line is a dangerous place, filled with sea monsters and pirates. And the weather is so crazy, it's like it has a mind of its own. She says that the only one to have ever sailed the whole thing was Gold Roger himself. Luffy chuckled. Well, pretty soon, he's not gonna be the only one. Wow, the little girl was in awe of the straw-hatted boy. Robin even noticed a small blush on her face as she propped her head in her hands. The scholar smiled at her actions, recognizing a bit of herself in the small child. Luffy kept on chuckling until he stopped. Something felt off. He looked back to spot Kobe sitting by himself. Hey, Kobe. The pink-haired boy looked up in surprise. Isn't this the part where you start saying you can't do it? And it's impossible. By now, Kobe gave a humorless chuckle. No, you've proven that you can do just about anything you want, Luffy. There's no way I can stop you. Everyone grew concerned for the boy. Robin decided to speak up next. Kobe ... are you all right? Kobe just stared blankly into his glass. I've got nothing left. When I was stuck on Alvida's ship, I was always dreaming of becoming a Marine. But now that I've seen what the Navy's really like, there's no point. And it's not like I'm any strong to begin with. I wouldn't last a day in training. The pink-haired boy heaved a sigh. I guess my dream will just ... stay a dream. Robin frowned for the boy. Luffy looked at the pink-haired boy with a blank stare. Zoro had his eyes closed in a solemn manner. The mother and her daughter were silent after hearing the boy's heartbreaking words. Suddenly, the front bar doors to the eatery were opened, and in walked Morgan's former second-in-command. He marched in with authority, briskly approaching the three pirates sat at the table. Pardon me. Luffy looked up at the man with a mouthful of food. Zoro cracked an eye open, and Robin looked at the man with slight distaste. She had a vague idea of what was about to happen. On behalf of me and my men, we thank you for removing Morgan from his position of power. He spoke in a stern tone. However, is it true that you all claim to be pirates? Yep, Luffy answered without a shred of hesitation. I see. The second-in-command looked away for a moment before recomposing himself. If that is the case, then as the new commander of the Shell's Town Navy Marine Base, I am to place you under arrest. Shock and awe filled the room, along with the crowd of pedestrians that had gathered outside the eatery. Kobe blanched. How much more crooked could these guys be? You cowards, a man from outside shouted. How dare you do this to them? They saved our town, and this is how you thank them? A woman shrieked in outrage. You're just as bad as Morgan. More and more people grew angry, demeaning the heroes of the town be left alone. Silence, the new commander roared, making the townsfolk stop their ranting in an instant. He took a deep breath before continuing. However, we can't thank you enough for what I've done. You don't seem like the kind of people who would take advantage of us. So, as a sign of our gratitude, we are giving you a chance to leave this island. We shall not pursue you, nor report you. You are free to go, but you must leave immediately." The trio of pirates, along with the pink-haired boy, stayed silent for a while, absorbing the Navy man's explanation. Luffy chewed on a mouthful of food before swallowing it with an audible gulp. Okay. Kobe shot up from his seat. Zoro and Robin didn't seem so shocked by the captain's decision. Yeah, Luffy shrugged at the pink-haired boy. If they don't want us here, then they don't want us here. We are pirates after all, so it makes sense, right? Zoro smirked at the straw-hatted boy's logic. Getting up from his seat, Robin stood up as well, taking Luffy's hand as she did. The straw-hatted boy then looked back to the still-stunned Kobe. The two of them shared a look, Luffy giving him a supposed blank stare that seemed to cut right through the pink-haired boy. After a silent minute passed between them, Luffy turned back and continued to the door. Kobe could only stay frozen in place as the others walked away. "Hold it," the new commander cried out, stopping the trio for a moment. "What about him? Isn't he with you?" The Navy man pointed to Kobe, who visibly shook at the accusation. Luffy looked back to Kobe, seeing him shaking like a leaf. The straw-hatted boy simply shook his head. "Nope, he ain't with us." Kobe felt hurt by his first-ever friend's harsh words, but then smiled bittersweetly. It made sense, didn't it? If Kobe had no attachment to Luffy, he could have a better chance of getting into the Navy. But after everything that's happened, did he still want to be in the Navy? But he was part of Alvida's crew. He heard the straw-hatted boy exclaim, making him shoot his head up in utter fright. What was Luffy doing? "She's this big, ugly walrus of a pirate lady," Luffy described with a motion of his arms, to emphasize just how fat this lady Alvida was. "And Kobe was her cabin boy, weren't you, Kobe?" The pink-haired boy could only stare at Luffy as he bounded up to him and continued to taunt him. "You did anything that ugly old hag told you to do, huh? You're just her little pushover, aren't you? Luffy, what are you?" Kobe was cut off when Luffy started poking him in the head with his finger, like he just could cause he wanted to. Like he could get away with it. Like there was nothing to stop him. Like Kobe wouldn't do anything about it. Kobe's just her four-eyed punching bag. Luffy laughed. Anytime anyone wants to make themselves feel better, they come looking for poor, little, defenseless Kobe and hit him, and hit him, and hit him, and hit. "Shut up." Kobe surprised himself, and everyone else, excluding Robin and Zoro, by throwing a frustrated punch in Luffy's face, being able to knock his treasured straw hat right off his head. Kobe just stood there, stunned. He stared at his still clenched fist with bewildered eyes. What did he just do? A snicker drew his attention to Luffy, who cracked a smile from where he stood. His snicker turned to outright laughter. "What, you actually standing up for yourself now?" Kobe was at a loss for words, until Luffy drove his fist into his face, sending him flying back to the bar. Propping himself up, Kobe could do nothing as Luffy unleashed a barrage of fists, beating him close to unconsciousness. "You think you can hit me and get away with it? I'm a pirate. I can do as I please. And no one here is gonna stop me. No one, not even you." "That's enough." The commander stepped in and broke up the one-sided fight. "Clearly, he is no friend of yours. Now, get off our island, or I'll have you arrested here and now." "Okay." Luffy smiled like he had done nothing wrong, made his way back to his two-man crew, and left. Kobe was nursing the bruises given to him by his so-called friend. Why would Luffy do that to him? After all they'd been through together, it was like he was trying to alienate himself on purpose. And that's when it hit him. Kobe instantly stood up at attention, steel in his eyes. "Excuse me, sir." The new commander was surprised by this change in the cowardly boy's demeanor, but let him continue. "I wish to join the Navy. I want to offer what services I can to bringing true justice to the seas," Kobe stated without hesitation. The leading Navy man was stunned by this. Was this boy for real? A lone Marine marched up to the new commander, leaning his head in to whisper, "Sir, I don't think we should let him in. Pirates are notorious for sending spies into our ranks." "I'm not a pirate," Kobe stated fearlessly. "Allow me to prove myself." The new commander looked this boy in the eye. He seemed genuine in his plea, and after taking that vicious beating, it shows this boy has more resolve than the average man. Most importantly, when he was disabling Helmapoo, he showed great discomfort in what the Navy truly was, and he still wanted to be one of them. This boy was something else, something the Navy just might need. The commander walked past the boy, seeming to refuse looking him in the eye. Kobe continued to stare forward, resolve thick in his expression. "Becoming a Marine is no walk in the park," the commander spoke. Kobe's stern expression disappeared in an instant, turning to face him. "You'll shed blood, sweat, and tears before you can be called Navy material. Only those with the right stuff make it through, and even then, that's when the real work begins." The Navy man turned around, a smile on his face. "Do you think you have it in you?" Kobe's eyes lit up. His dream was coming true. He was going to be a Marine. He gave the commander an excited salute. "Yes, sir. I won't let you down." The pirate trio had made their way to the small dingy at the docks, which Zoro was not happy to see. They unfurled the sail and were on their way out to sea. The swordsman looked back at the town he had spent close to a month in, and couldn't help but give a humored grin. Well, that's one way of saying goodbye. What if that kid hates your guts now? It's okay if he does, Luffy merely grinned. Marines are supposed to hate pirates, right? Robin laid herself over Luffy, planting a kiss on his cheek and snuggling into him. Well, I think that was very sweet of you to do that for him, Luffy. The straw-hatted boy beamed as he wrapped an arm around his girl. So, you were in on it too. Zoro laid back on his side of the boat, placing his arms on the back of his head. Of course, the dark-haired girl notified. How was Kobe ever to become a Marine if he was affiliated with the likes of us? Kobe always wanted to be a Marine. Luffy closed his eyes, seeming to have one of his rare wise moments. And I know he'll be a better one than that metal-mouthed creep ever was. And if you have to fight him in the future. Zoro raised an eyebrow. Luffy opened his eyes again and gave his toothy grin. Then he'll just have to give everything he's got. I'm not gonna let anyone stop me from becoming the Pirate King. Zoro chuckled, shaking his head at his new captain's answer. What had he gotten himself into? Attention. A loud voice of authority grabbed the attention of the small pirate crew. They looked back to the harbor and saw the entire fleet of Marines standing at attention. Kobe was at the front of them all, standing beside the new commander. Kobe, the commander, and the whole fleet gave the retreating three a salute, showing them respect. We thank you for relieving us of our former captain. We can never be able to show our gratitude enough. We wish you safe travels on your journey. Luffy stood from his spot and began waving his arms in departure. Bye, guys. Robin joined him in saying farewells by waving her hand, while Zoro just casually raised his hand in goodbye. Luffy, Kobe cried out next. I know what you did for me. I'll never be able to repay you. I promise to make the most of this chance you've given me. The next time you see me, I'll be a full-fledged Marine. Luffy chuckled at this. Later, Kobe, the pink-hired boy, seemed to be strong in demeanor, but he was doing everything he could to hold his raging emotions in. Good friends are hard to come by. The pink-haired boy snapped his head up at the new commander, who was looking back at him with a thoughtful smile. He knew what Luffy had done for him as well. Kobe let his tears fall, looking back to his first-ever friends and giving them a much stronger salute. Saluting a pirate is an affront to the Navy way. The commander cried out to his men. As punishment, we will all go without food for 2 days. Yes, sir. The fleet obeyed. It was time to get their base back to proper official order. Kobe kept watching the small band of pirates that had freed him from his oppressed life, and more importantly, his own fear. He'll make sure to pay them back by becoming the best Marine the Navy ever had. And when the time comes, he'd be ready to take on the future Pirate King as an equal. Oog, I'm so bored. Luffy groaned as he slumped over the side of the small dinghy. Are we at the Grand Line yet? We won't be anywhere near the Grand Line for a few days, Luffy, Robin advised, reading one of her many tomes to one side of her love. Good thing we have you to navigate, or else we'd be stranded out here, Zoro mentioned as he stretched after another one of his many naps. I read a few charting pieces and maps, but I never really dug into navigation as much as I probably should have, the young scholar confessed. I was always one for history, myself. But you're the famed pirate. Oh, pardon me, ex-pirate hunter. Shouldn't you have any navigation skills? You must have, if you were able to hunt down so many outlaws. You'd think. But no, the swordsman managed to say through a yawn. I only went after bounties that I wasn't too far from. Other than that, I just went with my gut. Sounds a little too chancy for my taste. Robin inquired with a raised eyebrow. Hey, the green-haired man suddenly grew defensive. My sense of direction is just fine. He folded his arms and sat back where he lay. It's decent, at least. Robin covered her mouth to hide a chuckle. It would appear she had struck a touchy subject. Suddenly, a loud grumble made its way to the chatting two's ears. They turned to their lover and captain, who had a hand over his now rumbling stomach. Great. Now I'm bored and hungry. Alwa. Robin began to rub the back of the straw-hatted boy. Don't worry, Luffy. We'll find somewhere to land soon, and then you can eat as much as you like. The boy looked up to his beloved with strained but grateful eyes. Thanks, Robin. As Robin scratched Luffy's head, a gust of wind blew by, which picked up the boy's straw hat and carried it into the boat's sail. My hat. Luffy cried out in despair. He reached his hand out to it, only for the hat to carry on up the sail, threatening to come out of it and be lost to the wind. Hold on, Luffy. Robin crossed her arms and attempted to grab the hat with her powers, but every time a hand popped out and made to grab it, the wind blew that every which way out of her hand's reach. No. Luffy eased himself onto his feet, afraid that jostling the boat would make the sail lose it for good. The hat was almost at the edge of the sail, and Luffy was beginning to panic. He was about to make a leap for it, only for Zoro to come out of nowhere, jump up from the boat, and grab it right before it sailed off into the air. Zoro landed back in the boat, rocking the small vessel with his landing. Steadying himself, he reached his new captain's headwear back to him. Here you go, my hat. The rubber boy took it from his first mate, placing it back on his head in great relief. Thanks, Zoro, you're the best. Robin gave the swordsman a thankful smile. You seem pretty attached that thing, Zoro inquired out loud as retook his seat. I'm guessing there's a story behind it. Yeah, Luffy took his hat back off, making sure to keep a tight grip so as not lose it again. Shanks gave to me when I was a kid. I promised him I'd become the Pirate King. And when I did, I'd give it back to him. Zoro was following along with the boy's story, until his eyes shot wide open when he was finished, as he realized who he had just mentioned. Wait, Shanks, as in red-haired Shanks. Yeah, Luffy responded excitedly. Zoro looked over to Robin, who nodded in affirmation of her beloved's words. Zoro began to rub his head in disbelief. This is just the tip of the iceberg, isn't it? Robin chuckled. I'm afraid you have no idea. The familiar rumble of Luffy's stomach brought them back to their captain, holding his distressed belly with one hand. Ugh, Zoro felt his own stomach complain. You know, we could have gotten some rations as a reward for taking down that nut job Morgan. The town seemed generous enough. I suppose we did leave rather abruptly, but we didn't have much choice since the Navy base gained its self-reliance back and let us leave freely. Robin shrugged her shoulders. We are pirates, after all. Common kindness is a rarity to our kind. The swordsman shook his head. I'm still wrapping my head around all this. I was a bounty hunter, starving to death just yesterday, and now I'm the one thing I've made money off of, and my captain is a kid. Zoro quickly realized what he said in front of the defensive woman and put his hands up. No offense. None taken. Robin smiled kindly. I can understand that my Luffy can be a little unique, but that's one of the things that makes him likable. She then began tussling her lover's black locks in her fingers, making him smile and hum happily. She chuckled. And lovable. Zoro shook his head. These two had to be the oddest couple he'd ever seen. But hey, he was a swordsman who wielded a third sword in his teeth. Who was he to judge? Luffy looked up into the air, watching the clouds gently glide by, when he spotted what appeared to be a lone seagull fluttering high in the sky. He grinned. Looks like we don't have to wait for land, after all. The straw-hatted boy then hopped to his feet, lunging his rubber arms onto the boom of the small sailboat. Breakfast's on me, guys. Pulling back on his outstretched arms, he shot himself up into the air, flying straight for the prey in the sky. A few more feet in the air, and Luffy caught the flapping prize. Or to be more exact, the prize got him. It came as quite the sprite to the straw-hatted boy when the seagull turned out to be a lot bigger than he anticipated. And an even bigger and more unpleasant surprise when the rubber boy's head was caught in the large bird's beak. AHHH, help me, Luffy. Robin cried out in distraught, forgetting the book that fell from her grasp. Zoro snapped into action, taking the oars of the boat and rowing after the retreating behemoth bird with great haste. What are you waiting for? Do something. Use your powers. I can't, the scholar retorted as she strained in her Hana pose. He's too far away. You can't reach him, Zoro barked back. Is that even a thing for you? I need to have a clear vision of where to use my powers. Robin looked up to the giant seagull making off with her beloved Luffy. If he's too far away, then there's nothing I can do. She said the last part with helpless distaste. As the giant bird sailed on across the sky, Luffy was trying to pry himself out of its massive beak. Let me go. I'm gonna eat you alive, you stupid, feathery. A colossal explosion which struck the bird from out of nowhere interrupted the boy, as he finally came loose from the bird's clutches and began to fall toward the island below him. The heck was that? Zoro called out from where he rode. Robin didn't answer. She was focusing on where that blast came from, and where Luffy was now falling. Hey, over here. A cry came to the two pirates' ears. They searched for the source, spotting a trio of men floating in the water ahead of them. Help us, please, one of them cried out, looking to be close to going under. Zoro looked over to Robin, noticing she was too preoccupied with seeing where their captain was falling. He looked back to the drowning three. We can't stop. You're gonna have to grab on. As Zoro rowed toward the three, they did as was advised, and grabbed onto the boat and hauled each other in. The swordsman smirked. Good for you, we were coming by. Yeah, one of the men drawled. Zoro noticed the deep, dark tone he took on. The trio of men then took out an assortment of swords from their person. But it's bad news for you. Now give us what you got, or you're going in the drink next. Robin turned her head back for a moment to look at their new hitchhikers. One was spindly, had a narrow face, and wild, orange hair coming out of his head. The second seemed more moody, wearing a purple woolly hat and thick black eyebrows. The last was quite obese, with tanned skin and a shiny bald head. The scholar arched an eyebrow, while Zoro put the oars to one side and laid a hand on his blades. These three were a bunch of stooges. A few moments later, the three stooges were rowing the boat for the two straw hats, nursing a multitude of bumps and bruises. Baldy and Hat-Head rowed, while Frizzy Hair sat in between his friends. Sorry to have inconvenienced you and your lady friend, Mr. Pirate Hunter Zoro, sir. Frizzy laughed half-heartedly, attempting to make nice with the two overpowered figures before him. Zoro and Robin merely glared at the three, not at all glad about dealing with them. Great, thanks to these three, we lost sight of our captain. The swordsman mused angrily out loud. The 3 uninvited guests flinched at his accusation, making them row quicker, hoping they'd be able to reach land and escape the green-haired monster. I didn't, the female scholar mentioned. Zoro looked to her with a raised eyebrow. Robin stepped past the 3 stooges, who quickly moved out of her way. They didn't know how she made all those hands appear, and they didn't want to. Robin looked out over the horizon. Pointing a mound of land ahead of them, he landed on that island. Zoro leaned over the side to get a better view of where she was pointing. He then turned back to the rowing stooges. All right, you heard the lady. Take us to that island. The 3 stooges looked back to where they wanted to go, and each gained a massive, smug grin. Sure, Baldy beamed. Whatever you say. Head smirked. It's your funeral. Frizzy finished, making him and his cohorts break out in mocking laughter. Robin and Zoro did not have a good feeling about their amusement. Get back here, a large thug barked out, as he and 2 others with him chased a young, red-haired girl through the streets of an abandoned town. The girl was gasping for breath, running for so long as she tried to escape her tailors. In her hand, she held a parchment of paper, no doubt what the trio of pirate thugs behind her wanted. Of all the bad luck, the girl tripped over a stray pebble in the street, crashing to the ground and skidding across the cobblestones beneath her. Nursing her injuries, the 3 pirates slowly closed in on her. The girl looked to them in nervousness. How was she going to get out of this one? Looks like you're out of luck, sweetheart. One of the men sneered pridefully. Now if you hand that map over to us, we just might think about letting you go. Maybe. He and his partners laughed cruelly. The girl scowled, trying to think of a way out of this situation. Then a strange noise came to her ears. It grew louder and louder. The girl looked around for wherever it was coming from. The men had also caught on to the noise, wondering where it was coming from. As the noise grew, the girl gained a better idea of what it was. It sounded like someone screaming, like they were falling. From up above her, the girl looked up and spotted the familiar sight of a straw-hatted boy falling out of the sky, screaming on his way down. The girl acted quickly, moving out of the way before the boy hit the ground between her and the 3 thugs. The boy struck the ground so hard, rock and dirt exploded out of the ground from his accelerated descent, taking her and the men by surprise. As the dust cleared, the girl saw that the boy was perfectly fine, not a scratch on him. Whoa, the boy brushed himself off of any stray dust and debris in his crash landing. That was close. I thought that bird was gonna eat me. The girl looked at the boy in front of her, her mind calculating the moment as quick as it could. Then she smirked as she got an idea. Partner, the girl exclaimed happily as she jumped to her feet. You came to save me. Luffy looked to the girl by his side, confused as to why she was looking at him with so much admiration. His eyebrows crossed as he began to think. Wait, haven't I? Thanks for coming to get me. The girl interrupted him, quickly pointing to the 3 pirates who were picking themselves up after the boy's entrance. I'll leave these guys to you. Huh? Luffy looked to where she was pointing, genially confused as to what was going on. Wait, what are you? Go get him, partner. The girl waved him goodbye as she made run for it, leaving the straw-hatted boy with the 3 thugs behind him. Dang it, one of the men raged. She got away. Forget it. Another walked up to the confused boy. We got her, partner. It may not be the map, but this should put a smile on the captain's face. Luffy looked back to the men in front of him, still confused to his current predicament. Hey, can you tell me what's going on? A grumble from his stomach made Luffy keel over. Also, do you know anywhere I can get some food? I'm starving. Well, if you're hungry. The man in front of him clenched his fist. How's about a knuckle sandwich? The thug threw a punch aimed at Luffy's face. But thanks to Luffy's superior senses, he easily dodged the blow. But the thug did manage to knock Luffy's hat off his head. The boy watched his hat fly through the air before landing on the ground softly. He then turned back in a swift motion and rammed his own fist into the thug's face. The force behind the punch launched him off the ground and sent him flying to the ground a good few meters away. The other 2 thugs were stunned by this, but soon snapped out of it and growled at the boy. Why, you little... They were then stopped in their tracks, as they caught sight of the look the young boy had as he cracked his knuckles. Pure, unrestrained anger aimed directly at them. The red-headed girl kept running at an easier pace, until she stopped to lean against a wall, taking a moment to catch her breath. As she did, she heard the sound of screams coming from where she left that boy that came out of nowhere. Man, they're really letting him have it, she mused to herself. A small part of her felt sorry for the boy she left behind to save her own skin. But then she shook it off. It wasn't the first time she'd left someone to take the fall for her. Still, that nagging feeling kept bugging her. The girl sighed to herself. She decided to go see if the kid was all right, just to make the little voice inside her head shut up. She hopped up onto a rooftop overlooking where she left the straw-hatted boy, peeking over the side in case the other 3 spotted her. What she saw made her eyes pop. The 3 men chasing her before were down, battered, bruised, and completely knocked out. The boy she left to fend for himself stepped past their uncurious bodies and picked up his straw hat. Dusting it off, he placed it back on his head quite forcefully, as if to make sure it would never fall off again. "Don't touch my hat," he stated in a dark whisper. Whoa, the girl was in awe at what she saw. She kept her eyes on the boy that survived her little trick and made short work of the thugs. "Hey, you," she cried out. The boy looked to where she was and arched an eyebrow. "Did you take those guys out by yourself?" "That's amazing." "Yeah," the straw-hatted boy retorted hotly. "No thanks to you. Sorry about that." She tried to play off the trick as nothing. She hopped down to a balcony and sat on the railing. "The name's Nami," she introduced herself. "Hey, I know it was just a trick, but how's about you and me become partners for real? We'd make one heck of a team." No thanks. I'm good," Luffy answered back with a deadpan expression. He began to walk away, with Nami watching him with bewildered eyes. Hey, she snapped out of herself and leaped down to the ground. "Wait up." Luffy casual looked around the town he landed in, as Nami ran up behind him. "How can you just say that? Think about it, will you?" "I don't really want to think about something I don't want to do," he stated, right before he keeled over from a sudden pain in his stomach. "I forgot. I'm so hungry. I can't take it anymore." Nami watched him fall to his knees, thinking that this boy was a real oddball. Then she gave a crafty Cheshire grin. Maybe she could use that to her advantage. "Well, if you want, I can make you something," she offered sweetly. "Think of it as my way of saying sorry." The boy was back on his feet and beaming at the girl, taking her by surprise as she lurched back. "Really?" Nami strained a smile as she nodded. This guy was even weirder than she thought. The red-headed thief and the straw-hatted boy were sitting around a table inside one of the empty town's bare houses. Nami could only watch in disgust as this boy that fell out of the sky and beat 3 men by himself indulged himself on just about every scrap of food the place had. "You sure can put it away," she grimaced to herself. "Thanks." The snide remark went over Luffy's head as he chowed down on a sandwich made by the girl next to him. "And thanks for the grub." He spoke through his large, animated bites. "Don't talk with your mouth full," she chided. "And you're welcome." "So, is this your house?" Luffy asked, completely ignoring the girl's demand about talking through his food. Nami sighed at his childish behavior. "No, this is somebody else's place," she answered. "The whole town's been deserted since Buggy arrived, so I figured I'd make myself at home." "Buggy?" Luffy grabbed another plate of food and tucked in once more. "Never heard of him." "Be glad that you haven't." Nami raised an eyebrow. "He's a psychopath pirate clown, very protective of his treasure, and he'd rather lose one of his own men than lose one berry that belongs to him." The straw-hatted boy swallowed another load of food. "So, were those guys chasing you with him or something?" As a matter of fact, Nami stuck her nose in the air with pride. She laid back in her seat and propped her feet on the table. "I just so happened to pull off a pretty successful heist on that clown. Couldn't have been that successful if you were being chased," was Luffy's blunt remark. Nami nearly fell out of her seat when the straw-hatted boy said that. "Oh, shut up. So, what'd you steal?" The boy continued to pester the girl with questions. "Awfully curious, aren't you?" she insinuated roughly. Her frustrated attitude went unnoticed as Luffy continued to stuff his face, looking at her as if waiting for her to say something. The redhead heaved a sigh. "Well, if you must know, I took this." She pulled out from behind her the parchment of paper she held onto and placed it on the table. Luffy stared at it for a while, until he couldn't figure out what it was by himself. "What is it?" "That," Nami gave the paper a poke of emphasis, "is a map that leads to the entrance of the Grand Line." Luffy dropped the roll he had in his hands when he heard what she just said. "No way." "Yes, way," Nami retorted. She hadn't noticed it, but the boy's excitement to the map was starting to affect her. "And once I'm there, I'll make a fortune. Just think of all the treasure I can get my hands on." "Wait, so you're a navigator?" The straw-hatted boy leaped out of his seat, desperate to know her answer. Nami looked at the boy with complete pride and confidence. "I'm not just a navigator, I'm the navigator, the best one you're ever gonna meet." "That's so cool." Luffy shot his hands in the air in celebration. "I've been looking for a navigator to join my crew." "Really?" Nami replied just as enthusiastically. How this boy could make her so joyful and bombastic was beyond her. Maybe she could team up with him, just for a little while. "Yeah," Luffy nodded happily. "You should join us. You'd have loads of fun being a pirate." The smile on Nami's face fell in the blink of an eye when he said that. "Wait, you're a pirate." Luffy stopped in his excitement, but kept the smile on his face. "Why, yeah. Well, in that case, forget it." The redhead spat out at the boy. Her rebuttal was so strong, it nearly took Luffy off his feet. Nami folded her arms with a huff. "What did I expect? Of course you're a pirate. Everyone and their grandmother wants to be a pirate for some reason. What's so great about being one anyway?" "What isn't so great?" Luffy took off his hat as he explained. "You get to do whatever you want, go wherever you want, and be whoever you want. Being a pirate is the best." The red-headed girl slammed her hands on the table, startling the boy. "Pirates are the worst. I don't care what anyone says, they'll always be monsters to me." Luffy blinked owlishly as he put his hat back atop his head. "So So you don't want to be on my crew? No, Nami shrieked. I'd rather die than be the likes of you. She stomped off over to the windowsill and sat beside it. She kept her eyes on the view outside rather than the pirate boy next to her. Oh, Luffy's face was blank for a moment, until he gave a nonchalant shrug. Ah, well, your loss. He then went straight back to eating. Nami scowled at the boy stuffing his face. She looked back out the window and began to think things through. Buggy's crew was no doubt scouring the entire town right now, looking for her and his map. She had no way of getting past any of them, not without losing her life in the process. Not to mention, there was all of Buggy's secret treasure stash she came across when snatching the map in the first place. It would be a shame to just leave it behind. There had to be some way for her to get close it. Nami looked back at the childish pirate boy at the table ... and then grinned. Hey, the thief girl spoke in a much sweeter voice than before. I'm sorry I went off at you like that. Maybe I could be the navigator of your crew. Luffy looked at her with bulging cheeks full of food, swallowing them quick so he could speak. Really? Totally. She smiled coyly. But before I do, I need to do something important. Do you think you could give me a hand? Sure. The gullible lad nodded. Great. She beamed a smile, whilst lifting up a coil of rope. Now put your hands behind your back. A tug and pull here, a few knots there, and Nami had Luffy tied up in a matter of moments. Why'd you tie me up? Luffy questioned to Nami behind her. To show you I'm good with knots, the thief girl replied, holding the end of rope in her hand. Oh, the boy nodded to her simple reasoning. Well, that makes sense. Nami rolled her eyes before snapping the rope like a rein. Come on, it's time to go. Where are we going? Luffy asked, leading the way out the house like a dog on a leash. To make some new friends, was the thief girl's nonchalant answer as she closed the front door behind her. Captain Buggy. Captain Buggy. A member of the clown's crew rushed up to him desperately. Aye, it's the thief that stole your map. She's back, the crewmate stammered, as she says she wants to see you. All men surrounding the captain's tent turned to him as the clown contemplated the out-of-nowhere proposal. Buggy seemed to mull the request over for some time. Bring her up. Let's see what she has to say for herself. Soon enough, Nami was walking past every clown giving her the stink eye, with Luffy still trussed up in front of her. The two continued to walk toward the clown captain, his bright red nose seeming to glow ominously underneath the shadow of his small tent. You've got some guts coming back here after stealing from me, girlie, Buggy spoke as he pulled out a knife from beneath his bright orange coat. Now, give me one good reason I shouldn't see exactly how much guts you've got. A pretty simple reason, Buggy, Nami replied. I want to join the winning side. In a swift motion, Nami gave Luffy a harsh kick to the back. Luffy fell to the ground with a grunt. When he turned back to her, about to ask what that was for, the red-headed thief merely poked her tongue out at him. I'm done taking this guy's abuse. He does nothing but sprout gibberish and make things harder than they should be. The girl played up her story, thinking on the spot for the right words to win the pirate clown over. Heck, if it wasn't for him, I'd have been long gone with your map by now. Is that right? Buggy leaned forward in his seat, a disgruntled sneer on his painted face. Yeah, but then I saw the map I took from you, she inquired. You and your crew seem to be going places. I mean, aiming for the Grand Line. That's a pretty big deal. So, I figured that I'd bring this map back, along with offering my services to you. I'd even throw in my pain-in-the-neck former partner here as a peace offering. Buggy stared down the girl and boy before him, his mind mulling over the girl's offer. And let me say this as well, the girl continued. If I was capable of sneaking past your men, think of what I could do if I was on your side. I guarantee you'd be swimming in gold before you even got to the entrance to the Grand Line. When Nami finished her proposal, everything was dead silent. All of Buggy's men were facing their captain, curious and quite fearful of whatever his reaction would be. The red-headed girl kept a confident grin on her face, but swallowed the lump that appeared in her throat halfway through her speech. Luffy continued to lay on the ground, fear completely foreign to him and his position. A giggle came from the clown captain, then a chuckle, then full-blown maniacal laughter. I like your style, sweetheart. You've got a good head on your shoulders, and you know when to get rid of dead weight. Nami sighed in relief for a quick moment that thankfully went unnoticed, then clasped her hands together in a hopeful manner. Does that mean? Buggy stood from his seat as he continued to laugh. He made his way over to the girl, stepping over Luffy nonchalantly, and wrapped an arm around her shoulders in a friendly fashion. What's your name, kiddo? The red-headed thief smiled shyly, making herself blush to help win over the gullible red-nosed man all the more. Nami. Buggy shot his fist into the air. Welcome to the Buggy Pirates, Nami, my dear. Boys, break out the rum and serve up some grub. It's time to celebrate our new crewmate. The crew of clown pirates cheered in delight. Hey, a voice spoke up from the ground. Buggy looked around for the noise until he looked down to the straw-hatted boy laying face down, looking up at him. Can I have some, too? The boy asked innocently. Could have just said no. Luffy grumbled. He was now sat inside a tiny steel cage, still trussed up in Nami's ropes. He turned to the girl who had put him in this situation in the first place. "And you can forget about joining my crew. Whatever." Nami waved him off callously. The girl walked away from the caged pirate boy and back to the party now taking place in her honor. Buggy's men performed deadly circus tricks that promoted their freakishly violent nature, breathing fire, juggling swords, and other daring feats merely because they could. Nami made her way past the celebrating circus folk and found her seat in front of the leading clown captain. As she picked up a small glass of wine, Buggy held out a large mug in his large white mitt. The girl gave him a smile, lifting her glass and striking his mug gently, the two sharing a toast. Nami couldn't believe how easy this was. All she had to do now was wait until these nut jobs collapsed from partying too much. Then she could make off with the map and the treasure. She had to laugh to herself. Pirates were so stupid. Back with the straw-hatted boy. He was currently in the middle of his hands on some of the cuisine. The clown crew were helping themselves to ... by stretching his arm across the ground, walking his fingers toward a lone table piled up with food. All ... most ... got it. He groaned in his strained effort. His fingers were just a few more inches away from a hunk of meat on a plate. Closer, closer, from out of nowhere. A clown carrying a plate of food trips over the rubber boy's outstretched limb. The arm snapped out of its elasticity and comes shooting back to the boy, knocking him off of the bars and falling on his face. The poor boy's stomach growls. "I'm so hungry." Buggy chugged down the last of his drink, slamming it down on the table and giving a shameless belch. "You know what? I'm in quite the cheery mood right now. I've got my map back, a pretty little crewmate on my side, but something's not right." Nami raised an eyebrow at his out-loud musing as she took a sip from her drink. The clown then shot to his feet, taking the girl by surprise. "That's it." The captain snapped his fingers. "Boys, I think it's time ... for a buggy ball." The crew cheered loudly, going ecstatic for whatever the leading clown was going on about. A buggy ball. Nami wondered out loud, finding the words to be quite odd coming out of her mouth. The next thing she knows, a large cannon is placed out over the side of the tavern the circus crew was perched on, aiming out toward the town before them. A lone clown comes walking up to the massive weapon, carrying in his arms a bright red ball with the buggy pirate Jolly Roger emblazoned on it. He loads the ball into the back of the cannon, then lights a match. Nami stands beside Buggy, a feeling of dread making itself known in her stomach. She was no stranger to seeing towns getting shot at by cannons, but something about this time seemed ... off. Luffy also watched from where he sat, his rubber head easily able to poke out of the bars of his cell. Once the clown lit the fuse, he made a mad dash away from the cannon, making sure to be a good distance from the destructive device. A drummer clown gave an anticipating drum roll as the fuse shrunk lower and lower from the light spark, drawing closer to the end. And when it finally reached the end, the clown finished with a cymbal crash. What came from out of the cannon couldn't be described as a simple blast. It was like a cyclone of fire, sweeping through building after building of the town, reducing them to smoldering heaps of bricks and burnt ashes. The explosion was so powerful, it went on entirely to the other side of the whole town. When the dust cleared and the smoke subsided, there was a gigantic pathway of destruction paved across the land. Buggy and his men laughed and cheered at the spectacle of carnage. Luffy held a blank expression as he took in the sight of the ruined scenery. And Nami couldn't believe what she had gotten herself into. Over at the harbor of the small abandoned town, Zoro, Robin and the Three Stooges were making land when the buggy ball made its grand display of power. "What in the world was that?" Robin inquired with wide eyes. "That was one of the captain's buggy balls," Frizzy Hair explained, unease written across his face. Boy, were he and his partners glad they weren't in that blast. Zoro, however, couldn't help but laugh. Buggy balls. Buggy cackled along with his crew, minus the red-headed thief by his side. "So, what did you think, Nami, my dear?" The girl snapped herself out of her state of shock in time for Buggy's question. "It was, really something." Buggy threw his head back in laughter. "Spectacular is what it was. Blowing something to smithereens always puts a smile on my face." The mad clown continued to laugh before calming down. "And this is just the beginning. With the firepower of my buggy balls, conquering the Grand Line will be child's play. I'll become the next pirate king in no time." Buggy's men cheered in agreement, while Nami grew more and more weary of her dire situation. Things couldn't get any worse. "Hold on a second." The redhead spoke too soon. With mouth agape, Nami turned to the childlike pirate boy in the cage. Buggy and his men followed suit, quite upset of being taken out of their good mood. "You're not going to be the pirate king, I am," Luffy declawed without a shred of shame or regret. "Will you shut up already?" Nami hissed through gritted teeth. Was this kid trying to get them both killed? Buggy guffawed smugly at the straw-hatted boy's proclamation. "And how does a puny little thing like you plan on becoming pirate king? Let me out of this cage and I'll show you, you big-nosed jerk." Luffy snarled back. The party seemed to crash to a stop. Every clown went dead silent, slowly turning their heads at the boy in the cage and much more slowly toward their captain. Nami looked about at the circus crew, noticing many of them chattering their teeth in fear and breaking out into cold sweats. Hearing what sounded like a panting dog by her side, the thief turned back to the captain and had to take a step back from what she saw. Buggy was mad. Really mad. What ... did you just say ... you little punk? The seething clown hissed. I said that if I was to punch you in the face, my fist would probably bounce off that big honker of yours. Luffy either didn't read the mood of the crowd, or he didn't care as he took another jab at the clown captain's most sensitive feature. A vein appeared on Buggy's brow, his breathing growing heavy and loud. He was like a steam engine building up heat, and soon enough he blew his top. No one makes fun of Captain Buggy's nose. No one. Nami had to cover her ears as the mad clown screamed into the sky. Every member of Buggy's crew was shivering in their shoes, afraid of whatever their captain was about to do. He could be quite unpredictable when he was mad. Buggy took long, deep breaths to calm himself down. He held a dark frown on his face at the straw-hatted boy, who seemed to be unaffected by the captain's tantrum. He just stared back, like he wasn't impressed. Buggy snarled at the boy, but then his lips turned up into a cruel grin. I see what you mean about your partner making up gibberish now, Nami. Buggy mused aloud with a sudden laugh. I know, right? The red-headed girl laughed along with him to keep her cover up. A cruel grin came to the mad clown's face. Well then, Nami, my dear, how's about as your new captain? I help you get rid of him for good. Nami's fake smile fell instantly as she watched Buggy's men move the massive cannon in front of the still caged-up boy, and another Buggy ball was loaded into the mouth of the large weapon. That's okay, Captain. Nami stumbled over trying to find the right words to dispel the impending murder. He may be stupid, but I think being locked up is punishment enough for him. How's about we go back to the party? You know, have some fun. The red-nosed man gave a maniacal giggle as he turned to the girl, showing a just as maniacal grin. But this is my idea of fun, he stated as he placed a box of matches in the girl's hand. As he stepped back to watch the show, his crew began to chant for the thief girl to light the fuse. Fiery, 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 fiery. Nami looked at the matchbox in her hand, then at the cannon, then at the boy she was expected to blow away. Her mind was spiraling. She did not want to lower herself to these animals, but if she didn't, they were going to kill her. But she didn't want to sacrifice this dumb kid's life to save her own, did she? She'd be no better than Buggy. She'd be a murderer ... just like him ... just like. Your hands are shaking. Nami was brought out of her swirling thoughts by the straw-hatted boy about to be shot to bits. He was looking straight at her, as if he was looking right through her, like he could see who she really was on the inside. As he did, the chanting of the insane clown crew felt to be drowned out, as if it was now just the two of them on the top of the roof. You don't want to do this, do you? The straw-hatted boy asked, which sounded more like a statement. Nami clutched her fists, squeezing the bow of matches in her grip. Of course I don't want to do this. I'm not a pirate. I don't go around taking lives as if it's nothing. Luffy chuckled at the girl's reasoning, which took Nami by surprise. Wasn't this kid supposed to be a goofball? Why was he acting so calm and confident? It's not taking lives that makes you a pirate. It's risking your own that does. Those words the boy spoke to Nami rocked her to the core. Never had she heard such a thing from a pirate before. Was he really a pirate? Before she could ponder this anymore, a hand came and snatched the box of matches from her. She turned to see one of the clown crewmen taking a small stick out of the box. What's the holdup? If you ain't gonna do it, then step aside and let someone else. Time seemed to slow down as Nami watched the clown light the match and guide it toward the fuse, a malicious grin on his face. At that moment, Nami's body seemed to move on its own. Nami whipped out a trio of poles from under her skirt, snapped them together into a makeshift staff, and whammed the clown across the head, sending his face slamming into the ground, all in a matter of seconds. Needless to say, everyone present was stunned. What is the meaning of this, Nami? Buggy roared with a mighty rage. Sorry, Captain Buggy. The girl realized what she had just done in her confusion, and did her best to keep up appearances. And my hand slipped. Your hand slipped, Buggy repeated deadpanned, not buying it one bit. Why yes, Nami gave an innocent smile, but was met with a bunch of unhappy faces in white makeup. Oh, forget it. I'm not here to join your crew, Buggy. Oh, so you want to join my crew after all? Luffy asked, back his usual goofy self. No, I don't want to join you either, Nami shrieked back. Luffy actually leaned back where he sat, as if the redhead was right up in his face after she shouted. Nami looked back at the scowling, glowering pirate clowns before her, clutching her staff tight. I hate pirates. I hate everything about them. I don't know why anyone would want to be one, and I don't care. As far as I'm concerned, pirates should be wiped off the face of the earth. The world would be better off without you. Any of you. I'd rather die than become one of you. While Luffy's eyes were wide with surprise. That's a lot of hate. Coming out of his stupor of the redhead's sudden rant, a strange hissing noise made its way to the boy's ears. He began to panic greatly once he found the source of the noise. AHHH. The fuse is lit. What? Nami turned back to the cannon, finding that indeed, the cannon was set alight and the short fuse was growing shorter. So, you'd rather be dead than one of us, eh? The redhead's attention was then drawn to the now fuming clown captain. Well, if that's how you feel, then we'd be more than happy to oblige. Get her, boys. A gang of pirates acted on the mad clown's orders, leaping at her with weapons drawn. Nami swung her staff wide to try and take them all out, but the crew of clowns were more acrobatic than she predicted. They leapt over her attack and prepared to dive on top of her. Nami wasn't one to be able to tackle multiple enemies, but she was good at getting out of tight spots. As the clowns focused on breaking through her staff, Nami dropped her weapon and made a mad dash for the cannon aimed at Luffy. WATR. Luffy frantically cried as he searched for anything to help put the shrinking spark out. Nami kept running for the cannon, unable to find anything to put the fuse out. In an act of desperation and lack of time, Nami boldly grasped the burning fuse with both hands. She cried out in pain as the spark burned her skin, but she succeeded in snuffing out the fuse before the cannon could go off. Taking her hands back, the redhead saw her palms coated in burns and blisters from grabbing the fuse. She groaned in pain as she looked at her hands, then turned towards the boy whom she just saved. Luffy looked concerned at the girl, but when she gave a smile, he beamed back, glad to see she was all right. His smile turned to panic once again as he looked behind her. Nami, watch out. The girl looked back to where the boy was staring at, only to find that the gang of pirate clowns were closing in on her. Nami had no time to move. She closed her eyes before the swords could come down on her. Nothing happened. Willing herself to crack an eye open, she saw that a man with green hair and what appeared to be 3 swords had intercepted the clowns attacking her, and blew them all away. Why do I get the feeling this is going to be a recurring thing with you, Captain? The green-haired man looked back to the boy in the cage, giving him a smug, yet relieved grin. The straw-hatted boy's eyes lit up. Zoro. Nami blanched as she took in the sight of the 3 swords the man had on him. The pirate hunter. Zoro placed his blades back on his side as he turned back to the bewildered girl. You all right? Why, yeah, Nami answered as she got back to her feet. Luffy. A feminine voice caught her attention. Turning to the source, she saw a slim, dark-haired girl around her age coming over the side of the roof and running over to the boy stuck in the cage. Hey, Robin. The boy greeted casually, as if he hadn't been staring death in the face a few moments ago. The dark-haired woman crouched down to the boy's eye level, grasping the bars as she did. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Nah, I'm fine. Luffy gave a chuckle, glad to see his girlfriend again. Robin gave a sigh of relief, before taking in the cage that kept her love locked up. She looked back at the crowd of clowns, malice in her eyes. Did they put you in this cage? The red-nosed captain, along with his cohorts, suddenly felt on edge at the nasty glare the dark-haired girl was giving them. Huh, oh, yeah, they did, the straw-hatted boy explained, before nodding his head over at Nami. But she was the one who tied me up like this. Robin looked to the said girl, giving her a cold, hard glare that made Nami tense up and take a step back. Is that right? The dark-haired woman spoke darkly. Nami didn't know why, but she couldn't help but gulp at the threatening stare from Robin. Zoro felt the tension the dark-haired girl was letting off fill the air, and decided to do start thing and step out of her way. Seeing the look in her eyes, many of the clowns gathered felt their skin crawl and took a few steps back. Buggy stood his ground as he took in the sight of this dark-haired woman that appeared with the swordsman and was now staring them down. At last, the young scholar spoke. You are going to let my Luffy out of this cage, right now. Nami, as unnerved as she was, had to do a double take after she heard that. Did she just say, her Luffy? Buggy raised an eyebrow. Then he grinned. Then he giggled. And then he began to laugh. His men suddenly found their backbones again, and joined their captain in mocking laughter. Oh, the mad clown himself wiped a tear from his eye. And what makes you think we're gonna do that, girlie? Robin's humorless face never faltered, as she folded her arms with her open palms facing up. Train to floor. What the heck was that? Nami blared out in perplexity. She, along with the swordsman, the dark-haired girl, and the straw-hatted boy still in his cage, were now making a run for it away from the buggy pirates' home base. Zoro had Luffy in his cage slung over his shoulder, heaving the massive structure by one of its bars. The 4 ran down the cobblestone streets of the abandoned town, before stopping to catch their breath. I think ... we're far enough. Zoro gasped as he laid down Luffy and his cage down as gently as he could. As the 3 pirates took their time, Nami thought now would be a good time to back out as slowly as she could. Well, guys, thanks for the save, but I think I'll be on my way, so. The redhead didn't get far as a multitude of arms appeared on her body and clutched her tight, stopping her from leaving. What the? Not so fast. Tapping footsteps drew the thief back to the approaching dark-haired girl, who was giving her a cold, hard glare. I'd like to know exactly why you had my Luffy tied up and thrown into a cage by those savages. You're Luffy. Nami strained in the scholar's phantom limbs. She looked to the straw-hatted boy, who was having his ropes undone through the bars by his first mate, then to the woman holding her in place without even touching her. Wait, you mean you ... and him? Robin tightened the grip on the girl, making her wince in pain slightly. I didn't ask for your opinion of my love life. I asked why did you try to sacrifice Luffy? I was trying to ... gain Buggy's trust. Nami struggled to get her words out. I was going ... to steal ... his treasure. So, you were going to let my Luffy get blown to bits for some berries. Robin was not amused. She began to tighten her grasp on the redhead. Nami cried out in pain. Any more tighter and she was gonna snap. Robin, wait. Luffy called out desperately. It's not like that. She asked me for my help, and I gave it to her. She's my friend. Zoro had just finished undoing the last knot when his captain finished. Say what? Now. The girl tricks you, hands you over to a posse of insane clowns who wanted to shoot you with a cannon ... and she's your friend. Luffy looked back to his first mate with a toothy grin. She wasn't gonna let anything happen to me. I knew she wouldn't. Out of all the things Nami expected the boy to say about her, that was certainly not it. He saw her as a friend. Really, after all she did to him. Robin still had a frown on her face, but heaved a sigh as she let her phantom limbs disappear, releasing Nami from her grip. Nami nearly fell to the ground but managed to catch herself, clutching her sore throat as she coughed from the lack of breath. Thanks, don't mention it. Robin returned harshly. Nami looked at the dark-haired girl with a hurt expression. Robin continued to stare daggers back at her until they were interrupted. Hold it right there. Everyone turned to see a glowering old man, wearing a tiny pair of glasses, a yellow flannel shirt and dark pants, with a set of copper pots and pans strapped to his body like makeshift armor. He was pointing a farmer's pitchfork at them threateningly, though the shaking of his legs gave away his unease. Are you four with Buggy? Okay, old-timer, just calm down. Zoro waved his hand at the old man, about to push himself off the ground. I said don't move. The old man shook his pitchfork at the green-haired man. Now answer me. Who are you? Are you Buggy's men? If we were with Buggy, why's he inside a cage? Zoro hiked a thumb at his still-trapped captain frustratedly. The old man saw the boy in the cage give him a friendly wave, and soon began to calm down. I'm sorry. I thought that. I'm sorry. He then stood at attention, holding the pitchfork at his side like a soldier. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Boodle, the mayor of ... well, what's left of Orange Town. Boodle then made his way over to the boy in the cage. Here, allow me to help. He then shoved his pitchfork into the top of the cage, and began to push it down, attempting to break the top open. But being the old man that he was, he didn't have enough strength to make any effort. Zoro took notice of this and picked himself up off the ground. He came up to the old man's side and began heaving on the pitchfork as well. However, the cage seemed stronger than both of them thought, as the strain on the pitchfork became too much and it snapped in half. Zoro and Boodle both fell to the ground, while Luffy couldn't help but laugh again. As frustrating as the situation was, Robin had to chuckle herself. She was brought out of her chuckling when a hand holding a small key was offered to her, courtesy of the red-headed thief. Here, she looked away from the dark-haired girl as she talked. This is the key to that cage. Robin took the key, looking at it before going back to her. And you kept it to yourself, because I was going to let him out. Nami defended herself. It just ... wasn't the best time. The thief ignored the disapproving look of the young scholar as she walked away to help her man. It wasn't the first time someone looked at her that way, and it wouldn't be the last. She didn't care. Oh, I think my leg's broken. An inflicted clown groaned as he rubbed his sore limb. Walk it off, was the harsh reply he got from his red-nosed and now red-faced leader. Buggy was not a happy clown. He stomped over to the ledge of the tavern roof, darting his eyes about for any sign of those four that had escaped him. I can't believe this is happening. First, my map to the Grand Line gets stolen. Then I get stabbed in the back by that thieving little brat, Nami, who then goes on to insult me right to my face. And to top it all off, my men were just wiped out by ... I don't even know what that was. The mad clown pounded a fist onto the side. I would have been down too, if weren't for my... A large pound from a massive paw came from behind Buggy, making the mad clown turn back. Ah, Moji, glad to see you're still in one piece. The same to you, Captain Buggy. A man wearing what appeared to be a hat and top made of white animal skin replied, while sitting on top of a giant monster of a lion, with green fur and a wild purple mane. Richie and I are more than willing to hunt down those pests that got away. Buggy's frustrated snarl turned to a grin of cruel glee. How generous of you. Moji, go into town and sniff out those upstarts. With pleasure, sir. The animal man bowed in reverence. He then kicked his colossal cat like one would whilst riding a horse. Come, Richie. Time to play a game of cat and mouse. The giant cat gave a deep growl in anticipation. Almost. The mayor fiddled with the lock to Luffy's cage, his tongue sticking out of his mouth in concentration. Finally, a click was heard, and the cage containing the Straw Hat Boy was open. Luffy hopped out of the open top, grinning in delight. Yes, I'm finally out of there. He turned to the old man and his first mate. Thanks, guys. You're welcome, Zoro nodded, while the mayor wiped his brow from stress, giving his own smile in return. Robin made her way over to the boy and wrapped her arms around his neck. Glad to have you back. She then gave him a kiss on the cheek, making Luffy beam with happiness. Nami just stayed to one side, awkwardly kicking at the dirt with her feet. She didn't get it. These guys were pirates. She helped the knucklehead out of his cage. She didn't have to be here anymore. So, why was she? Hey, Nami. The redhead looked up to see Luffy giving her his toothy grin. Thanks for the key. I don't know how long it would have taken me to get out of there without it. The thief was perplexed by his thanks, and had no way of knowing how to deal with it. Yeah, sure. If it wasn't for her, you wouldn't have been in there in the first place, Robin inquired sternly from her place in Luffy's arms. Nami shrunk under the young scholar's stare, turning her eyes to the ground. She hated being put into a corner like this, but as long as this girl could do whatever it was she could do to her, the last thing she wanted was to get on her bad side again. Why are you even sticking up for her, Luffy? Robin turned back to her love, curious to his reasoning about the redhead. She says she's a navigator, Luffy answered. He let go of Robin and walked over to Nami, placing a hand on her shoulder. We're gonna need one of those if we're going to the Grand Line. You said yourself you're not that good at navigating, right, Robin? Robin frowned at Luffy's logic. He had a point, but if he was implying what she thought he was. Wait, you want the girl that nearly got you killed to be our navigator? Zoro bluntly went straight to the point. Well, yeah, Luffy complied. I mean, she's got a map to the Grand Line already and everything. Wait, hold on. Nami spoke up. I already told you, I don't want to be a pirate. But, weren't you just part of Buggy's crew? Luffy asked quizzically. I was never part of Buggy's crew in the first place. I was lying to him so I could get his treasure. Nami explained with as much patience as she could muster. Oh, I get it now. Luffy nodded sagely. Nami breathed a sigh of relief, glad to that the knucklehead had finally realized the truth. So, you really wanted to be on my crew the whole time then? The thief slapped her forehead. No, I don't want to be on your crew. So, whose crew do you want to be on? Luffy was so confused right now. Nobody's. The redhead exploded with frustration. I don't want to be on anyone's crew. I don't want to be a pirate. I hate pirates. After her short rant, Nami was seething with rage, breathing heavily. It didn't help that the straw-hatted boy was now looking entirely away from her direction. His head turned to one side. Are you even listening to me? Luffy merely raised his hand and pointed his index finger. Whose dog is that? Nami was taken out of her fury when he asked such an out-of-nowhere question. Turning her gaze to where he was pointing, she saw that there was indeed a small white fluffy dog, standing as still as a statue in front of an old, run-down pet shop. Has he been here this whole time? Zoro gawked at the small canine. Must have gone unnoticed while we were caught up in getting Luffy out. Robin deduced. Yes, that's Shoo for you. Boodle made his way over to the dog. So quiet, you only notice him at the last minute. Shoo. Nami asked about the strange set of words. That's his name. The mayor petted the small canine on his head. I was actually on my way to feed him when I ended up running into you lot. The mayor stuck his hand into his pot and pan armor and pulled out a box of dog food, opening it and pouring out a heap for Shoo, who immediately dove in. Luffy walked up to the pup and reached a hand out, intending to pet him. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Boodle advised quickly. Shoo's not very fond of strangers. The straw-hatted boy pulled his hand back in a flash, more than aware how painful it is to get bit by an animal. What's he doing here? Robin questioned. Shouldn't he be with his owner? Boodle gave a sigh. He would ... if his owner was around anymore. Silence came upon the four when the mayor addressed this, as the puppy nibbled on his mound of kibble. Did Buggy have something to do with this? Nami clutched her fist tight when she asked this. No, thank goodness. Boodle picked himself up from where he knelt by the dog. Shoo's owner passed away long before Buggy and his crew got here. He and Shoo were inseparable, the best of friends. They didn't go anywhere without each other. The mayor sighed at the happy memories. But he always had a bad habit of pushing himself too far, always wanting to help others. Soon enough, all that strain took a toll on him, and well, Shoo has been standing guard of this old pet shop ever since. This place ... is his treasure. The four were quiet as they listened to Shoo's story. Each of them felt a pang of sympathy for the poor pup. But soon their silence was interrupted by a thumping noise coming from afar, along with the ground shaking in rhythm of the sound. What's that? Luffy looked to where the sound was coming from, as it slowly grew louder and closer. Oh no, it's Moji. Boodle panicked. Quick, we have to get out of here. Why? Nami inquired, growing uneasy of increasing small quakes. What's coming? Moji and his pet lion. The mayor ran to the redhead and grabbed her wrist. We have to go. Now. He pulled her along with him as he ran, but soon noticed that the rest of the group were still out in the open. What are doing? Didn't you hear me? We have to run. But I want to see the lion. Luffy argued like a little child. I'm quite curious to see this creature as well. Robin calmly explained herself. Gotta be pretty big to make this kind of ruckus. Zoro commented as he watched Pebbles hop and shake with the jolting ground. But, the mayor babbled feebly, as Name took his hand and guided him away. Come on, they'll be fine. They can take care of themselves. As soon as Nami and Boodle were hidden behind a stray house, a giant, hulking lion appeared, prowling up to the pet store with a lone man riding on top. The man looked down from his perch and showed a smug smirk, rubbing his pet's head to make him stop. Well, that wasn't a long hunt. He peered down at the three in plain sight. Richie here was looking forward to sniffing you all out one by one. Now, you've just ruined his fun. The three looked at him with confused expressions. The man thought that they were in awe of him and his magnificent creature, and let pride go to his head. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Moji, the Beast Breaker. Buggy has sent me to punish you for assaulting our crew, and too bad for you, it's Richie's lunch time. The gigantic lion licked its massive chops, growling in anticipation for its meal. Excuse me, the straw-hatted boy called out, gaining Moji's attention. Can I ask you something? The costumed man scoffed, a final plea for mercy. Well, all right, then. Moji laid back on his spot on his lion's mane. Speak, let me know of your last request. What's with the stupid costume? Luffy plainly asked. Moji nearly fell off his pet. Of all the things he was predicting to hear, it certainly wasn't that. Robin and Zoro burst out laughing at their captain's question. Boodle had dropped his jaw, while Nami had to slap her forehead. See costume? The animal man barked, pointing to his appearance. I'll have you know this is my hair. Wait, your hair. Robin stopped laughing when she heard that, looking the man up and down. So all of that ... even on your chest is. She had to cover her mouth as nauseousness overtook her. Silence, Moji roared. As he ceased, he noticed the small white dog perched in front of the rundown pet store. He pointed to the canine. Whose dog is that? He hasn't looked in my direction since I got here. That's Shoo Shoo, Luffy explained. He just sits outside of that pet store, guarding it. I see, the animal man mused. He then climbed down from his colossal cat and made his way over to the pup. No, Boodle cried out desperately. He would have run out to stop the animal man, but Nami had clung onto him to hold him back. Don't you dare lay a hand on that dog, you devil. Calm yourself, old man. Moji stood before Shoo Shoo, towering over him easily. I'm not going to harm him. I am merely going to demonstrate my power. The animal man then squared down to the pup's level and raised his hand. I wouldn't do that, Luffy advised. The mayor guy said he's a biter. Nonsense, Moji huffed. There isn't a creature alive with 4 legs that can withstand the dominion of Moji, the Beast Breaker. The animal man reached his hand out to the dog, a confident grin on his face. Paw. Shoo Shoo bit Moji on his hand. Ahhhh. The animal man screamed as he flailed his hair wildly, trying to throw the dog off his arm. Get it off. Get it off. Luffy and Robin had burst into laughter. Zoro chuckled with pride at the dog. Boodle was dumbfounded by the sight, while Nami quirked her eyebrow at the pitiful sight. As Moji continued to shake his hand in panic, his anger soon showed. Get off me. With one last sling of his arm, Moji threw the dog off, who went flying into the front door of his pet store, hitting it hard before falling to the floor. Luffy and Robin stopped laughing in an instant. Hey, Moji rubbed his wrist to numb the pain and growled. No miserable mutt defies Moji the Beast Breaker and gets away with it. Richie, the monster lion, raised his head in attention. Have that dog as an appetizer. The colossal creature growled in delight, reaching its gigantic head down and opening its massive jaws wide, showing off rows of razor-sharp teeth. Shoo Shoo, no. Boodle managed to break out of Nami's grip and run toward the beast. Wait, the redhead ran after him. Say's floor. 6 arms sprouted out around Richie's snout. Muzzle. The arms grabbed hold of each other and pulled, forcing Richie's mouth shut. The lion's eyes bugged out in surprise. What in the... Moji was dumbfounded by what he was seeing. So that's how you took us all down. Indeed, the dark-haired woman affirmed. I ate the Hana Hana fruit, allowing me to bloom any part of my body as many times as I want, anytime I want. A devil fruit. The animal man blanched. But I thought Captain Buggy was the only one. Luffy caught what Moji said. Wait, the only one? Does that mean that? Before Luffy could finish his thought, a figure suddenly leapt out of the silenced lion's mane and high into the air, taking everyone by surprise. Sting of the unicycle. The figure began to descend at a rapid pace, its landing aimed to fall right on top of where Robin was standing. Zoro was the first to notice this and rushed to the scholar's aid. He quickly pushed her out of the way, pulled out one of his blades, and blocked an attack from the figure's own cutlass, pointed down to where Robin's head would have been. When Robin was shoved away for her safety, she fell to the ground and accidentally let go of the monster cat's trap she was holding shut, her phantom limbs disappearing. The man holding the cutlass had a dark green half-shaved hairdo, the other half cascading down his back. He wore a white and blue striped scarf, a dark blue coat and white pants. "Awa, you ruined my trick," the man mockingly complained with a smirk. "I was going to do an old favorite, sawing the lady in half." Kabaji. Moji blanched. "What are you doing here? How long were you hiding in Richie's mane?" "I figured Captain Buggy only sending you wouldn't be enough to finish these fools," the attempted assassin chided. "So I thought I'd tag along and wait for the perfect moment to strike. Also, your beast could use a bath," he finished with a spit. The man named Kabaji looked back to the green-haired man who blocked his attack. "I'm impressed you managed to block me in time, Roranoa, and once more I'm quite glad." The man then turned to face the dark-haired woman behind the swordsman. "It would have been a shame to lose such a lovely flower," he finished with a charming dart of his eyebrows. Robin scoffed at the shameless flirting of the one who tried to kill her, and unbeknownst to the attacker, Luffy had a dangerous look aimed right at him. "Excuse me," Zoro spoke up, gaining Kabaji's attention. "I don't think you're in any position to be flirting, don't you think?" Kabaji smirked. "Agree to disagree." He then placed a hand on his exposed chest. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kabaji the Acrobat, Master of Tricks, and Captain Buggy's right-hand man." "Hold on a minute," Moji spoke up. "I'm Captain Buggy's right hand. Why else would he have sent me after them? Maybe to have a laugh at your expense." Kabaji argued back. "Everyone in the crew knows that if it weren't for that giant fur ball of yours, you'd be nothing but dead weight." Both members of the clown pirate crew growled at each other, about ready to start fighting among themselves. Luffy, Robin, and Zoro were left in awkward silence as the two circus folk bickered, until Shushu started barking again. Kabaji and Moji stopped glaring daggers at one another and turned to the canine. "You call yourself Buggy's favorite, but you can't even take care of a stupid dog," the self-proclaimed acrobat pointed out. "I would've, if it weren't for these three." The animal man defended himself. "Then how about this?" Kabaji sneered. "Whoever finishes these three, along with that backstabbing redhead," Nami gulped, "and puts down the dog, becomes Buggy's right-hand man." "You're on," Moji agreed. "Up and at 'em, Richie." The monster lion lifted itself up and roared. The animal man then snickered. "Let's tear down this pet store this mutt loves so much while we're at it." "Why?" the acrobat asked quizzically. "Why not?" Moji retorted. "Good point." Kabaji smiled cruelly. Nami was aghast at first, but then frowned. Why was she surprised? This is how pirates are, heartless monsters that take what they want, and don't care about who gets hurt. As Shushu continued to bark, Luffy stepped up beside him, his hat casting a shadow over his eyes. The canine stopped barking and looked to the straw-hatted boy. "You're not gonna do anything to that dog's home," he stated. Robin and Zoro walked up beside him next, the dark-haired girl folding her arms in preparation, and the swordsman brining out all three of his blades at the ready. Kabaji and Moji stared at the boy and his cohorts before tuning back to each other, and grinned. Nami was looking at the three pirates those clowns were about to take on. Were they really going to risk their lives for someone they just met, and a dog at that? She shook her head. There was no way that would be true. They could act like they care about that dog all they wanted, it was just an act. They're just waiting for the right moment to run away and leave him to his fate. Pirates were scum. Nothing more, nothing less, including them. "Right." Moji shot his finger out at the three. "Sick 'em, Richie." The giant cat roared at his master's order and raised one of his claw-covered paws. The three acted quick, Luffy grabbing Robin by her waist and leaping out of the way, and Zoro dodging at the last second before the monster lion slammed his paw down to where they just were, missing by an inch. Zoro looked to the lion to see if it was about to attack again, but by the odd sound of a squeaky wheel approaching him, he managed to block another sneak attack by the self-proclaimed acrobat. Casting his eyes down, the green-haired man saw that his opponent was now pedaling on top of a unicycle. "How are you gonna fight me on that thing?" Zoro inquired, confused. "You'd be surprised," Kabaji gloated. The pirate couple landed a safe distance away, Luffy letting go of his girl. The animal man sneered. "Can't seem to do much if you're too busy protecting your girlfriend, aren't you?" Luffy growled as Robin regained her stance. "Allow me to teach this beast some manners, Luffy." Along with his pet lion, Moji growled at the insult. Luffy snickered. "Sure, go get him, Robin." Nami couldn't believe this. That straw-hatted kid was practically feeding his so-called girlfriend to that beast. And what's more, the girl is more than willing to take it on herself. All for the sake of a dog they barely even met or know. Who did these pirates think they were? Heroes? Moji scoffed as the scholar walked up to him and his pet lion casually. "Seriously, what could a little girl like you do against my Richie?" He then showed a smug smirk on his lips. Then again, what kind of man lets a woman do his fighting for him? Robin's eye twitched. Nami wouldn't say it out loud, but she had to agree with the so-called beast breaker. The straw-hatted kid took down 3 guys on his own, sure, but there was no way he could take on the likes of that giant monster lion. The only one worth being wary of was the single female member of the 3. The thief bet that he lets her do all the fighting and then take all the glory for himself. And the other guy, 3 swords? Who was he kidding? The redhead then let a dark smile cross her face. Who knows, maybe all these pirates would end up killing each other in one go. I have to confess, Roronoa, I find your claim of wielding 3 swords at once to be a little hard to believe. Kabaji arrogantly chided. I may be an acrobat, but your so-called swordsmanship sounds like it belongs in an actual circus. The only trick I've seen you do so far is flap your gums without stopping. Zoro chastised as he placed his white blade in his teeth and clutched his other 2 in both hands at the ready. So, are we doing this or not? Kabaji grit his teeth at the grand-haired man's snide remark. Usually, I don't feed Richie dessert before dinner, but I'll treat him just this once. Bon appetit, Richie. The beast breaker leapt off his colossal pet, as Richie roared and pounced for the petite woman in his sights. Train to floor, Robin crossed her arms and a stream of arms sprouted out of the ground behind her, growing longer and longer with each arm growing out of the palm of each hand. The large top of limbs reached the airborne beast, and encircled its neck before latching onto itself. Kabaji paddled on his unicycle in place, gathering up dust around him, until he launched forward at a high speed. He held his cutlass out in a pointed angle, aiming to run the green-haired man through. Zoro crossed his arms in front of his chest, his swords held straight up in his hands. He closed his eyes in concentration, as if eating for the right moment to strike. Oni, leash, Giri. Kabaji was at the perfect distance to thrust his blade forward, ready to pierce Zoro in his heart. But as soon as he did, the Sentoryu master shot forward, swinging his blades in unison, along with shooting his head forward with the blade in his mouth. The massive tether yanked the lion out of the air, slamming it to the ground face first, hard. The colossal cat's body slumped to the ground with a thundering thud, dust kicking up from its impact. At the same time, Zoro seemed to slash right through Kabaji, the acrobat's blood shooting out of the large, freshly made X-shaped wound in his chest, with a single horizontal line going out from the middle of the X. Richie, Moji wailed in despair. He ran to his pet's aid, shaking him to try and bring him back to consciousness. Kabaji fell to his knees, his unicycle slipping out from under him and wheeling away behind him until stopping and falling from lack of momentum. The acrobat turned his head to the man who had bested him, careful as to not open the wound any more so. Zoro placed his blades back in their sheaths as he stared down Kabaji. How's that for a parlor trick? You you stinking thieves. Kabaji spat, with a spray of blood flying off his lips. Zoro turned to face the downed acrobat with steel in his eye. Get this through your head, we're not thieves. We're pirates. Kabaji stared wide-eyed at the Sentoryu master, before the pain of his wound became too much, causing him to pass out and fall to the ground. Come on, Richie. Get up. Get up. Moji shook his down-and-out lion, pulling on his hair to get any sort of reaction from him. The feeling of someone coming up behind him drew his attention to the dark-haired woman who brought his pet to the ground. He put his back flat against his beast, legs wobbling in fear as sweat poured down his face. How did you do that? Robin stretched her arm out to one side, allowing a multitude of arms to grow in a wreath of limbs. Why, with the power of the bloom fruit, of course. A devil fruit, Moji stuttered. He pointed his finger at the straw-hatted boy. But I thought Captain Buggy was the only one. Robin quirked an eyebrow up in puzzlement. Buggy, wait, do you mean? This was more than Moji could take. Foregoing his lion, the animal man made a break for it, bolting in the direction back to where the rest of his crew were holed up. He chanced to look back as he ran for his life. When Captain Buggy hears about this, you're all done for. From right behind the dark-haired girl, a hand shot out and grabbed the fleeing beastmaster by his neck, stopping him in his tracks and holding him in place. Majhai was forced to look back, and in utter fright saw the straw-hatted boy had stretched his arm further than humanly possible, and now had him in his grasp. That's okay, the rubber boy smirked. We'll go see him ourselves. Moji screamed as he was pulled back toward the boy, as Luffy pulled his other fist back. When Moji was right in front of him, Luffy gave the beast breaker a devastating right hook into his face. Moji was out cold before he hit the ground, just like his monstrous pet. The young pirate captain brushed his hands together, like he just got finished cleaning up the place. He then turned to Robin and wrapped her up in a hug, lifting her off her feet and dancing around on the sod. That was awesome, Robin. The girl laughed as she was swung around in midair, her hair dancing in the breeze. It was nothing, Luffy. That lion is nothing compared to the beasts back home. Yeah, I could have taken it out too if I wanted. Luffy chuckled as he set her back down on her feet, but not without giving Robin an awarding kiss for her effort. Robin and Luffy stayed in their embrace as they turned to the swordsmen of their small crew. That was an impressive display of swordsmanship, Zoro. Robin complimented. Yeah, that thing you did to take that guy out was so cool. Luffy beamed. Thanks, but don't kiss me or anything, okay? The green-haired man quipped with a grin. As the three bantered, Nami was still on the sidelines, her eyes wide as dinner plates. Those two had taken down a crazy acrobat and a massive monster lion like it was nothing. Then that kid in the straw hat says that he could have beaten that beast by himself if he wanted to. That was something the redhead found hard to believe. Right before she could make her opinion known, the old man by her side ran up to the three in a flash. That was amazing. The mayor babbled in disbelief. Simply amazing. He went down a line of shaking each hand of the pirate trio, determined to show his gratitude. Never have I seen such strength, such courage. Oh, it was nothing. Zoro waved the man's praise off like a batch of annoying flies. It was the least we could do after you helped Luffy out of his cage. Robin bowed her head thankfully. Luffy snickered happily. No way were we gonna let a bunch of jerks burn down that little guy's pet store. I can't thank you enough. Boodle was close to tears. He then saw Shoo Shoo pad up to the trio on his little legs. The dog made his way over to Robin and began rubbing his head against her ankle. The mayor smiled. I think Shoo Shoo wants to thank you too. Robin looked at the tiny pup and smiled. She reached her hand down to the dog and gently pat the grateful dog on his head. Boodle was astonished to see Shoo Shoo allowing anyone to pet him. No one has ever been able to come near him apart from him since his owner passed away. It was like a sign that things were finally going to get better. Luffy frowned at the sight. Why does Robin get to pet the puppy? You can pet him next if you want, Captain. Zoro patted the boy on his shoulder. You'd make one heck of a chew toy. Luffy frowned deeper at his first mate's joke, when his expression suddenly turned to pure shock. He then dived for Robin and Shoo Shoo. Everybody down. Everyone present were confused at first, when the sound of a whistle in the air caught their ears. Luffy grabbed his girl in the door and beelined it away from the store. Zoro followed suit by grabbing the mare and making a break for it. Nami watched as the group of five headed right for her, and she began to panic. If anyone had been standing next to the pet store for any longer, they would have been engulfed in the same blast of whirling fire as the structure was. The store, along with the whole row of buildings from both sides, were demolished in a matter of seconds. Smoke and ash filled the sky, as the stone that Shoo Shoo had spent so long guarding was reduced to smoldering amber. No, Nami could barely speak as she took in the sight before her. Shoo Shoo leapt out of Robin's arms and sprinted toward the wrecked store. Shoo Shoo, wait. Boodle shot his hand out to the dog, but wouldn't dare get closer to the blazing fire where his old friend's home used to be. Shoo Shoo stopped in front of the burning building and began to bark at the flames as if trying to make them go out of pure will alone. Oh, Shoo Shoo. Robin watched the pitiful display the dog was putting on, sorrow filling her eyes. All that effort for nothing. Zoro closed his eyes as if accepting the sudden change of fortune, but an anger was bubbling inside his gut at the stolen victory. But what he was feeling was nothing compared to how Luffy felt at that moment. Nami managed to tear her eyes away from the fire and look at the boy, only to see an even more ravenous blaze flaring on the straw-hatted boy's face. His teeth bared and clenched tight like a wild animal. A vein had bulged at the top of his forehead, pumping fired-up blood through his body. But what Nami take a step back the most was his eyes. They were now dilated to microscopic focus, the whites of his eyes shining bright in the haze of the smoke. The goofy, gullible, happy-go-lucky child she came to know was gone. Now she was staring at ... She didn't even know where to begin to describe what she was witnessing. All of a sudden, the straw-hatted boy made a break for the burning store, running past the barking dog and barging into the collapsed structure. Luffy. Nami called out for the rubber man, but was stunned to realize that she had voiced concern for a pirate, calling him by his name no less. Robin took a moment to look away from where her man had run off to turn her head quick at the redhead. What is he doing? Boodle cried out in despair. Zoro merely had his arms folded nonchalantly, as if waiting for his captain to come back. Shoo Shoo continued to bark at his blazing home, but one couldn't help but feel that the dog was also barking out of concern for the boy that blew past him. As soon as Luffy had ran into the collapsing store, he was back out again, just in time for the place to completely fall apart. The straw-hatted boy knelt on the ground, taking a moment to cough out the smoke in his lungs and catch his breath. His two crewmates along with the mayor ran up to him in concern, while Nami stayed back, still in a stupor over what she just did. Are you all right, Luffy? Robin asked in deep worry. What in the world were you thinking, boy? Boodle demanded in angered confusion. Back up. Give him some room. Zoro guided the two back, seeing that Luffy wasn't done yet with whatever he was doing. The straw-hatted boy walked up to the dog, who had given up on barking at his now lost home, and sat on the ground beside him. The two watched the fire dance into the sky, almost mocking them with their dance of destruction. I'm sorry about your house, Shoo Shoo. Luffy spoke in a soft voice. This place was your treasure, wasn't it? The boy then dared to reach his hand out to the pup, and miraculously Shoo Shoo let him place his hand on his head. He didn't seem to care about anything at that point anymore. No one should ever have to lose their treasure. The boy placed the item he managed to save from the house in front of the dog, a slightly burnt box of kibble. Shushu saw this and shook his head free of Luffy's hand. He simply stared at the box, before turning his head up to the sky and gave a mourning howl. It was a sad sight to see for all. Nami brought a hand up to her face to hide her tears. Boodle had fallen to his knees and was openly weeping. Robin had her eyes closed and her hands clasped before her in solace, and Zoro watched the dog howl with an air of dignity. After a few moments passed after Shushu stopped howling, Luffy got to his feet and started walking away, passing his crew and the mayor. "I'll be back in a minute. You guys stay here." Boodle watched the boy go, puzzled as to why he was now walking away. He wiped the tears from his face and turned to the swordsman. "Where's he going now?" Zoro watched his captain leave, a knowing gaze in his eyes. "To pick a fight." Buggy looked over the trail of destruction his recent buggy ball had conceived, but the scowl on his face showed that he was far from satisfied. "Ben, load another buggy ball and prepare to fire again." "See Captain Buggy, sir." A brave clown of the crew spoke up. What about Kabachi and Moji? Shouldn't we wait for them to come back? If those two imbeciles managed to do their jobs like I told them to, they would be back by now." The mad clown thundered. "But since they aren't, that means they failed. I do not allow failure in my crew." "Ready, answer Buggy Ball." Unwilling to continue down his captain's bad side, the clown pirate obliged and helped ready another bright red cannonball into a cannon aimed straight at the town. "Once we're down blowing this town to smithereens, it's off to the Grand Line." Buggy laughed maniacally as he clutched the map to his goal in his hands. "Hey, Big Nose." That was more than enough to bring the clown captain out of his good mood. Snapping his head down toward the bottom of the street, he spotted the straw-hatted boy who'd escaped him, back and looking monumentally ticked off. Well. Buggy sneered in spiteful delight. "Look who come crawling back to beg for mercy." "I'm not here for mercy, you stupid clown." Luffy roared once again. "I'm here to punch you in your big, stupid nose." Buggy's eyebrow twitched at the mention of his most sensitive aspect, but shook himself out of his anger for the moment. "You want to take me on? That's a laugh. What's the matter? Did I blow your friends to bits?" "No, but you did blow up a dog's treasure, and I'm here to make you pay." The boy retorted. "A dog's treasure?" Buggy and his crew looked to one another before bursting into mocking laughter. Luffy simply stood on the spot, unaffected by the clowns making fun of him. "You're here for a stupid dog." Buggy wiped a tear from his eyes from all his guffawing. "What the heck's the matter with you? Stop laughing and get down here, you big-nosed butthead." All laughter immediately stopped. All of Buggy's crew slowly turned to their captain in pure dread. Buggy had stopped laughing as his face began to twitch more than ever, like a bubbling volcano. It was only a matter of time before Buggy blew his top. Blow that big-mouthed brat off the face of the earth. The killer clown crew followed the raging captain's orders, aiming the cannon and lighting the fuse. All the crew took cover except for Buggy. He wanted to see this. Luffy continued to stand there like nothing was the matter, staring down the mad clown. Soon enough, the cannon fired, the bright red ball with Buggy's Jolly Roger flying straight for the straw-hatted boy. Gum balloon. Luffy suddenly sucked in a ton of air, inflating his stomach to gargantuan proportions. Buggy's eye popped out of his head at the sight, as the cannonball landed right in the middle of the boy's bulging belly. Buggy had a bad feeling for what was about to happen next. Luffy looked Buggy straight in the eye, his cheeks bloated with the enormous supply of air in his body. And then he thrust his belly out forward, sending the buggy ball back in the mad clown's direction. All Buggy could do was scream in fright as his signature weapon came back on him. Where Buggy's base of operations was before, was now an exploding inferno of deadly payback. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.